dare? How dare you? Oh, my little face isn't working. Here, it's gotta be on the microphone. There we go, hello! Wouldn't it be one of my streams without some technical difficulties? Thank you, Giselle, for 20 gifted subs, my goodness. If you get hit by the gifted sub fairy today, as you can see by the fairy dust in chat, you can go to connections in Discord and connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, and it should dump you in my Discord. Sorry if I sound out of breath, I just ran to the kitchen like, oh shit! I didn't refill my water, it's so fucking hot today. I haven't set up the air conditioners yet, and I really need to.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. It's Lorchin time. Can we get an aura?
Oops, interrupted. There you go, there you go. Yes, I'm gonna be working on the fucking comic today. I'm trying to do the first page where I'm, like, buzzing through Ruby Rider. We're just, like, fast-forwarding through Ruby Rider here so I can get to the rest of my plot. Because that's how I write Switcheroo, very lazily. So, yes. I remember one person was like, Sai, how can you criticize Lily for writing in vignettes when that's what you do with Switcheroo? It's like, well, I don't act like I'm, like, a professional published author for writing Switcheroo, do I? It's, like, my hobby. You know? 18C, I'm gonna assume that's hot. Then again, like, 60 fucking degrees Fahrenheit is hot to you Brits. So...
At the _ dog sent a super chat. How about a Lorcara ara?
Ara, mama! Good, I can have my Lily voice today. Like I said, it is fucking humid today, man. I hate it.
At Mr. DeBoss Baby
another one!
69 send a super chat. Give us a Lorcara ara.
Chat, I've talked to you about this, chat. Don't ask me to do things I don't want to do, chat. That's against my boundaries. Ara, mama. So yes, we haven't lorched in a little bit. And the last time this happened, my brain was utterly melted because I forgot just how bad Lily is. I mean, we're just coming off the you know, lovable dumbness of MatPat from Friday. So, I am perhaps not prepared. However, we do have a little fan art corner we have to take care of first, of course. Kaiser has warned me he might send something inappropriate. No, it's fine, Kaiser. This is actually funny. That's why you were asking me what phrases are offensive before.
Edmuch Story Glee sent a super chat. Abandon water. Drink only soda. I am healthy and not dying of thirst and various other health complications.
You see, I used to drink nothing but soda when I was a teenager, and like once in junior high, I had to go to the hospital for dehydration, so now I drink too much water.
At Cat Peasant 106 sent a super chat. Sigh, can you call chat your good little poke champs?
You're all my good little poke champs, of course.
At Jessale sent a super chat. Sigh, eat your soup. I will
eat my soup. I will say that dehydration had nothing to do with drinking soda as a kid. I had a virus that made me throw up constantly, but, like, being dehydrated one time, like, severely dehydrated, like, made me so paranoid I just drink way too much water now.
At Justin Bowers 2749 send a super chat. Can't wait to see how Lily fails to be a critic.
She always does. Oh yeah, right off the bat, top 3 Ghibli movies for me. Princess Mononoke, Castle in the Sky, and Kiki's Delivery Service. Those are my top 3 favorites. I like a lot of the other ones, and all of their animation is beautiful, but I don't always click with the movies, you know? Sometimes I click with them, sometimes I don't. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm not like a Ghibli aficionado. I'm more of a casual fan, but I guarantee I know more about it than she does. So anyway, I still can't do a Polish accent. He's put my friend Skrill in here again as a side character, and he's doing a parody of Dobson's comic about lesbians. Are you, you know, are you one of those donut bumpers? Are you one of those rug munchers? Are you one of those clam jammers? Are you one of those Todger Dodgers? Are you one of those clitorists? Are you one of those vegetarians? Are you one of those Subaru drivers? Are you one of those crack snackers? Are you one of those scissor sisters? Are you one of those boondaggers? Are you one of those saphists? Are you one of those tribades? Have you left Narnia? Are you, you know, yes. Does that creep you out? Yes. Sad. More sad. Skrill would never.
Etanyogo3852 sent a super chat.
She's here
today. So what is Lord Cryptid up to this time? Also, hi Sai.
Hello. And I know I have a significantly more people, as we always do on a Lord stream. I also have a Wani dub to do, though. Let's see. Is this Mia? I think it's Mia. Or is this, it looks like Mia with the horn, but in the glasses, but is this Mia as Ben? What, you need Nerd Mia. Okay, did you say that in your message? I wasn't paying attention. Alright. So how do I do Mia as a nerd? That's, I'm gonna have to do somewhere between Ben and Mia. Alright, I just gotta get a little more nasally with it, maybe? Oh yeah, now that would have sounded like Woody Allen, but a girl. That's perfect. I know Olivia is prettier and more interesting than I am, so you being here with me, it means so much. Thank you, Inko. Is this like a switcheroo AU where Olivia is the bully? Still in a wheelchair, obviously, but the bully? Right? That would be funny.
Ednohim912 sent a super chat. Oh boy. Time to delay my ultra gill fixation.
Yes. And now I have one more thing to show you guys.
Awesomeness sent a super chat. Kiki is my fave. I couldn't really vibe with Howl.
Yeah, I didn't vibe with Howls either. I haven't seen The Boy and the Heron yet either. I didn't really get around to it in my Ghibli marathon. Sorry, guys.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Lorchin time. Come on, grab your friends.
Lorchin time. Oh god, I'm still not over a mixtape, guys. Anyway, so we have another artwork by Eddie McGurk from my Discord server, where this was his vision for the Lily Ghibli stream. Where I'm the fucking kid from Ponyo, and Lily is the mom who drives recklessly everywhere. You can see some blood on the side of the car here. I'm pretty sure Lily doesn't have a driver's license. Good touch with the Folgers coffee. I see what you did there, Eddie. If you ever want to hear about the Folgers incest commercial, look up the video by CJ the X. It's so good. So, I was laughing my ass off when he was working on this, just the fucking expression on my face. It's like she's giving me ice cream just to shut me up. It's good shit, man, it's good shit. Anyway. We should probably get on with the actual video. I wonder if she'll have music. I'll keep my music off for now. I forgot to start recording already, so I'm gonna start recording now. So, I'm probably going to be pause-andying a lot because Ghibli is crazy with the copyright. Like, one time I just showed a single scene from Princess Mononoke on stream to make a point, and they claimed it, and I counter-appealed, and they copyright struck me back. I got that cleared, but goddamn, they can be really, really tough about this. And Lily's video is unmonetized, so even though she's hit like 11k views on it, she ain't getting a dime from it, which is kind of funny.
At NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat. It's official. Sai Scribbles has replaced me with a better artist.
Stop it. Everyone loves your stuff. Everybody slap some Cyogenes up on screen.
Hamilton5599 send a super chat. Won how long it will take for Lily to bring up SU?
I don't know. She's like not brought up SU in a while.
At Mr. DeBoss Baby 6969 send a super chat. Lork is sitting up pretty high.
Pretty high where? Oh yeah, in the car. Anyway, where are those stickers? Hang on a second. Damn you, sticker thingy. I am trying. I hate how many clicks it makes me do to get to my fucking stickers. I was trying to do a thing. Where is it? There we go. Cyogenes. There, yeah, somebody's already slapping them. So that's art by Kaiser. Come on, it's perfect. Look at that. Somebody said I should make that a talk sprite for the conspiracy the conspiracy streams. Everybody celebrate Kaiser's work. Sorry, I'm gonna be penciling at least today, maybe shading, whatever I want to do, I guess.
3 sent a super chat. Grave of the Fireflies, Mononoke and Castle in the Sky are my top 3.
I will say Grave of the Fireflies is probably my favorite Takahata. I don't like Takahata's movies as much as Miyazaki's. I lean way more toward Miyazaki's movies. Takahata's movies are very slow and kind of pretentious. I'm gonna be Peter Griffin over here, like, it insists upon itself. You know? And Lily is going to stand Takahata. I don't know why. Maybe because his movies are boring and conservative and tend to have naked children in them. That might be why she likes them. I guess we'll find out.
At Neo Kaiser 0 sent a super chat. Talk tax. It's not like I like you or anything. Ara.
It's supposed to be Babaka. It's not like I like you or anything. Ara, Inko. There you go. I like how we're getting all sorts of like Mia appreciation now these days. It's very, very good. So I guess since this is a 2-hour long fucking video, I'm only really going to talk about the movies I care about. And as you can see, she spends way longer times on certain movies than others. Only Yesterday is supposedly her favorite. I subjected myself to this fucking movie again. This Hallmark original movie-ass boring shit again. Just so I can nail her on it. I fucking hate this movie. It's like the most inoffensive movie, but I fucking hate it. It just annoys me. It just fucking annoys me. I'm sorry. Takahata was the other main guy at Studio Ghibli. He tended to do a lot more, like, really down-to-earth, moody, slow character pieces about the most boring people you could ever possibly conceive of. I'm not a fan of Takahata's movies. I guess I like The Cat Returns. But, so, Miyazaki's definitely the one I lean toward, and is definitely the one most people think of when they think of Ghibli. They think of Miyazaki films, you know.
At Neo Kaiser 0 sent a super chat. Talk tax. Ara Bibaka.
Babaka.
At Justin Bowers 2749 send a super chat. I am conservative and Christian and autistic and I love your streams.
Most autistic people do. If you're fine with me being a raging fedora atheist, you're more than welcome here.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. 2 hours and she's not getting a cent. Lol. Lamau even.
Even if she had good watch time, which I doubt she does, yeah, she ain't getting a single red cent from this video. This is supposed to be her job.
At Hespionata 5011 sent a super chat. I need this. I had to suddenly put my 7-year-old dog down. She had diabetic ketosis, which with treatment she might have died anyway.
I mean, with diabetes and kidney failure in cats and dogs, it's usually kind of better for them to let them go than prolong their suffering, to be honest. So, I mean, you did the right thing for your dog. 7's young. That's bad. But you know what? You're gonna do it to yourself all over again, aren't you? That's how it is with pets.
At Mr. DeBossBaby 6969 send a super chat. My favorite anime is King of the Hill.
My favorite fun fact, and I'm sure a lot of people know this, is that Japanese fans of King of the Hill have sub versus dub arguments. It just goes to show people are the same everywhere.
At Wolf Titan Reading 5308 sent a super chat. You break Lork in videos. Yes. I broke her with writing.
I've seen, like, even people on the farms are, like, rewriting her Into the Void stuff. Everybody's having fun, like rewriting Into the Void recently.
At Kona Kabistru sent a super chat. Remember when Lork said that Princess Mononoke was for little kids? Wonder if she'll reiterate on that or claims something else instead this time, lol.
Again, Princess Mononoke is my favorite Ghibli movie, and it's one of my favorite movies in general, so I am going to get her ass on that one, don't you worry. Alright, looks like we're done with supers for now. I'm gonna pause them, we're gonna start this fucking bullshit. I mean, I joke, I'm being self-deprecating when I describe myself as a fedora atheist. You know? What does Japanese yup sound like? I don't know. Probably just height. You know? Alright, let's go.
You know, I was sitting with my wife one day watching junk TV when I suddenly decided I'm going to marathon review the Ghibli films, and then everyone else in the library promptly told me to shut up and take my laptop somewhere else.
Wow, what a funny opening bit. Wow, you got the whole team laughing.
Studio Ghibli's work has always been a standout in the anime industry, largely a result of ignoring trends that make anime hard for zealots to recommend to people who regularly shower, but also because for the vast majority of its existence, the studio has been run by two auteur directors who have a very distinct vision for the kind of art they want to make. In recent years, as a result of the death of master animator Isao Takahata and the ailing health of Hayao Miyazaki,
so Isao Takahata is the one she's going to glaze, even though, like I said, all of his movies are very conservative and traditionalist, and they're very steeped in Japanese culture, which she usually hates. So again, I'm going to see what the fuck she is even saying she likes about them.
The studio has been in something of a holding pattern where its future is uncertain. I think for a lot of people there's a fear that after Miyazaki's—
What do you mean its future is uncertain? I mean, Miyazaki, he was like, in 2010, I'm going to retire, and then he did it. In 2013, I'm going to retire, and then he didn't. 2016, I'm going to retire, and then he didn't. Yeah, his son is kind of a dud, and it's not fair that everyone expects his son to take up his mantle. But yeah, the studio probably will die with him. Who knows? But, so, I mean, Disney also went downhill after Walt Disney died, so—
death, the studio will transform into making placid-faced films that no longer immediately convey to people that this is something different. Compared to that, closure would probably be better. So before we get started with the actual reviews, let me just run down how my grading system works. I grade things on a letter grading system with a star and—
I grade things inconsistently and confusingly.
Skull on either end. A star means that a piece of art is functionally perfect, while a skull means that it's harmful.
Perfect.
What does harmful mean? Well, that either means right-wing propaganda, so objectionable that nobody would ever think to defend it, or it is just so unbelievably bad.
So her idea of harmful is Birth of a Nation, Rape Lay, and The Lele. But again, Isao Takahata's movies are very conservative. Maybe because it's Japanese culture, she doesn't understand how conservative they are, but they're very conservative.
Bad that experiencing it will give you a migraine. This does not apply to things that give actual literal migraines, by the way. Anything C- or a higher is considered a good grade. If you claim B- is a low score, I'm going to hit you with a stick. For a film to get a star grade, it has to have a core central theme, and one that's more specific than the power of friendship or believing in yourself.
Yeah, the core central theme of the Tale of Princess Kaguya, just like fucking Only Yesterday, is, boy, you sure would have been happier marrying this broke-ass farm boy than being in the big city. Like, who hurt you, Takahata? That seems to be the theme of most of your movies.
For coming of age. A film that is otherwise amazingly made, but doesn't have one, never goes higher than an A+. And while this isn't relevant to
she says coming of age movies don't count, when that is the majority of Miyazaki's movies. So she is skewing this so the director she likes can be the better one. Even though most of Miyazaki's movies are coming-of-age stories about, like, preteens. Okay. Yeah.
the video, as no such Ghibli film exists, any story that makes a villain out of civil rights activists—
Wait, what?
And this is a low score, I'm going to hit you with a stick. For a film to get a star grade, it has to have a core central theme, and one that's more specific than the power of friendship, or believing in yourself, or coming of age. A film that is otherwise amazingly made, but doesn't have one, never goes higher than an A+. And while this isn't relevant to the video, as no such Ghibli film exists, any story that makes a villain out of civil rights activists never goes higher than F, regardless of quality.
Again, how much do you even understand about Japanese culture that you'd recognize that, Lily? So, I misunderstood what she was saying there. I thought she was saying, like, I don't know what I thought she said. But, like, again, she's just saying coming-of-age themes don't count, because I don't want them to. to skew my scoring system in my favor. Yeah, IGN has better scoring than her.
Spoilers for this video, only 2 Ghibli films go low.
No, it has a central theme. Spirited Away has a central theme, but it's coming-of-age, so it doesn't count. Because she doesn't like Miyazaki's movies.
Over the sea. So with that out of the way, let's get right into it.
Oh, don't worry, Space Bakeries. I will be Nausicaa manga pilling all of you. I think that's the one she's talking about first, because it's technically the first Ghibli movie. However, they made Nausicaa before they formally became a studio, and they based it off Hayao Miyazaki's own original work. And rewatching the movie, it's like, I wish I could like this movie more, but after reading the manga, it is so much more shallow than the manga. I have trouble enjoying it anymore. It's so weird, because I first saw Nausicaa as Warriors of the Wind, the fucking 80s chop job that made that made Ghibli not let any American company distribute their films for like a decade. I remember seeing that as a kid, and then I saw the original movie, but then I read the manga, and now the movie, I'm just like, man, Kushana's so much cooler in the manga, damn it. So...
First up is Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind.
What are you gonna say about Nausicaa?
Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind isn't technically a Ghibli film. It was made by Topcraft just before it went out of business. In fact, Topcraft eventually split into 3 different companies: Studio Ghibli, Pacific Animation, which made The Real Adventures of
Yeah, exactly. It led to the formation of Ghibli, so duh.
Johnny Quest, Silverhawks, and Thundercats, and Gainax, which made... no comment. Anyway, for whatever reason, probably rule of we got the director, so neener, Ghibli's the one that got to keep the rights to Nausicaa, and so it's forever known as a Ghibli movie, and like most of Miyazaki's work...
of course they got to keep the rights to it! It's Miyazaki's own manga!
It's really insistent that you know that nature is good and war is bad, and if you fail to live in harmony with nature, it will kill you and your family and your cat and that windmill for good measure. In the world...
yeah! Lots of his movies are about living... but Takahata also has, like... going back to tradition, reject modernity, nature is awesome. Takahata has the exact same fucking themes in his movies. I had to sit through a whole fucking boring speech about organic fucking farming, and only yesterday, god damn it!
In the world of Nausicaa, humanity is suffering a post-apocalypse where much of the world is covered in a poisonous forest. The people of the Valley of the Wind live sheltered from the toxic jungle by virtue of living upwind of it, and have cultivated a life around living in harmony.
How interesting that you call it the toxic jungle, Lily. Because in English they call it the Sea of Decay, but the word for the forest directly translates from Japanese to toxic jungle. So it's interesting that you're using the Japanese terms when usually you, like, defy using anything from the Japanese language version. So that's interesting.
Harmony with the land and accepting the toxic jungles are just something everyone's gonna have to get used to. The titular Nausicaa is the princess of the valley and loves spending all of her time in the toxic jungle and has mastered the art of communing with nature when she saves fantasy Patrick Stewart from a giant potato bug. But then the Valley of the Wind gets invaded by...
Oh, you watched the dub, though. Yeah, you watched the dub. You watched the dub, but you're calling it the toxic jungle. So you got a lot of this from Wikipedia, didn't you? Yeah, they call it, even in the subtitles for the Japanese version, they call it the Sea of Decay. But it literally translates to toxic jungle.
By the Tolmekians, who have been transporting some big weapon thing to use against their enemies, the Pedjite, and thus the Valley of the Wind ends up being caught in a crossfire of a race war. Let's see, 2 nations fighting each other for imperialistic reasons, the innocent people caught in the crossfire, and a big giant weapon that is known to have caused a global apocalypse and changed the environment to be poisonous to humanity. Be honest, is this about nukes? Because I'm starting to think this might be about nukes. No.
Well, technically, the warriors had nothing to do with the toxic jungle, but that doesn't come up in the movie. I'll get to it when I tell you all about the manga.
Nausicaa's approach to environmentalism is actually quite interesting, as it laser focuses on the fact that damage to the environment is itself an own goal. While in real life, rising temperatures and nuclear fallout make areas hostile for humans to live in Nausicaa, the threat is far more direct. The toxic jungle isn't just a place with poison in it. Clean water is actually being filtered through fossilized trees deep underneath it, and the jungle is crawling with insects who swarm at any hostility from humans.
Well, no. The fossilized trees aren't filtering the water. What happens, and they explain this in the movie, Nausicaa discovers that the plants themselves are not poisonous. She discovers that the plants are siphoning poison out of the soil and releasing it into the air and purifying the soil. So, all the land is polluted, no matter what. Even in the Valley of the Wind, all the land is polluted. But she grew the plants in a secret chamber with fresh dirt and pure water from deep, deep underground, and discovered this. So that's actually an important plot point, you know? Like, it's not the apocalypse that caused the toxic jungle to exist. It's actually the whole ecosystem has a purpose.
World humans keep trying to burn down the toxic jungle to remove the threat it poses, but whenever they do, the largest of these insects, the Ohm, go, we hear you, but consider the following, and then swarm and destroy everything in their path until they die of exhaustion, and the toxic jungle expands from their corpses. So any attempt to cause harm to nature causes nature to bite back with violent gusto. In terms of environmentalist messages, it's pretty on the nose of literally having nature pimp-slap humanity every time it starts thinking of industrializing again. But not if you listen to Nausicaa, stop fighting, and
But again, that's not quite it, because the plants are cleansing the soil. and the insects instinctively protect the forest because it is cleansing the earth of toxin. So that is, again, important, and she's completely missed that.
At the potato bug, which means learn to get along with nature, you fuck. In particular, it makes a point about nature that is ugly. We all love to save the environment. When it's a pretty forest, you can imagine setting up a cottagecore lifestyle in, filled with rabbits and birds and deer and cute widow elephants. We all know those are important to save because we like them and they're aesthetically pleasing. But you know what's also important? Mosquitoes, wasps, big deadly
That's really not it, though. It's Nausicaa sees the beauty in all life. It's Nausicaa's boundless compassion that makes her a good leader and a noble hero. It's her boundless compassion for all living things, be it enemy humans, the giant insects of the forest, little critters like her pet she keeps. She has boundless compassion for all living things, and she has a mysterious connection to life itself, basically. Which, again, is not expanded on in the movie, but is important.
spiders that will murder you if they so much as look at you, wolves that snarl and are probably bigger than you, ugly, gross, and disgusting insects that don't exist for your aesthetic pleasure, gross, moldy fungi. The toxic—
I remember reading that Miyazaki said the idea for Nausicaa came to him because he was reading the Greek myth about the Greek Nausicaa, but he was also, like, thinking of this old Heian period tale about the lady who loved insects, which was about a princess, a noblewoman, who loved to run free in the fields, loved bugs, wouldn't pluck her eyebrows or blacken her teeth like the other girls. And those two mythological characters kind of congealed in his mind and created his Nausicaa.
Jungle everyone fears so much is actually producing clean air and drinkable water, so the thing you believe is a blight on the world because it actively repels you is actually extremely beneficial for everyone. Gee, I wonder what—
Well, is it though? Is it though? Again, I can't watch this movie without thinking of the manga now.
Why the jungle is populated entirely by insects. There's a particular love of the ugliness of nature, the way a baby ohm is cared for and loved just as much as a fluffy bunny or a moose would be. And they do more good for the world than the people who think they're doing good by eradicating them. More importantly, it's angry. It is angry.
I mean, I don't think Kushana thinks she's doing good. Her whole motivation in the movie is just like, the bugs took my legs! I'ma kill them! Her motivation in the manga is so much more interesting.
At men's indifference and unwillingness to understand nature. The Ohm are unmarketable and ugly. You couldn't make a plushie out of them, and the ecosystem they create is almost tailor-made.
You can make a plushie. I bet they do make plushies out of... Hang on, Nausicaa, Oma plushie. I bet they do make plushies. Look at that! Yeah, they do! Yeah, they do! I want one. Look at that! Totally marketable play. Jesus Christ, $400! Jesus! I guess these were a limited collectible.
To keep human beings out for their own good. The human tendency toward destruction and reckless—
Like, I already spent $200 on a vintage Nights into Dreams toy. I'm not gonna get crazy. And thank you, Shark Jumping Warriors, for the gifted subs.
Conquest is represented in these massive hulking monsters that literally drip gore and look like horrifying nightmare creatures to visually represent the kind of depravity it takes for a species to destroy the—
Well, it's actually not complete. The warrior's not complete, but again, they don't really explain this very well in the movie.
very ecosystem it relies on. No other species does this, and in the world of Nausicaa, the planet has evolved for this. Human beings are no longer the ultimate apex predator. If you start trying to kill nature, nature will kill you back and it will win. Nausicaa is a difficult film to talk at length about because it only has one thing to say, but it says it extremely well. There's a point at the end where the Ohm are swarming and are about to wash over everyone when Obaba flat out says that if extinction is to be their fate, then so be it.
Well, you're missing that Pajate are, like, specifically, like, was carrying, like, an injured baby Ohm to make them rampage toward the valley to take out the Tolmekians who had taken over. So the Tolmekians take over the valley, and the Pajate are like, okay, we're just gonna, like, incite a stampede of Ohm to, like, just kill them all. And Nausicaa has to sacrifice herself to get them to stop and quell their rage.
That if humanity needs horrible monsters like the old warriors to survive, then they've long since lost the right to exist.
No, these are just very... See, the thing is, Nausicaa takes place in a post-apocalyptic world where the past was much more technologically advanced. They can't build anything new. They don't have the knowledge. They have to scavenge for ceramics and stuff. So, these are very tribal people. So, of course, they're like, if we are to die, we accept our fate. These are very tribal people living in a very tough world. That's what it's more about.
Which, coming from anyone else, would sound eco-fascist, but here it's...
Then Oma!
It's more of a resigned acceptance of the fact that the big bugs are about to kill them all until Nausicaa risks her own life to stop the swarm. If we don't take care of the
Yeah, she's not explaining how or why this happens, though.
Environment, it will kill us. It's a guarantee. That's
right. Shia fucking LaBeouf is in the dub for this movie. This is why I don't watch the dub.
the kind of film that might sound preachy to...
Like, seriously, you can hear Shia LaBeouf spitting on the microphone with every hard consonant pit. Like, oh, he's awful in that movie.
Some people, but important messages will always seem preachy to people who are out of touch with reality. This will be us one
Good
day,
thing the Ghibli
but probably
boy in
without
this
the
movie
big
isn't one
lovable
of the
potato
more
bug. Knowing the
interesting
real
ones.
world, it'll just be a giant wandering spider.
Okay, cool story, Lily. Anyway, we're gonna shut you off for a second so I can tell everybody about the Nausicaa manga. So I could only find volume 3. So I don't want to spoil too much, but, this is, like, way deeper. So the movie, the Nausicaa movie, only covers about the first volume or 2 of the manga. There's, like, 7 volumes, I think, 6 or 7. I have the collection. Or maybe, oh, my perfect collection is, they pared it down to 4, but I highly recommend it. It's Miyazaki's own art. Beautiful goddamn art. He has very utilitarian panel construction, but it flows. It just flows. And you know, Miyazaki is a storyboard-driven director, so he basically draws out the storyboards for his movies like a comic. So this is way deeper in the plot. This is Dorak. This is a civilization we don't see in the movie. There's so many different civilizations. There's so much going on. Kushana is much more interesting in the manga. Is she in this volume? I think she's somewhere in here. Kushana, the princess from Tolmakia. She's not a cyborg in the manga, for one thing. That's a movie-only thing. And, it's more that she has survived her own family. She's warned that she has been born into a nest of vipers. And she has, like, 3 older brothers, I think. And, her backstory, they basically stole her backstory for Asuka and Evangelion, actually. So Kushana's backstory was somebody tried to poison her, but her mom got poisoned instead, and it drove her mom mad to the point she doesn't recognize Kushana anymore and thinks that a raggedy old rag doll is her real daughter. So Kushana's very cold and calculated, but she has to be, because that's how she's survived in her family this whole time. And she learns to be more compassionate from Nausicaa, though she doesn't completely adopt Nausicaa's ways. But she learns a thing or two about being compassionate. She already commands the respect of her men, as it is. But everybody's changed by Nausicaa. Nausicaa is one of those protagonists where she changes the people in the world around her with her nobility and just the way she is. But look at this beautiful fucking artwork. I won't even tell you guys what's going on. But one thing I wanted to say about there's Kushana. There's my girl. Yeah, actually, this is one of the parts I was thinking of, where she becomes more like Nausicaa. She's sitting with her wounded men as there's a battle going on, and she starts humming gently to calm them all down. And even she remarks that she's taking a page out of Nausicaa's book, you know. But Kushana's fucking awesome in the manga. She is like best girl. I love her. But yeah, I highly recommend reading the manga, especially like the movie. And the one thing I was going to say about the toxic jungle is that Nausicaa discovers that the toxic jungle was man-made. So no, it's not nature will just kill you for messing with nature. The toxic jungle was man-made. So its entire ecosystem is based around sucking all the toxin out of the earth. For what ultimate goal? I'll let you read the manga. I don't want to give it away. The ending is pretty spectacular, though. And Nausicaa, even though she's compassionate, she isn't non-violent, because she is from a very tough tribal environment. So she's compassionate, she's caring, but she will throw down when she has to. And she will commit kind of atrocious acts for the greater good. Makes Nausicaa a very interesting character, but again, she doesn't have, like, a character arc, per se. She's more one of those more flat characters that changes the world around her, rather than learn anything from the world. And she is a little mystical. There's a lot of mysticism in the manga. There is some in the movie, but how much of it is actually happening, how much of it is just these tribal people's beliefs, how much of it is actually, like, mysticism and humans having a psychic connection is kind of up in the air. But it's very, like, it is very, like, 80s fantasy, where it is slightly sci-fi, it is very grungy, it is very dark and kind of desolate, you know? That was kind of the trend for fantasy back then. But yeah, let's look at this gorgeous fucking artwork, man. And again, reading it, it just flows. It just flows as you read it, and you can feel the movement of these still images. It's so good, man. So if you can track down the Nausicaa Perfect Collection. Actually, let's see how much it is on eBay right now. We can get it for about 60 bucks. This is the one I have. Number 1 for $500? Fuck you, buddy. But yeah, you can get the whole box set for about $60. Highly recommend. Though it is, I'm looking at this on Internet Archive, though I couldn't, Volume 1 wasn't borrowable from the Internet Archive, so... But let me just let some supers through before we go into the next section of Lily's video.
At DinoNuggy22 sent a super chat. What's up, Sai? What is Lily yapping about today?
Studio Ghibli movies. We know she's gonna be dumb about them.
At Mike's Story Glee sent a super chat. Lork was a B kid and was told to get better.
I mean, I didn't have very good grades in school. I'm not gonna begrudge her.
9624 sent a super chat. I have Japanese gen and I suspect that ain't gonna be enough for the amount of lorchin we're due.
No, so far she's been kind of mild, but we know how she be.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. OFC coming of age themes don't count to her. Lily's still an immature child and the idea of growing up probably personally offends her.
Probably, but also it's just like, I don't want Miyazaki to, like, have themes, so I'm gonna say coming of age in children's movies, the most common theme in children's movies, doesn't count. Because...
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 and sent a super chat. Sai is going to talk about a culture that she has no idea and going to say Japan is homophobic. Ant was right.
Dude, how do you not think Japan... Like, why are you obsessed with this? How do you not think Japan is homophobic? Same-sex marriage is illegal there still. Same-sex couples can't adopt children. They have a very homophobic culture. It's not like the United States doesn't also have a homophobic culture. I mean, what do you mean? Do you think homophobia is just over? You think gay people have no problems anymore? We're not persecuted anywhere? Are you, really?
At Sadistic Nils sent a super chat. Latex. What I miss.
Not much yet. She only went through Nausicaa and it wasn't too bad, but I'm sure it's going to get worse.
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 and sent a super chat. Also Gynax is peak.
Gynax is peak. I mean, I don't like Ava. I do like Gurren Lagann and Fooly Cooly, though. I do like them a lot, so...
At Thelonic111 sent a super chat. Lork. Yes, destroy all the humans. Evil humans.
Well, yeah, she's like, wants to be an elf supremacist and shit,
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. Lily's hatred of humanity on full blast in the vid.
I'm sure we'll get there, yeah, I'm sure we'll get there.
At
She hates the nature messages, though.
275 sent a super chat. I think they made her a cyborg because Japan has a think about showing missing limbs and not wanting to show them. Or at the least not show them a lot.
Well, she's not missing limbs in the manga, though. She's completely intact. She isn't missing limbs and has, like, robot arms and legs in the manga, so that's just something they invented for the movie.
At Beam4509 sent a super chat. Expecting Lily to understand media is like expecting a rock to understand poetry.
I guess. I mean, that's an insult to rocks, though.
At Wogadora sent a super chat. Talk more about this lore this helped to build up.
Hopefully I get you guys interested in some Ghibli movies.
At DLMKV sent a super chat. Heavy Metal Magazine Talk Tax. It was inspired by.
You think so? Yeah, well, like, Heavy Metal Magazine, like, kind of represented that sort of desolate, grungy fantasy of the, like, primal fantasy of the 80s. We had a lot of that. Like, just a ton of it. Alright, I guess I'm done talking about the Nausicaa manga. We have to go back to Lily. What does she say here? Positives. A pristine example of an environmental film that gets to the root of why environmentalism is important. Depicting the Earth itself as a living being attacking something that is harmful to it. Again, the toxic jungle was man-made to cleanse the toxins out of the Earth. A level of maturity and respect for the audience that outclasses similar films like Pom Poko and Princess Mononoke. Are you kidding me? I mean, Pom Poko is about, like, raccoon dogs with giant nut sacks. I would think it's more mature than that, yeah. I don't know why she hates Princess Mononoke. I'm gonna get her ass on it. No effort is made to make the insects cute. The design of insects highlights the way people will harm themselves by destroying ugly creatures and focusing only on the friendly ones. Well, the thing is, though, you attack one insect, and it'll attract a swarm to attack you back. That's how the toxic jungle works. Because, again, it was, like, biologically designed to work that way as a complete ecosystem that will draw all the toxins out of the Earth. Neutrals, directed by Hayao Miyazaki. Environmentalists, negatives. Nausicaa becomes something of a wet blanket from the second act onward, playing up her all-loving hero tropes to a degree that's bordering on nauseating. Well, yeah, Nausicaa is a very classical, noble hero. Very, very classical, noble hero. I mean, this operates more like mythology than a typical modern movie. You know, it's very primal, very primitive, these people. That's the point. That's how it's supposed to be. It's called world building, which we know Lily hates.
At Sadistic Nils sent a super chat. Lily is an elf supremacist. I'd like to introduce her to the Dark Eldar.
She just wants elves that, like, kill all humans. That's like her favorite thing right now for some reason.
At Neo Kaiser 0 sent a super chat. When size spitting 8 or more.
I don't think anybody wants that, Kaiser. Unless do you want that? You weirdo.
At Salsamus sent a super chat. Homophobes don't exist. Just like Queen of England.
I guess since the Queen of England doesn't exist anymore, I guess homophobia is solved.
At Boopame8275 sent a super chat. Evangelion manga is honestly better than the anime.
I'm sure the manga was made after the anime, though, right? Because a lot of times, a lot of anime is based on manga, but sometimes they'll do a manga adaptation after an anime is made. So I tend to make a distinction between those two things, personally.
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. We aren't anti-gay. We're anti-sci.
Well, thanks for the money, idiot.
At Dio MKV sent a super chat. Miyazaki was inspired by heavy metal. It's
that's cool.
Fact.
Yeah, that's cool. I can see it a lot. I can see it in Nausicaa and Castle in the Sky a lot, actually.
At The Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Speaking of studies, I stand Trigger.
Studio Trigger is one of the most prestige animation studios out there right now, bro. They're so good.
At Harish Wolf 95 sent a super chat. As an elf role player, I do not claim Lily.
I am also an elf role player in Dragon Age, so what can I say? Alright, that's enough supers for now. What's the next movie she's gonna talk about? Oh good, she's gonna talk about Castle in the Sky, my second favorite one. What are you gonna say about it, Lily?
He heard the humming like thunder.
This might be why your fucking video got demonetized, by the way.
At Talking Movie Bubbles B6 sent a super chat. How are you going to avoid the copyright infringement with Ghibli? That's something to worry about.
By pause Andying, and also it's at a tiny screen transformed in the corner here.
At Mike's Story Glee
that's why we're doing
sent
this
a
on a
super
Wednesday.
chat. I am now making an elf world that sucks.
Yeah, make elves suck. Castle in the Sky is an underrated one. It's one of my favorites, though. I rewatched it the other day.
Castle in the Sky is certainly on a much slower boil than Nausicaa. It's about an hour into the film before we learn the two lead characters' names, Patsu.
No, we learned their names earlier than that. But also, you saying this movie is slow? This movie is a madcap steampunk adventure film that is more overtly comedic than other Ghibli films. This is like some Errol Flynn shit. Like, if you like fucking Treasure Planet, you'll like this movie, basically. It's one of those, you know? It's like an old school adventure movie.
And Sheeta. They meet when Sheeta falls off an airship and literally lands in his arms. She fell off the airship while trying to hide from, based on the context, I'm assuming pirates? They were
No, the government. The pirates were after her for the treasure she has. She got kidnapped by the government. They do explain this shit later in the movie.
after the necklace she wore, so yeah, I'm saying pirates. While she's down in Patsu's town, she learns about a floating castle in the sky. Patsu has been planning to find it after his father saw it one time and died trying to find it again. Loser. Then they get chased by pirates and have to escape the town, and thus does the real-
What a loser, trying to find a lost civilization he saw proof of once. What a loser, what a loser. Also, the pirates are the best fucking characters of this movie. You got Dola, who is just like a pirate captain, and all of her crew are just her sons. So, she's like Mom from Futurama, or the eco-terrorist lady from Cowboy Bebop. It's that trope of an overbearing mother who just employs her adult sons. They're great.
real castle in the sky begin. They learn that the crystal Sheeta is wearing is made of Ethereum, a powerful material that humanity lost the ability to mine and work with, and that it comes from the floating castle.
I don't think it's called Ethereum. At least it wasn't called that in Japanese, so...
And Sheeta inherited a traditional name that roughly translates to the fucking chosen one, you dolt. They eventually get kidnapped.
Yeah, she has a secret name that marks her as as part of the royal family of Laputa. Only her family is descended from the royal family of Laputa, which ruled the castle in the sky. But it's been like 700 fucking years. So they've passed down some of their traditions, but they don't really remember where they're from, you know? Because they've been diminished to just like simple farm peasants, you know? Ethereum was the Disney dub. I forget exactly what it's like Volusite. It's like Volusite in Japanese. So yeah, it's Volusite. But I guess she watched the dub.
From the floating castle, and Sheeta inherited a traditional name that roughly translates to the fucking chosen one, you dolt. They eventually get kidnapped by the government, and Mark Hamill reveals that the government also wants a floating city, because that would be a...
Oh, Mark Hamill's that guy? I've never actually watched the dub, to be honest. But, yeah, he's the one who kidnapped her in the first place. It's the pirates that broke onto the ship for her necklace.
Really sick way to carpet bomb South American nations when they start suggesting workers unionize. Sheeta strikes a deal to spare Patsu, but after being told that the government is not going to let Sheeta live, Patsu teams up with the pirates to rescue her. This is probably the most 80s anime ever made. Everything about it, visually, musically, and narratively, has the feel of a movie you'd have found on, like, Channel 88 when you were 9. What
do you mean? Yeah, like, a lot of, like... The 80s was kind of, like, doing a lot of these, like, 50s-style adventure movies at the time. Like, this fits right in with Indiana Jones and other stuff of that ilk. It's a very steampunk, classic adventure film, you know?
Watched, like, 40 minutes...
Yeah, the pirates are hardly villains. They're, like, benign villains who become allies, and they're just sidekicks, and they're funny.
And then never been able to find again until 30 years later on the Tip of My Tongue subreddit. There's an action scene near the start where they fend off the pirates using their environment and a lot of slapstick. If this were made today, there would be a lot of luxuriously animated martial arts and screaming. It's very swashbuckly, and...
No, if it was made today, there'd be lots of martial arts. It's very swashbuckly. Yeah, it's supposed to be swashbuckling, so of course all the fights are gonna be rough and funny and use the environment like a fucking Jackie Chan movie. They're not, like, none of these people are supposed to be expert fighters. They're all scrappy. That's the point. You know, why does she think there would be martial arts if it was made today? These people are supposed to be scrappy. It's supposed to be a rough adventure comedy.
If this were made today, there would be a lot of luxuriously animated martial arts and screaming. It's very swashbuckly. Anime's not swashbuckly anymore, and that's a problem. The entire film is probably the most indirectly thematic.
Anime isn't swashbuckly anymore? I'm sure there's plenty of things today you can watch that have this vibe. But yeah, this is Treasure Planet by Miyazaki, as if they don't go to space, but still. If you like Treasure Planet, you'll probably like this fucking movie.
Main villain is the government trying to exploit and plunder a culture and civilization it sees as ripe for the taking. You know.
Well, not exactly. I don't think the government knew that the guy, I forget his name, but the guy leading the charge to find her was secretly also descended from Laputan royalty and wants to take over the flying city.
Hell, like Atlantis. Or El Dorado.
Yeah, One Piece, Lily! One Piece! You don't think One Piece is swashbuckling? One Piece is the best-selling book in Japan, period. Like, not even best-selling manga, best-selling book.
or Africa. But that's largely where the commentary ends once the film becomes a race between all the characters to reach the castle first. The government gets overthrown. No, not in general, just from its role in the story. By Mark Hamill, who wants to use the castle to take over the world, and the heroes resolve to use an evil spell to destroy the castle and keep it and its technology from being used like this. Much of the story is about how while
not an evil spell, there's just so many, there's like phrases that control the castle, and Sheeta was taught a spell of destruction by her mother that she was told to never use, so she knew the key to, like, destroying all the military stuff in this place.
Sheeta may want to let the castle stay undiscovered, she has to find it anyway because the military's looking for it, and letting something that powerful fall into the hands of the army is not a workable—
Sheeta didn't even know about her heritage, that's the thing. Like, yeah, Pazu's looking for Laputa, because his dad saw it, and he just happens to meet the girl who's, like, a descendant, and you know, the royal inheritor of the floating city he's looking for, because you can get your protagonists into a situation with coincidence, you're just not supposed to get them out of it with one. So that's fine. Also, the Iron Giants from Minecraft were inspired by these things, that's why they hold out flowers.
Solution to the fact that she's scared of that.
It doesn't even say anything about Pazu. Pazu is the best Ghibli boy. He's polite, he plays a trumpet for birds in the morning, he's a plucky little gremlin, fucking love Pazu.
And a power. Like most of Miyazaki's films, there's a stark divide between the lead characters, who almost never seek violence themselves, compared to the villains who are so in favor of violence they eat a box of Violence-O's for breakfast. This comes from Miyazaki himself being—
Dude, that is most kids' movies. We're gonna be pacifist and non-violent, not like the violent bad guys. I mean, that is so typical in children's movies.
Being a staunch pacifist, and his leads are often either unwilling to commit violence or incapable
also,
of doing so.
Well, no, though, because Pazu will get into fistfights. At the very beginning of the movie, Sheeta beans, like, the main bad guy over the head with a bottle to escape, so they're not above using violence. They just don't want, you know, a world-destroying floating city happening, as most people wouldn't. Yes, again, Pazu's best Ghibli boy. Fucking love Pazu.
So, except for The Wind Rises, where the lead is apathetic to the violence his creations will commit.
Okay,
this is a
talk
fine
about the
theme, but on the
actual
surface level of the story, it tends to mean his lead characters, who are very often women, are ineffectual wet blankets who the story—
Oh, of course you're saying that about Sheeta. Now, Sheeta is much more gentle and not as physically capable as a lot of other Ghibli girls. So she's kind of unique in that she's much more meek and demure than a lot of other Ghibli girls. But she's still very active. Again, beans the bad guy over the head with a wine bottle and climbs out onto the side of an airship trying to get away from her kidnappers. She's not passive. She's just very gentle and meek. But she's not passive at all, you know? Fucking love Sheeta. But again, she is in stark contrast to a lot of other Ghibli girls. So to say that this is typical for a Ghibli female main character is just a lie. Because she's not at all like Nausicaa or San or even Kiki. She's much more delicate, and she's much more meek, and not as physically capable as some of those other characters. But that doesn't make her a weak person. She's very strong-willed, you know? She's not a wet blanket at all. Yeah, and she's very proactive. She's just, again, compared to Nausicaa or San, she's very gentle.
It happens at, rather than having enough agency to direct the story on their own. Nausicaa—
How did she not direct the story? Just because she gets kidnapped a few times? Because she's a child being pulled around by adults? Or even Chihiro. Yeah, even Chihiro is, like, tougher than Sheeta on the outside.
It was this for half of her film, but Sheeta is entirely at the whims of other characters around her. It's often
Sheeta's entirely at the whims of other characters around her, as she shows her taking action, even with her hands tied behind her back.
To direct the story on their own. Nausicaa was this for half of her film, but Sheeta is entirely—
Nausicaa is nothing like Sheeta. In fact, it's a running theme. They maybe say it once in the movie, but it's a running theme in the manga that Nausicaa is often told, you should have been born a man, or people mistake her for a courageous young man from far away because she's doing things that aren't expected of girls. But everyone in her home kingdom is totally chill with it. But yeah, Sheeta has isn't an active character, she says, during a scene where Sheeta, like, throws her fucking chin onto the bad guy's hand to stop him from using using the destructive powers of the castle. Even though the guy has her hands bound behind her and has a gun, she still stands up to him. He shoots her fucking pigtails off and she just stands there mogging him. Like, don't you shit on Sheeta.
The characters around her. It's often Patsu who has to move the plot forward on their end. This is less egregious.
Pazu stands in sharp contrast to other Ghibli boys. Usually other Ghibli boys are more passive than the female lead, whereas Pazu is more active than a typical Ghibli boy. But he's very polite. He's very respectful to Sheeta. He treats her like an equal. He never treats her poorly for not having as much physical prowess as him. You know? So, it's like, this point you're making is just a lie. You're picking the one movie where the two mains stand in contrast to a lot of other Ghibli boy and girl pairs. You know?
Just than it is in Nausicaa, where the character who does move the plot forward doesn't get introduced until halfway through. Funnily enough, the actual castle in the sky.
You think only fucking, what's his butt? What is his name? God damn it, I forgot his name. I always forget his, Shia LaBeouf here. You think he only moves the story forward? Nausicaa is so active. What about how she tries to kill a bunch of guys when they kill her dad? In fact, in the manga, the Tolmekian army doesn't even kill Nausicaa's dad. She's just pissed off at them for invading her country. That's what makes her go apeshit on them. You know?
Produced until halfway through. Funnily enough, the actual castle in the sky is a very small part of the film. It's largely the subject of myths and tales about its supposed technology and the advanced heavenly super people who once inhabited it. This is a far cry from the original castle seen in Gulliver's Travels, a kingdom that has made many advancements in astronomy, science, and math, but whose people—
They mention it. They mention the name from Gulliver's Travel, but it's not supposed to be the same thing. It's supposed to be like Gulliver's Travel is talking about the same myth. Like, it's mentioned... Asbel, thank you, that's his fucking name. Nausicaa boy, Asbel. Asbel is kind of a nothing in the movie.
people are insufferably—
He's not even in the manga that long either, so I kind of forget his name.
Stupid in spite of that. It was a very thinly veiled satire of the United Kingdom. Once they actually make it to the castle, it's just about
Like, maybe in Gulliver's Travel it was, but not in this movie. This is like, it's supposed to be like these people had, like in ancient times, had supremacy over the Earth because they could just blow up anything from orbit. It's more like Columbia from fucking Bioshock.
Hamill monologuing to Sheeta about birthrights and power and imperialism while Sheeta waits for Patsu to show up with a gun and move the plot forward. I can't
Again, you're ignoring the part where she just stands there mogging the guy, getting her pigtails shot off. Sheeta deliberately traps herself and the villain in the depths of the castle and says, I guess we're just gonna starve to death here together then. And then this will all be over. Like, she's willing to die to stop this guy. So, like, and who gave Pazu that gun, Lily? Who gave Pazu that fucking gun? It was Dola, the badass pirate queen. So you're just ignoring the other major female character in this movie. Because there's a point where he pops a brick aside from where she's sitting tied up by the government, and he peeks up out of there and says, I'm gonna go rescue Sheeta, and he reaches through and starts undoing her ropes, and then hands her the knife to keep doing it herself. And then Dola goes, wait! And she opens one of the pant legs of her bloomers and just drops this fucking rocket launcher out for him and says, take this! It's dangerous to go alone, take this! Oh god, Dola's great.
I don't remember who originally said it, but there's an old piece of writing advice that goes, when in doubt, have someone walk in with a gun. Genuinely, Castle in the Sky is too long. People have said other Ghibli films—
No, you ignored most of the plot here, Lily. Again, this is one of my favorites. If you want a good Indiana Jones-like steampunk adventure, watch this movie.
Films are too long, and let's be honest, most of them are, but the ones people single out—
Master Ghibli's movies are too long. I'd say fucking Takahata's movies are too long. I was suffering watching through Only Yesterday again, just to bitch at you about it, Lily. How dare you make me watch that movie again?
Tend to be ones where the length is actually required to really immerse the viewer in the—
Yeah, Dola says that boy has become a man. There's another funny line where she's like looking at all of her man-children sons that she has as her entire pirate crew, and she's like, when will these boys grow up? And it's as if it's not her fucking fault. You know, it's great.
The central theme. Castle in the Sky is an 80-minute adventure movie about finding the lost city stretched out to 2 hours, and at least one of those hours is spent on—
This movie movie spends its time very, very well. Again, it's Takahata's movies that drag on and are boring as fuck, and she's gonna stand those. This is a fun madcap adventure movie, and like I said, this one is more overtly comedic than a lot of other Ghibli movies. Like, there are laugh-out-loud moments in this one. This is where the scene of the two guys flexing until their shirts pop off comes from.
The characters hesitating. It's a movie I was really liking for the first third, was feeling lukewarm on the second third, and by the final third, I just wanted it to be over. Even now, I just want this segment to be over. Wait a minute, I'm writing the fucking video. I can just... been trapped in that...
Positives! Fun adventure story about finding the lost city and why the military is bad and should feel bad for existing. Neutrals, directed by Hayao Miyazaki. Loose adaptation of Gulliver's Travels. Not really at all, no. Negatives, 2 hours long and runs out of story 90 minutes in. That's just a lie. Pacifist versus non-pacifist plot results in the lead characters being completely lacking in agency, especially Sheeta. She doesn't. Again, she is a very proactive character. She's just gentle and meek and demure, in contrast to a lot of other Ghibli girls. You know, and you cut out most of the plot there, Lily, probably because you weren't paying attention to it. There's a lot going on in this movie.
At Balonic111 sent a super chat. Miyazaki's environmental messaging is more that humans are a part of nature, so thinking we are separate or above it will have a negative impact on humans.
That's also very Shintoist. That's another thing you have to keep in mind when you're seeing all these nature messages, especially in Ghibli films. Very, very Japanese spiritualism, you know? You have to keep that in mind, but of course she can't appreciate the nuances of a different culture.
At Sawasomeness sent a super chat. Goddamn knife ears. Or Samar for life.
Oh, I see. The dwarf role players are here.
At Solar Bones sent a super chat. Making a bionicle mock tax.
Oh, mock? Like a figure? Or I don't know what that is, but have fun with that.
At Blue Blader Bot sent a super chat. 1. I feel like Lily Orchard would love Sonic-Ku. 2. Lorchard is the Harmon Smith of cartoons. 3. Hey,
Yes.
haven't seen you in a while. Been watching our older vids.
Welcome.
At Harish Wolf 95 sent a super chat. One Piece. Am I a joke to you?
I'm not even into One Piece, but I'm just like, yeah, Lily, the anime doesn't have swashbuckling anymore. Are you fucking stupid?
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. A shot every time Lily is confusingly political.
Well, it only happened once, but she doesn't go, look, I'm so smart. I know current events. I'm so smart.
At Justin Bowers 2749 sent a super chat. If I had $1 every time Lily showed her media illiteracy, I'd make Bezos look like a pauper.
Well, you guys give me dollars every time.
9624 sent a super chat. I know PPL Earl who are gentle but will throw hands.
Yeah, exactly. Sheeta's very gentle and very meek,
At
but she's not passive.
5011 sent a super chat. Miyazaki is a confirmed feminist.
I mean, he's still an old Japanese man. I mean, one of the reasons why he has female characters is, like, because he's like, well, these things are all more courageous if a girl is doing it than a boy is doing it, because this is expected of boys. So if a girl is doing it, it's extra special. So, kind of, you know, kind of backhanded, but, you know...
At Space Bakeries sent a super chat. I shows this movie to my family when I was a teen. We speak Spanish. It was very awkward, lol.
Yeah, that's why they just call it Castle in the Sky in the West usually. The full title is La Puta Castle in the Sky, but of course, La Puta sounds very rude in Spanish.
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. Lily is one of those who believes that if not every female character is an ass kicker, then they are bad characters because blah blah blah.
Even though every other Ghibli girl is an ass kicker, you know?
Sent a super chat. I'm convinced Lily scrolls her phone while watching.
Probably. She also says she's like half blind and she can't see things correctly on screen.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. No wonder Lork didn't like Castle in the Sky. There's action, adventure, and fun in it. All of which she's allergic to.
Yeah.
At Pyro7693 sent a super chat. The Pirate Queen is voiced by Trace McNeil in the dub. Mom was deaf based on her.
Maybe I'll have to watch the dub. I think I would like to see Trace McNeil play Dola.
At NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat. Talk tax. It's not like I like you or anything, Beep 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 baka.
Why are we just here just to suffer? It's not like I like you or anything, baka. There you go. Somebody turned that into a breakcore beat.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Miyazaki feminist. So he's confused, but he got the spirit type thing.
I mean, he did kind of make his wife give up animation to raise their kids. So, I mean, just keep that in mind. Alright, so, anyway, oh well, men being hypocrites in their real lives, despite what they may write about female characters in their works, imagine that. Oh good, she's gonna talk about Grave of the Fireflies now, guys. Oh boy, oh good.
At Kona Kabistru sent a super chat. Lork, let me recommend you this. Hands Caillou.
Probably hate Caillou. Alright, let's see what she says about Grave of the Fireflies, and why is it like a fan art version of it? Did she make her wife draw this? This looks too good to be Michaela's art, though. Why did you not just use the real cover? So Grave of the Fireflies is a movie I like, but I would say Barefoot Gen is probably a better representation of Japan during World War II. This movie is still very saccharine, and it is Takahata basically saying, you damn kids today, you need to know what your parents went through, and it's based on somebody else's book. So obviously in the book it doesn't end with the older brother dying, because the guy lived to write the book. So, you know.
At Sadistic Nils sent a super chat. Tail end of a shit workday tax.
Hey, well hopefully we're only 3 movies in, so hopefully you have time to enjoy this. It's probably gonna be a long one today, guys. When we get to only yesterday, I'm probably going to be raging my fucking ass off. Yeah, Barefoot Gen, way more intense than Grave of the Fireflies. I would say even more depressing than Grave of the Fireflies, but I honestly feel like Barefoot Gen is a better, you know, what it was like getting bombed in World War II movie. Than this one, which is mostly focusing on the slow, very preventable tragedy of these 2 children, who are not very interesting characters in of themselves, unfortunately. This was a double feature with Totoro? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
At Espionata1511 sent a super chat. Grave of the Fireflies is one of my favorite films.
I mean, that's cool, that's cool. I kind of agree with Bennett the Sage that it's a little preachy, you know?
At Lord Shinishuga sent a super chat. Barefoot Gen is excellent.
It is. Barefoot Gen is excellent. It's like a first party recollection of what it was like being a child when fucking Hiroshima was nuked, you know? It's crazy.
Okay, here we go. Grave of the Fireflies. So, Grave of the Fireflies is a deeply undeserved reputation as this kind of psychological torture film. Most people are unwilling to watch it because it's just brutal, unforgiving sadness at times. And even people who have seen it will usually only see it once and then never again. If you're one of the few people who list Grave of the Fireflies as your favorite Ghibli film, people will think there's something wrong with you. It's weird that we're in an era where some people are—
No, it's not unusual for people to glaze this movie, Lily. You're not being contrarian by glazing this movie. In fact, people overglaze this movie. Like, I'm not a fan of Takahata's movies, okay? I'm not even just doing it to spite Lily. I've never been that big of a fan of Takahata's movies.
Priding themselves on how they love all kinds of fucked up dark media, but ask them to watch a film that's sad, and it's like you just asked them to rip out their own teeth. Well, funnily enough, I already know why that is. Unlike the kind of dark films or books that most people champion, Grave of the Fireflies actually has teeth. Grave of the Fireflies is about 2 children, Seita and Setsuko, who are orphaned during the waning days of World War II. They end up forced to live with their aunt, who bemoans the fact that Seita doesn't work to earn his keep, and instead stays home to take care of his sister. After enough of the poor treatment from their aunt, Seita decides to take Setsuko to live on their own, figuring they only have to rough it until their father returns. Over the course of the film, the 2 scrape and scrounge to get enough to eat and make a home in an abandoned bomb shelter. Unfortunately, Seita—
Yeah, and all he had to do was put up with his annoying aunt and they wouldn't have died.
isn't able to get enough for Setsuko to eat, and she eventually starves to death, it having been revealed earlier in the film that Seita died soon after. The film covers a lot of different themes, with Takahata himself highlighting the issue of pride. Seita's pride ultimately ends up being the final nail in Setsuko's coffin. At one point, a farmer signals the theme of the film by literally telling Seita to swallow his pride and return to his shitty.
This is why she likes Takahata's movies, because they plainly state to you what the themes are and what you should be thinking. Like, a lot of them just have narration, a lot of them just have very on-the-nose dialogue that just state the theme out loud to you. This is probably why she likes Takahata's movies.
Aunt, because while she may be terrible, it's better than starving out in the wilderness.
Seita
never takes this option, trying to still take care of Setsuko himself, something he ultimately fails to do. Despite how much the film manages to make you care about Seita and Setsuko, there's a profound apathy toward death all over the film. At the very start of the film,
There's a profound apathy in general, because again, with Takahata's movies, I never connect to the characters, because characters in his movie don't tend to really have a personality. They're just there to facilitate the plot. You know, it's one problem I really have with Takahata's movies.
People are walking around Seita's corpse with the level of disgust you'd hold for a dead cockroach, and the bodies of other children are strewn about the place, lying there under the indifference of everyone around them. The fruit drop tin, which we later learn is filled with some of Setsuko's ashes, just gets thrown away like it's garbage. And even later in the film, Seita just casually pulls Setsuko away from a corpse, like it's not even worth acknowledging. All over the place, people who could help them choose not to.
Yeah, it's almost like these people have been surrounded with death for years. Like, they lose their mother in the Hiroshima bombing. They have to see her getting burned in a mass grave. Like, this was reality for people back then, Lily. Seeing corpses in the street, this was the reality of World War II for Japan, yes.
Too indifferent to their suffering to bother. And it's not hard to see why, because people are dying all over the place. Seita and Setsuko may be the main characters, but they aren't uniquely special in that regard. I think what makes Grave of the Fireflies so viscerally and dreadfully uncomfortable for many is that it's a film that deprives the viewer of the things that give them comfortable catharsis. A happy ending is not guaranteed. In fact, the film opens telling you that there won't be a good resolution for these characters. There isn't a main antagonist to root against and a hero to root for, because every character, no matter how small their role, has a hand in the deaths of these children, including...
No, it's mostly his fault. But that's the other thing about Takahata's movies. They're very grounded. They're almost a little too grounded. They're just like, here's the boring lives of boring people. Woo. I'm gonna be such a hater.
Being one of those children, the only truly innocent character in the film is Setsuko. There's a lot of attention put on the terrible systems these children are living in, how it's...
Of course you like the little girl, Lily. We know how much you love little girls, Lily.
uncaring toward their suffering, but you're denied the possibility of escape.
Like I said earlier, Takahata's movies tend to be slow, boring, heavily conservative, and full of naked children. I think that's why Lily likes them.
Or leaving it. Trying to exist outside the broken, cold, callous system is ultimately what dooms them. There's nothing especially noteworthy about our main characters. Many people are suffering, even other children are suffering just as much as they are. They aren't the main characters because they're important, and they're interchangeable with anyone. Any moment where another film would offer you a moment of emotional respite or a moment of catharsis is summarily denied, and you are forced to sit there and think about what you're watching. Grave of the Fireflies is so uncomfortable for so many people, specifically because it's too good at focusing on what it wants to be about that you can't just ignore it and focus on something else. Even The Tale of Princess Kaguya, a film that is arguably more depressing than Grave of the Fireflies, still warms the audience up with the entire first act of the film.
I watched Kaguya for the first time yesterday, and I didn't like it. Again, I just really do not click with Takahata's movies.
And hides Kaguya.
I mean, the animation is impressive because it's all hand-drawn, but you know what, Lily? You know how you talk about animators in crunch time? Takahata was very, very infamous for his perfectionism and making animators work overtime to get these shots for his boring fucking movies. So it seems like on a normal day, you'd hate this guy. He was all about crunch, you know?
Kaguya's ultimate fate behind visual metaphor. Thinly veiled visual metaphor.
I mean, but Kaguya is just the tale of the bamboo cutter dragged out for 2 hours. That's a movie that should have been only 80 minutes. You say that about Castle in the Sky? Fucking Kaguya should have been only 80 minutes. Like, they add so much to it.
It's still just enough that a veneer can pretend they're not watching a young girl kill herself out of sheer lifeless despair. Grave of the Fireflies is raw and unfiltered, and at no point is the viewer ever given a break from thinking about the things that Takahata wants you to think about. This isn't something audiences, especially modern audiences, are accustomed to. Films, especially animated films, constrain themselves to a set of unspoken rules, and when a lot of media gets dark or grim, it does so in a very toothless ways that doesn't ask the audience to take off their—
You're talking about Japanese animation, though. Japanese animation hasn't been like American animation, where they're too afraid to do anything that isn't for kids, or when they do something for adults, it has to be gross and irreverent. That's not been a problem in Japan's animation industry, or France's, or a lot of other countries. That's a very American and Canadian thing, Lily.
their warm blanket. Almost every rule about good—
Yeah, what about Plague Dogs or Watership Down, Lily? I guess that's European, but, you know, still.
storytelling is one
Especially when Americans do dark adult stories, we get fucking, like, Cool World or some shit.
Grave of the Fireflies breaks, and it does so because following those rules would have made the film easier to watch, but worse. A lot of people don't like thinking about anything when they sit down to watch a movie, so Grave of the Fireflies is a particularly potent pain point, because not only does it force you to do that, it especially highlights how the—
Or she likes watching a little girl starve to death and be naked sometimes. I'm going to just assume that's why you like the movie, Lily.
apathy and indifference of the other characters is mirrored by you watching these children slowly dying. Of course, it's not going to be entertaining in the traditional sense, because why would watching children—
Yeah, Plague Dogs is I would say Plague Dogs is a way harder watch than Grave of the Fireflies. Very, very good movie, though. Highly recommend Plague Dogs. Even if you're just gonna watch it as an animation curiosity, watch Plague Dogs. I don't even usually like rotoscoped animation, but I do like Plague Dogs.
Be entertaining. It's actually not hard to think of the kind of person who would love this movie, and that's someone who likes films that make them think. Someone who loves films with a core central theme, and that—
Oh, that's also why you like Takahata's film. These slow, boring movies make me feel really grown up and smart watching them. Who cares if it's all about how the kids today need to appreciate their parents who survived World War II? And that's really what Grave of the Fireflies is kind of about. Because you see at the very end of the movie, like, some vapid rich girls returning to their, like, their town, and it's like, and this was made in, like, the 80s, so the 80s was the time of, like, a big economic boom in Japan, but it also saw a rise in juvenile criminality. So this movie is basically lecturing kids in the 80s of, look what your parents had to go through, you should be more appreciative. You know, again, Takahata's movies are very conservative. And again, Barefoot Gen is a better World War II movie. I'm sorry.
it delivers that theme well, regardless of how sad it is. It's me, I'm someone.
What's the theme? You didn't even say what the fucking theme is, Lily. What do you think the theme of Grave of the Fireflies is? Because again, it's 80s kids. You should be more appreciative of what your parents went through. Old man yells at cloud. You know, that's what this movie is. Positives, an oppressively dark parable about pride. A film that has a chance to become an all-time beloved favorite, just provided the viewer is willing to engage with it honestly and sincerely. I've seen it like twice, Lily. It still hasn't really clicked with me that much. A story that prominently highlights sibling relationships and sibling love, something that's an especially strong muse of mine. Yeah, Lily, we know. You're writing a story right now about two siblings who basically are married. Again, that's all you ever write about is siblings basically being couples, but you just, like, dance away right before you get to the incest and go, tee-hee, I'm not really doing incest. And we all know that you're really into incest and you're really into sexualizing 10-year-old girls. We know this from your magnum opus, fucking Stockholm. So of course it's why you like this movie. There's a naked little girl in it, and it's about siblings. Of course. Ugh. And again, I keep saying there's naked children all over Takahata's movies. I don't really mean that in a bad way. It's always very non-sexual nudity, usually just has to do with Japanese culture, bathing culture, stuff like that. But we know Lily. We know Lily. We know why she likes things. Let's see. Neutral is directed by Takahata based on a novel. Yeah, we know. Negatives has been memed into a reverence by the internet. Has it? I mean, I hardly ever see memes about Grave of the Fireflies. What are you fucking talking about? Have you guys ever done a Grave of the Fireflies meme? I guess the only meme is just that this movie is so depressing you only want to watch it once. That's, like, the only, like, even slightly joking thing I've ever heard anybody say about this movie. It's too boring to meme. Like, honestly. And again, it's one of the Takahata movies I like more. You know, I don't tend to like his movies at all. So... But yeah, we know why she likes fucking sibling love. God fucking damn it, Lily.
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Successfully made s'mores in the oven, Lork break.
Oh my god, that sounds good. I should have gotten s'mores shit when I was at the store today.
At
Damn it.
Manly1 sent a super chat. Hold up, I stepped away for a sec. Double featured with F King what?
Apparently there was a double feature of My Neighbor Totoro and Grave of the Fireflies. Can you imagine? Like, you see the happy kids on the cat bus, and then you get to the fucking depressing World War II movie. Why would you do that?
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Do you just not like slice of life in general, Sai? Just
it
curious.
Depends. It depends. It's like, I like Haibane Renmei. You could consider that a slice of life. I liked reading Meizan Ikoku. So, it's not like I hate slice of life, but, like, when a movie is just standing around being pretentious and up its own ass and insisting on itself, like, I can't engage with it.
At Bupane8275 sent a super chat, a bit unrelated, but there's a fun headcanon that Kubo and the Two Strings is a spiritual sequel to Princess Kaguya. Probably not true, but
I mean,
neat.
it's probably based on other Japanese
Master
folklore,
Clockwork
right?
sent a super chat, Grave of the Fireflies doesn't make people uncomfortable, it makes them sad. It's a beautiful, but depressing film. Once was enough.
Some people are uncomfortable being sad,
Muhammad
though.
KM9KW sent a super chat. Yo, sigh. I ain't standing for Takahata slander.
I'm sorry, I don't like Takahata's movies. You can call me uncultured and immature if you want. I don't like his movies, and I made myself rewatch Only yesterday just because it's Lily's favorite, and I regret everything.
At Muhammad KM9KW sent a super chat. I'm watching you.
Get me.
Or farms from top of pillar.
Alright, we'll have our JoJo fight later, okay? Just fucking chill, bro. What's next? Oh, Totoro is next. Another one about siblings. Great.
At Sadistic Nils sent a super chat. On the subject of darker animation,
Yes.
the original Land Before Time.
You know what? I would consider Land Before Time to be one of those, like, dark 80s fantasy movies, too. It has that vibe, you know?
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Cat returns his top 5 cause Tim Curry. Dub for life.
I think I only watched that one in Japanese, too, so I've watched most of the Ghibli films in Japanese, so maybe I'm a snob
At
for that.
NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat. Talk tax. Ara ara.
Ara, ara. There you go. There you go. Not sure if there's more folklore of the Moon Kingdom that isn't about Kaguya. Yeah, like, Kaguya is the story of the Moon Kingdom, basically. I mean, if you're not familiar with the basic folklore that Kaguya is based on, you might be kind of confused. So I'm interested to see what she actually says about it, you know? So here we go, My Neighbor Totoro. Very, very simple, inoffensive movie. It's more like a Takahata, even though it's by Miyazaki, but because it's by Miyazaki, it's infinitely more interesting. So, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna keep shitting on Takahata. Totoro! Now that looks like fucking AI. What the fuck is this little dude? Why is there just a mini Totoro? The mini one is supposed to be white. This looks like fucking AI right here.
My Neighbor Totoro is probably Ghibli's strangest film, which is ironic considering it's all over Ghibli's branding. Until Ponyo.
This movie is so normal! What are you talking about? You think this is stranger than Ponyo? You think this is stranger than The Cat Returns? Really? This is just about kids messing with spirits in the forest. Because only kids can see spirits. It's not even that complicated. Why is it strange? Just because there's a cat bus? It's a spirit! They're all spirits! If you don't know anything about, like, forest kami in Japan and, like, Shintoism, I guess maybe it won't make any sense to you. My favorite shot in this movie is when the cat bus is running through the fields and it just looks like a strong gust of wind. And the adults can't see it, but a dog is barking at it. So when there's a strong gust of wind and your dog is barking at nothing, that means a spirit just passed by. I love that.
Ponyo came out, it was the lightest and softest of their work. My Neighbor Totoro is about two sisters who move into
It's for preschoolers, bro. Of course it's soft.
an old house in the countryside to be close to their mother's hospital, where she's being treated for a chronic illness. The house, as it turns out, is practically infested with mold. I mean spirits. Those are definitely spirits. It's not mold, they're spirits. This leads them on an adventure to find out what they are, which eventually leads them to a big tree where they meet Gabriel Iglesias, who occasionally shows up whenever the plot is getting a touch too quiet.
Gabriel Iglesias voiced Totoro in the dub, really? Okay, I mean, she keeps making references to the dubs. Again, I've only seen this movie in Japanese, so skill issue.
The entire film is practically a highlight reel of the almost nonsensical childhood adventures that children can get up to in a rural area. For the Zoomers in the audience, before the advent of computers you can hold in your hand, we used to do this crazy thing called going outside, where we—
You think you would like this one, then? It's just about it's just about two kids fucking around in the woods for most of it. while they avoid the worry over their mother. No, I think the mom does have a chronic illness, Space Bakeries. It's kind of like a common folk wisdom in Japan. Like, if somebody is sickly, it's good for them to go to the country and have fresh air, you know? I mean, I guess a lot of people figure you move down to Florida where it's warm if you're sickly or old, you know? It's kind of that kind of thing.
We'd have adventures finding every hidden path, shortcut, and meadow that our neighborhood had to offer. It's not something Zoomers or Gen Alpha really do, partially because they've got a literal dopamine generator in the palm of their hands.
So now she's doing Old Man Yells at Cloud. No wonder she likes Takahata.
But also because their parents are overprotective freaks in nature who wouldn't let them out.
Yeah, Shadow Puppet says, don't you like this shit? You glazed Craig of the Creek. This is like anime Craig of the Creek, basically, yeah.
Out unsupervised until they were 16. Man, Gen X really just ruined childhood, huh? Much of the film is about the two sisters just exploring, experiencing life, bonding with furry creatures, and occasionally writing to their mother. There's little in the way of plot or conflict. Actually, no, there is.
So
I mentioned that their mother is
that?
in the hospital with a chronic illness. Well, toward the end of the film, after all of this whimsy is getting to the point that it's about to cause a case of diabetes, this really starts to come to a head as there's the very real possibility that these girls might lose their mother. Oh, and bear in mind, when it first came out, this movie was a double feature with Grave of the Fireflies. So the idea that a Ghibli film would not make two children lose their mother because that's too dark had been thoroughly shattered an hour and a half ago. Seriously, these two were a double feature? Holy shit! Satsuki breaks down in tears over it more than once, and she and Mei actually fight—
what, did that happen in Japan or America, though?
About it at one point. It's not especially present in the film, as I suspect their father isn't keeping them completely informed. It's not the plot that the film is building toward, but rather just the dash of salt that's necessary for any—
Well, of course, because the dad is, like, trying to keep them happy and unconcerned over their mother's condition, because they're tiny children. Like, I think the sisters are, like, 8 and 5 or something, you know?
Cake. And that's really it. Like, that's all I have. I don't have anything else. That's it. It's fucking Totoro. Like, there's no secret meaning or hidden truth or—
Oh, shouldn't this be what you like? It's like slice of life, and barely anything happens. Isn't that what you like, Lily?
any of that shit fandom likes to cook up. The mother doesn't even die. She comes home at the end happily ever after. I genuinely have nothing else to say, and there's more films like that to come, too.
At Whimsy's house.
Okay, like, you think she would have more to say about this, and she likes Takahata's slow-ass movies so much. Is that also, like, AI or something? Why does she have pigtails in this shot? Where's her sister? What the fuck? Why does this not look right? Positives take a trip down the Whimsy's house. Adorable children aggressively distracting themselves with the looming dread of their mother's possible death. Negatives, these children are aggressively loud and scream at the top of their voices for 80% of the film. So, you mean, like, children? You mean, like, children? Like, normal children? This film reminds me of how old I am and how uncomfortable that makes me, and that means it's bad. Sarcasm. Why does it make you feel old? Because the kids are playing outside? You know they still do that, right? Luckily, I don't think you're allowed within 500 meters of children, so you probably wouldn't know that. Since this one was so short, I'm just gonna go on to the next one. Oh, she's gonna talk about Kiki's. I'll take supers before I go into Only Fucking Yesterday.
Whimsy's house, at Whimsy's house, at Whimsy's.
Okay, I don't want to get copyright cucked, Lily. Stop it. Oh no, the children act like children in this children's movie. Amazing! I like Kiki's a lot. I didn't get a chance to rewatch it before this, because again, somebody, like, begged me to do it this Wednesday because it's their birthday. You better be here. But I didn't get a chance to rewatch this, but I have watched it several times, so yeah. He hasn't mentioned Steven Universe, oddly enough, which I'm drawing right now, and I'm gonna rearrange these
Kiki's
characters
Delivery
a little
Service
bit, I
is
think.
one of 4 Ghibli films that are untouchable sacred cows. If you ask someone their favorite Ghibli film, they'll either say this, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, or Princess Mononoke. In fact, I put out a poll on social
In fact, it's Mononoke, Castle in the Sky, then Kiki's for me, Lily, because I have taste.
media for people to name their favorite Ghibli films, and those 4 were all near the top. Oh, also Ponyo. This puts me in a very uncomfortable position because, okay, I don't think these films are bad, they're just outclassed, you might say.
They're just outclassed by the really boring ones that go nowhere. I don't even like Howl's Moving Castle that much. All of these movies are better than the 3 she says are better. All of these movies are far better than Kaguya Only Yesterday, and even Grave of the Fireflies, yes. Again, I watched Kaguya, I didn't like it. I spent most of the movie going, wow, I really wish I was playing Okami right now. I remember Kaguya had a bamboo-shaped spaceship in that one.
Outclassed, you might say. Having watched every Ghibli film for this
Bullshit.
video and finding what I believe are some of the best animated films ever made, it has started to annoy me that these 4 get all the fanfare. Anyway, Kiki's Delivery Service is
they're
about
good.
Kiki, a 13-year-old witch who, following the customs of witches, I guess, has to leave home to begin her training. That training being finding a place to settle down and getting a job, apparently. Kiki comes to live at a bakery and ends up becoming a DoorDash driver, and throughout the film has to deal with managing a proper work-life balance, even at one point experiencing burnout and losing her ability to fly or talk to her.
You know, like, couriers existed before DoorDash, right, Lily? You know couriers existed? And deliveries in general?
Familiar. And that's it. That's all Kiki's Delivery Service is. This is going to be a recurring problem, especially with Miyazaki's films, is that there is...
So she doesn't like coming-of-age stories as her problem. Like, this whole scene where she talks to the artist, she meets this artist, One-chan, that helps her get her groove back, and she's like, yeah, there was like a whole year I couldn't paint, and sometimes you just gotta, like, you gotta wait for it to come back to you, and you gotta find yourself in other ways, you know?
There is very little to discuss. They are not especially deep films, nor are they trying to be. In my grading system, most of Miyazaki's films straight up aren't allowed to gain a star.
I wouldn't call Kiki's not deep. You know, again, she only thinks it doesn't count because it is a coming-of-age story. But I wouldn't call it not deep. I mean, again, I thought Lily likes slice of life. I thought she likes low stakes. This whole movie is slice of life and low stakes. Except for the slightly action ending we have here. And that's like the only point in the movie that's really like you could call action at all.
A rank because you have to have a core central theme beyond the list of general themes. Only 4 films in this video have star grades and only one of them is a Miyazaki film.
She thinks Kiki's doesn't have a core central theme? Yeah, it's about growing up, Lily. A lot of these movies are about growing up, something you never did, so you wouldn't understand.
Kiki's Delivery Service is what's called a coming-of-age film, and I've never really cared for coming-of-age stories. That's because you're 30, CD. No, I didn't like...
No, that's because you're 30 and you still think like a 13-year-old. That's why, Lily. Because you are still an immature child, emotionally and mentally.
Of age film, and I've never really cared for coming of age stories. That's because you're 30, CD. No, I didn't like these when I was a teenager either. I will fully confess I'm not in a position to appreciate this movie. It's a coming of age story, and I didn't have the kind of adolescence to appreciate that. It covers artist block and burnout, and I'm not really...
I don't think a lot of us, like, flew on a broomstick as a child, Lily. That's really the point, it's the vibes. But of course, she got to talk about artist block and how she's never had it because she's not an artist.
Appreciate that. It covers artist block and burnout, and I'm not really someone who grinds hard enough to experience burnout. And it's one of the more lighthearted and fantastical Ghibli films, and I tend to prefer the more grounded and melancholy Ghibli films.
Of course you do. I don't understand what artistic burnout is like. You know, Lily, you don't have an artistic bone in your body, and you hate artists, and you hate art. I didn't brighten the video. I have a little effect on my tiny screen here, so it does have a bit of a bloom on it, so it might be a little brighter than the original video, but that might also save me from some copyright bullshit, so...
Films. Nevertheless, this was Ghibli's big hit overseas. I mean, it's the film that practically broke them into the Western market. Were it not for Spirited Away, this would probably very frequently top most of the best of lists for Ghibli.
Well, I mean, this one got a Fox Kids dub at first, which is odd. Because, again, Warriors of the Wind was the Nausicaa butchering that made them not let any company do their work in America for, like, 10 fucking years. And then, somewhere along the way, Oh no, wrong layer! Somewhere along the way, Kiki's got a Fox dub that added, like, music into it. And, then Mononoke Hime got released by Miramax, and that's really where Ghibli started getting known, in the West. I am drawing! I'm just pause-ending
I used to say
lot.
that someone's favorite Ghibli film says a lot about their taste in films and stories in general, but in recent years I've actually found most people have only seen about 5 of them, and it's usually the ones they saw as a kid. And most people aren't.
I've seen at least 10 of them. Let's see, I've seen Porco Rosso, I've seen Spirited Away, I've seen Castle in the Sky, I've seen Kiki's, I've seen, Kaguya now, I've seen, Mononoke. I said Mononoke already, didn't I? Prince. Again, it's fucking, there's too many of them. I've seen most of the Ghibli oeuvre. I'll say that much. And hey, Billy Donuts, welcome.
Aren't even aware Ghibli even has other films or even other directors. The most they know of is Grave of the Fireflies, and that's just by its undeserved reputation.
Yeah, well, Takahata's dead, so...
as some kind of sadistic endurance test. But I found to people who have seen all of them, Kiki tends to rank lower. Not because it's bad, it's just outclassed.
My third favorite.
Postman Pat.
So, it sounds like she didn't even watch this one. Positives, fun, lighthearted, whimsical, everything you want from a crowd-pleasing Ghibli film. A story about finding your own way in the world, burnout in the death march of capitalism. Where the fuck is that in the movie, Lily? Negatives, is it just me, or do all the VAs sound like they're talking through fans? Well, you should have watched it in Japanese. No, it wasn't just me. The Disney recut the music and somehow fucked the vocal tracks. What the butts? So, yeah, why didn't you watch it in Japanese then, Lily? Put on your glasses so you could read the subtitles, Lily.
At Chipmanly1 sent a super chat. Biggest Ghibli meme I know is from Porco Rosso. Better to be a pig than a fascist.
Or the other one from Porco Rosso. You're stupid. I like that in a man.
At Sadistic Nils sent a super chat. The sharp tooth gave me nightmares.
Yeah. Back when kids' movies could be hard fucking core, man. Back in the
At
day.
Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. The Graves, being memed to death reminds me of how Lork talks about Nina Edward meme from FMA.
Does she hate that? I know she
At
hates
Muhammad
FMA.
KM9KW sent a super chat. No. Gabriel Iglesias didn't voice him.
So, why did she bring up Gabriel Iglesias? Is this because Totoro's
At Sadistic
fat?
Nils sent a super chat. Totoro makes me think of Spiderwick Chronicles.
I guess a little bit. I mean, Totoro's kind of a meandering movie, but it's for little kids.
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Its spectacle makes up for lack of story for me.
Yeah, and then that's kind of mostly what it is. It's mostly vibes and spectacle and just, like, childhood
At Miss
stuff.
Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Her calling Totoro Gabriel Iglesias was her trying and failing to make a joke. 'Cause Fluffy is Gabriel's nickname. Also fat joke, I guess.
You have to explain the joke! There is no joke!
At Belonic111 sent a super chat. Dobson voice ara.
What was my Dobson voice? My Dobson voice turned into Daffy Duck like this, so ara, mama!
At Space Bakeries sent a super chat. The Totoro cover is real.
Huh.
I have the DVD with that.
Maybe it's old art or something, because the bigger girl doesn't have pigtails. In fact, she makes a line about how her mom has her hair short because it's easier to take care of.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Got off early tax. How goes the copyright fight?
So far, no copyright bots have been flying overhead, so I think we're pretty good.
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. I saw Kiki in theaters like 4 times.
Nice,
1 in IMAX.
nice. I never seen it in theaters, but my original was like a
At
bootleg
Silver
from
Star Strike
Chinatown.
sent a super chat. Okami mentioned. Gotta watch your playthrough.
Oh, please do. I do funny voices the entire time. You can find my Okami playthrough in my gaming playlist. I do have a playlist just for the Okami one, too. I unlist a lot of my gaming streams and just put them in playlists so people can watch, because they tend to only get like a few hundred views, so...
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat.
Might
How
switch
much
to
you wanna bet she
shading and
likes the slow
coloring.
movies 'cause they're easier for her to watch on a second monitor.
I guess, and also Takahata's movies explain everything to
At
you
Jessel sent
bluntly.
a super chat. You're not an artist, Lily, and the only burnout you get is from the hatred you've amassed online neutral.
And yet she acts like she gets video making burnout, so what the hell is she talking about? Anyway,
At
you know?
Sawesomeness sent a super chat. Kiki for me is about burnout. How your love for a job or art or whatever can feel like hell at times and how to find that love again.
Yeah,
For me
and
at
like...
least,
And it's like something that like is almost second nature to you suddenly becomes difficult because of changes in your life or whatever, or other adversity in your life. That's a theme a lot of people go through, whether it's flying a broom, being an artist, being a baker. You know, you see all sorts of that. You see, like, Kiki's is about passion, I think, in the end, you know?
At NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat. You didn't fly on a broom as a child? Little loser.
It's just like mixtape, like, look at this idiot who couldn't fly as a kid, huh?
At Sketchy Wolf Girl 9564 sent a super chat. Funny enough, when Spirited Away came out, I was in a theater completely by myself because the family left midway through the first 20 minutes.
See, that's funny, because when I saw it in theaters in, like, 2001, was it? It was either 2000 or 2001. There was a lot of kids in the theater, and all those kids were quiet during the whole movie. They were captivated by it, and I found that very notable, because I remember when I went to go see The Lion King, just a few years earlier, there were kids running up and down the aisles, and they couldn't pay attention, but when we saw Spirited Away, the kids were captivated by it. It was very interesting.
At The Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Lily, watching two children slowly die was interesting and really made me think. All these whimsical films are so boring.
Yeah, right?
At NeoKaiser0 sent a super chat. Talk tax. Lesbian kick.
Lesbian kick! I'm gonna kick her right in the head.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Satsuki has her sister Mei on her back. Piggyback ride. The pigtails you see are Mei speaking out from behind Satsuki.
Okay, they looked dark, because Mei has, like, light hair, so maybe I was just misseeing it. But, yeah, it could be the sister. Troy McClure method acting. Yes, I know Phil Hartman was the cat in the original dub of Kiki's. And that really shows the difference between Japanese and English voice acting, because it's like how Calcifer in Howls was fucking Billy Crystal in English. And in Japanese, both of those characters have really high-pitched baby voices. But then in English, we have to give them grown-ass man voices so we know they're boys. You know? It's like, I don't know, it's kind of a cultural thing when you think about it. It's like how we have to give Kirby angry eyebrows on covers and shit. You know? Alright, so we're gonna get into Only Fucking Yesterday. And Only Yesterday is a boring goddamn movie about a boring woman remembering her boring childhood as she goes to a farm to live the old life after living in the big city. So Only Yesterday is like... It's literally this meme. Hallmark movie, woman, I have a high-paying job in New York City, and I love, and Christmas isn't that important to me. You need a man. Come to small town. We are suffering without a baker for our town festival. Okay, Dad. I harvest maple syrup for a living and make $2 a year. Will you harvest maple syrup with me? I've decided I hate my job and I'm going to resign myself to making Christmas tree ornaments in Fuckburg for the rest of my life. So that is literally Only Yesterday. I'm sorry, I don't like it. I didn't like it the first time I watched it either. This time I rewatched it in English to get the full Lily Orchard experience. It's so boring! And it's just Takahata being conservative and saying, the old traditional ways sure are better. You can't be unmarried at 27, young lady. You know, fuck you. Fuck off. Yeah, it's beautifully animated, but it's like, Deadass could have just been a live-action movie, though. You're like, why is it even animated? Like, why? What benefit is there to it being animated when it's a basic-ass Hallmark original movie tier movie? Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go... Boo... Why are you booing me? I'm right! I'm sure Only Yesterday is great if you're, like, I don't know, a 37-year-old straight woman in a loveless marriage. I'm sure it's compelling, but... Anyway, I'm curious why Lily likes it. Because I have a suspicion why she likes it, and it's probably not for the reason she's going to state.
At Sadistic Nels sent a super chat. I feel Kirby having angry eyes looks cuter.
It was a little cuter, actually. Guys are saying... I don't care. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what you cheer. Anyway, let's get this over with. I subjected myself to this stupid movie all over again. Just to nail her to the wall on this one.
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. I'm sorry, Sai, but Phil will always be my Gigi.
You didn't do a bad job. I'm just saying, it's the contrast. It's kind of like how, Haku in Spirited Away has, like, a deep, grown-ass man voice, you know? God forbid.
And it's black and white, cat.
Alright, here we go. I have said, though, Lily, if you like this boring-ass shit, just watch Hallmark movies and Lifetime original movies, because that's your jam, apparently. No, there isn't an incest subplot or anything like that, but it does have to do a lot with little girls growing up, so... Yeah. We know how she is about little girls.
Only Yesterday is my favorite Ghibli film. I wouldn't call it the best, it's a close second though, but it is my favorite. Only Yesterday is the second film directed by Isao Takahata and follows the life of Taiko, a woman who gets a 10-day vacation from work to take a trip out to the countryside. While she's on this vacation, she spends a lot of time reflecting on her childhood growing up in 1960s Tokyo. Taiko has a love of the countryside and spends her vacation time on a farm.
Okay, at least you know the fucking time period. I was a little concerned about that. So yes, the movie takes place in the 80s and she's remembering the 60s, and that's going to be important.
Out. Given that she lives in the city and works a stifling and suffocating office job, getting out into fresh air and physical work would certainly sound like a vacation. The film...
Yeah, she's a single lady living in the big city who needs to learn that the traditional ways are the best, damn it. Says Takahata, shaking his fist at these kids today.
Focuses a lot on the mundane frustrations of a young girl growing up in a very stifling and suffocating environment. Not unfamiliar to anyone who grew up in the 1960s in Japan.
You mean a typical Japanese family, yeah.
Japan, or America, or the UK, or Canada, or France.
Life,
there's a particular moment that showcases
I like how she's showing the shots of the little boys looking under the girls' skirts and flipping their skirts up after they all learn what periods are. That's a very prolonged part of this movie. The boys learn that the girls were taught about their periods, and then they go around peeking under the girls' skirts and flipping their skirts up in the hallways, and it's supposed to be tee-hee funny, boys will be boys! Yeah, I really don't like this movie.
France. There's a particular moment that showcases the entire film in microcosm, where Taiko and her family get very excited at the prospect of getting to try pineapple, but when they finally figure out how to cut it and serve it, they realize that pineapple doesn't taste as good as they thought it would. It's rather...
Well, also, they didn't prepare it properly, and it wasn't ripe. That's part of it.
Extended and drawn out to capture the disappointment of something you were excited for turning out to be a letdown. Also, is that a table with blankets attached to it? That's fucking genius. Another...
Lily, that's a tokatsu. Lily, that's a tokatsu. Again, how are you watching these extremely Japanese movies when you don't know anything about Japanese culture? That is called a tokatsu. They have a heater under them, so everyone sits around the table. Getting their feet warmed under it with the blankets over it. That's you see this in anime all the time. Like, is she next? She could be like, wow, they have bamboo. Kotatsu. Sorry, my kotatsu. I said tokatsu by accident. Sorry, kotatsu. I got a little backwards. I don't know why I'm so dyslexic with Japanese words sometimes. It's like Akira Yamaoka. Sometimes I say his name backwards for some reason. Yeah, kotatsu. So these are pretty much a staple in Japanese homes. Like, next is she gonna be like, wow, they have rice paper walls and they have bamboo on the floor. This is crazy. You know? Like, for God's sakes. Yeah, is that a table with blankets? Like, how can you, like, again, this movie is very, extremely steeped in Japanese culture. How does she even like it? You know?
Another scene later shows Taiko being very proud of herself for writing a really good essay in school, only for her mother to bemoan that she didn't eat her lunch, wishing she was a girl who did what she was told rather than make academic achievement. Wow, fuck you too, lady. It's a very subtle form of childhood misogyny, downplaying the things a girl does while pressuring her to conform to what a good girl...
You want to talk about misogyny when this movie ends with, yep, you should just marry this farm guy you just met and become a farmer's wife and live a traditional life. Like, that is the moral of this fucking movie. And you want to talk about misogyny.
Girl should be. It's not lost on Taiko.
Like, in Japan, is like Japan still considers, like, a girl's main goal to be becoming a bride and having children. Like, Japan is still pretty misogynistic. You're gonna complain about that one too, Talking Movie Bubbles?
Either, as she can see how quickly her mother's pride in her vanishes the instant she does something that isn't her fault. Yet this remark about her being a picky eater comes after the scene where she is excited to try new foods and then keeps eating it even after discovering she doesn't like it, shows a certain kind of parental splitting. Moments like this are all over the film as Taiko deals with a string of unfortunate disappointments, microaggressions, and bullying. Compared to something like Grave of the Fireflies or Princess Kaguya, Taiko's troubles seem small and unimportant. At one point in the story,
you keep talking about Kaguya when you haven't covered it yet. It's not like you're calling back to a movie you already covered. You haven't covered that one yet, so people don't have any context, Lily.
Tries to shame people for not finishing their lunch by invoking the starving children in Africa, starving children in Vietnam argument. This is one of those things that is really interesting in retrospect because at the time of writing...
Yeah, Lily, the Vietnam War would have been going on in the 60s, you know.
Every first world nation, including Japan and the US, is facing an epidemic of depression and unhappiness from rising income inequality and overwork. And these constant, unending, mundane frustrations contribute to—
Lily, the 60s through the 80s was the economic boom in Japan. What do you mean? This was made in 1991, so economies in both the US and Japan were still pretty strong in 1991. The 80s, much like America, was a huge economic boom for Japan. So what do you mean income inequality? The only thing even close to that in this movie is Taiko as a kid going, all my friends are going back to the countryside to see their families, but my parents were both born in Tokyo, so we don't have a family to go back to in the countryside. I'm so jealous. That's it. That's really it. In fact, the family can afford all sorts of things. The girls are constantly arguing about how dad promised them they'd only get special stuff on their birthdays, but then some of the daughters keep getting stuff and the others don't, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's just a Hallmark movie. It literally is a Hallmark movie. Single lady in the big city needs to learn that she needs a man, and the traditional ways are better. That's this whole fucking movie.
To that in a form of death by 1,000 cuts. But it's always something that doesn't get talked about because people always point to bigger, more critical, immediate problems to shame people against complaining. But I've often found it's people who don't have any troubles in life that do the most shaming. Hell, I had a viciously horrific childhood, far worse than Taiko, and I'm on the edge of my seat thinking, oh no, this poor baby, when she gets her adolescent love life sabotaged. Often a big problem with life in general is that it's just sort of mundanely shitty. Most people don't have big traumatic events that define their life.
Yeah, and that's why you make movies that are more interesting than real life, instead of just putting real life to film like fucking Takahata did. It's like, wow, I sure love listening to this boring woman talk about her boring life as she goes on a boring trip to the fucking countryside and falls in love with a boring man. Wow, so captivating.
Most people just go through life slowly and systematically having their passions smothered and pushed into what they should do versus what they want to do. And that just leads to what's often called a tolerable level of—
Yeah, the thing with Taiko is she has a very typical childhood. Like, we're seeing a very typical Japanese family in the 60s. Like, they're not— I'm sure she's gonna say the family is, like, uniquely abusive or something. But no, it's about how Taiko is a little too unique for the collectivist attitudes of Japan, you know? I mean, I'm sure some people could even read her as autistic if they really wanted to. I don't think that was Takahata's intention, or the intention of the woman who wrote the original manga this is based on, but some people could take, like, oh, she's autistic or neurodivergent from this, especially since she's really bad at math.
Permanent unhappiness. As an adult, Taiko is reflecting on all of this, laughing at the silly things and mulling over the things that stood out as a—
It's like Kiki's delivery service if we were following the most boring 27-year-old woman to ever exist. That's what this movie is. And also, organic farming sure is great, guys. You're gonna hear a lot of fucking about it in this fucking movie.
Especially miserable. It's the first time she's really had to sit—
I know, the point is people leaving the Japanese countryside, leaving whole towns abandoned and moving to the city. I know it's a real thing that Takahata is complaining about, but again, this movie is extremely traditionalist and extremely conservative, and I don't understand how Lily could say she likes it given that. Oh, I still have Distractor trot up. Sorry about that, guys. Whoops, hopefully the Ghibli bots don't get me.
Boys, but they shame the lone girl for what is perceived
seems
small and unimportant. At one point in the story, a character tries to shame people for not finishing their lunch by invoking the starving children in Africa, starving children in Vietnam argument. This is one of those things that is really interesting in retrospect because at the time of writing, Every first world nation, including Japan and the US, is facing an epidemic of depression and unhappiness from rising income inequality and overwork. And these constant, unending, mundane frustrations contribute to that in a form of death by 1,000 cuts. But it's always something that doesn't get talked about because people always point to bigger, more critical, immediate problems to shame people against complaining. But I've often found it's people who don't have any troubles in life that do the most shaming. Hell, I had a viciously horrific childhood, far worse than Taiko, and I'm on the edge of my seat thinking, oh no, this poor baby, when she gets her adolescent love life sabotaged. Often a big problem with life in general is that it's just sort of mundanely shitty. Most people don't have big—
Yeah, exactly. In the 60s, Japan was still recovering from World War II, and that's really where the economic boom started and went through the 80s. And then in the 90s, it started, like, diminishing more. That's why in the 80s, you have a ton of movies where everyone's, like, concerned about Japan becoming the next superpower. Like, the way we're all, like, wringing our hands over China potentially becoming a superpower now.
Traumatic events that define their life. Most people just go through life slowly and systematically having their passions smothered and pushed into what they should do versus what they want to do. And that just leads to what's often called—
I've never experienced burnout. I sure know a lot about passions.
A tolerable level of permanent unhappiness. As an adult, Taiko is reflecting on all of this, laughing at the silly things and mulling over the things that stood out as especially miserable. It's the first time she's—
Oh my god, these people laugh about everything in this fucking movie. Someone will say the most mild nothing statement, they all go, and it's like, what are you laughing about? It wasn't even funny!
Really had to sit and think about her experiences as a child. It's focused on 5th grade, and she even wonders why it stands out to her. The conclusion the film comes to is that it's the transitionary period of her life. This is highlighted in the scene where Taiko attends sex education and learns about periods. The boys are sent to go play baseball, while the girls are taking this lesson. Now—
So, Lily also says she really likes Turning Red. That's 2 movies about adolescent girls around the age of 12 or 13 talking about periods. It just makes me deeply suspect why she likes these movies. Because again, you have a lot of child nudity in this one. There's a prolonged section of little girls talking about periods. So, knowing Lily, knowing her magnum opus Stockholm, where she wrote porn of 10-year-old girls, I just have deep, deep, deep fucking suspicions about why she actually likes this boring-ass movie. So, yeah. Just, we'll see. Kiki doesn't get her period, or maybe she does. She has that period of being sick, and then she can't fly anymore for a bit, so she might have. Who knows?
Even in the present day, there comes a problem of men just not understanding how menstruation works or being grossed out by it. It's not something I have a lot of experience with because when I was in school, we all took—
I'm not grossed out by periods, especially when 12-year-old girls are talking about them.
the same sex ed lessons. Hell, I grew up with a girl who overshared like crazy, so periods are practically rubbed in my face. You mean figuratively, right, CD? Sure. Anyway, since they were excluded from this lesson, the boys all find out about it secondhand and think some mysterious malady has taken place and proceed to mock and bully the girls over it. Can't properly teach the boys about women's bodies. I mean, they might empathize with them too hard, and that would just be the death of patriarchy.
Okay, that was also the 60s? But also, like, yeah, men are weird about menstruation even now, and it's stupid, but, like, again, this took place in the fucking 60s.
Patriarchal society. Ironically, the girls treat the boys' behavior, which escalates to straight-up sexual harassment, as if it's an act of God that's pointless to question. So the ire is directed toward the girl who—
Well, no, this one girl just laughs it off, and it isn't even supposed to be like she's coping. She just laughs it off when the boys, like, call her, "Ew, don't touch the ball, period, girl. You'll get your cooties all over it, period, girl." And she just goes, "Ha ha, they're so funny. My mom told me there's nothing to be ashamed of." But, you know, I was also a taller girl in elementary school who got my period early. So I actually know what this is like, unlike Lily. So this girl's reaction was completely unrealistic to me. Like, she's completely unbothered that she's getting bullied for having her period since 4th grade, which is not how it plays out in real life, Takahata, but you wouldn't know, would you?
who told them how this works in the first place. They don't question the boys, but they shame the lone girl for what is perceived as disturbing the peace. This is another microcosm of the film in that patriarchy only actually has power when women conform to it. Almost every gain from women's rights has been won the instant women stop conforming to what is expected of them.
And this movie ends with the older relatives in the countryside, because I think it's one of her sister's husband's family, because they don't have a country family, so one of her sisters married a guy whose family has family in the country, and she goes to see them so she can LARP the farm life. And then all the old ladies there are going, "Oh, Tycho, you should just marry what's-his-face. He likes you, and then you could live here on the farm and just pluck flowers and do back-breaking work forever." You know, like, it ends with the old ladies convincing her to just marry some dude she just met. And that's a positive thing. So, like, this movie isn't even saying what you think it's saying, Lily, or what you're claiming it says. You're being very dishonest, of course, to build your own narrative, to justify why you like this boring-ass, heavily conservative movie. And again, I think it's because little girls talk about getting their periods in it. I really think that's why you like it.
And start demanding better. Patriarchy often pressures women to stay home and mind the house, but if you just don't, then it doesn't really have a recourse.
This whole movie is about how this 27-year-old single woman really needs to find a husband. Everyone's pressuring her to find a husband, and then she decides she's gonna get married to some random guy who does organic farming for a living. That isn't even very financially viable. And that's the superior choice by the end of the movie. Going to live in bumfuck nowhere. So, what do you mean?
That's why there's so much pressure on girls early on to behave and not rock the boat, because they know this. One of the reasons Tycho loves
You wouldn't know, Lily. You didn't grow up with those pressures, so why don't you shut your fucking face?
the countryside so much is that it's often more easygoing. Life is different out there than it is in the city. This is often the case everywhere. The culture or customs of a given region can often be wildly different depending on where you are in that region. Oftentimes, the biggest city of a given country can act like its own isolated nation all on its own. Look at her, she's so happy.
Yeah, like Tokyo. So, like, again, this movie is about how in the 60s through the 80s, a lot of people started moving out of the old rural towns, and they started, you know, what word am I looking for? Congregating. They started congregating in the cities more so. So a lot of these old rural towns basically died out because there just was nothing but a bunch of old people left in them, and there was no new blood to rejuvenate these towns. So yeah, that is a problem in Japan. But she's not mentioning it at all because she probably doesn't know that.
Being bright when she gets out to the farm. She is in her fucking element. There's a moment where she's watching a girl beg her mother for new shoes to fit in.
I don't know, she even like admits to herself that she's LARPing the farm life and has never been through a difficult winter, and she just comes here on vacation to pick flowers and act like she's one of them, and she kind of is really insecure about that. That was like the one interesting thing she does this entire fucking movie.
Flashes back to a similar argument regarding a purse. Tycho mostly gets hand-me-downs from her sisters, fostering resentment in her.
And honestly, I'm gonna say it, fuck you. The flashbacks are as random and disorganized as fucking Mixtape. They really are. I was just sitting there like, oh god, it's like I'm playing Mixtape again. Like, they're talking about something completely different, and she's like, this one time in 5th grade, I was in a school play, and then we see a flashback, and then we get back from the flashback, and the guy she's in love with just goes, oh, cool, anyway, organic farming. It's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. This is just a series of disconnected flashbacks that amount to nothing.
Everyone else's garbage, and her sisters for having to give away things that are sentimental to them. Now, in this moment, Taika was being unquestionably whiny, but her sister...
maybe this worked better as a manga? Maybe? But Jesus!
Sister is also just being an unrelenting bitch. Taika is very obviously whining because she thinks it'll get her way, to the point she refuses to go on an outing over it, but when they call her bluff, she chases after them. However, walking outside without shoes on seems to be the point that her father finally wakes up because he cracks her across the face over, fucking hell, my dude, what is your damage? Ugh, CD, you can't be judgmental about that. Huh? What are you talking about? Well, of course that doesn't make sense from a Western perspective. Oh, god damn it. In 1960s Tokyo...
Yes, Lily, in 60s Tokyo, it was very normal to smack your kids. In fact, hitting your children was only outlawed in Japan in 2021, Lily! So, yeah. You're not supposed to see this as something, like, huge. In fact, Takahata, who directed this movie, probably thinks slapping your kid in the face is normal. You know, the guy you glaze. So, I'm just saying.
Yeah, this was very serious misbehavior. Okay, Pixie, that's a problem for 2 reasons. One...
No, it's not that it was very serious misbehavior, but again, the whole taking your shoes on and off going into the house is kind of a big deal in Japan. But smacking your kids is normal. When you get back from this flashback, the girl she's talking to at the farm says, "Oh yeah, my dad hits me sometimes too." And then Taiko's like, "I think you need to get hit sometimes. You know, I think it's good for you. It builds character." So... they don't even think it's a bad thing in the movie! Takahata probably also thought this was normal when he directed this, Lily. So, again, cultural difference, but yeah, smacking your kids in Japan, pretty normal. Unfortunately. You remember how the girls were constantly slapping each other in Utena, too? Like, again, this is a very cultural thing. Yeah! The dad clearly regrets it, and Taiko says it's the only time he ever hit her. Meanwhile, the farm girl is like, "Oh yeah, my dad's hit me like a handful of times." And neither of them think it's a big deal.
The film very clearly presents this as an objective negative. His other daughter and his wife are both mortified, and he hangs his head in shame at losing his temper with her. And he's right to feel ashamed of himself for striking a child. And as stated by Taiko, this is the only time she was ever hit, indicating that he sincerely regrets his actions. Number 2,
and again, you are completely ignoring that the other girl she's talking to... if I can get it on. This girl she's talking to, who is one of the farm girls, I guess she's related to the family she's staying with. I forget. This movie is so boring. The girl goes, "Oh yeah, wow, my dad hits me sometimes too." And Taiko goes, "Well, I guess that's a good thing, you know, you might have to get hit a few times. You only get hit once, you'll just wonder why forever." So, but they both treat it like a completely normal, acceptable thing in the context of the film, Lily. You can't ignore that just because you want to. The movie thinks slapping kids is fine! Because it's set in the 80s in Japan and the 60s in Japan and came out in the early 90s in Japan where smacking kids was still acceptable. Like, I'm sorry, it's true.
Taiko, this is the only time she was ever hit, indicating that
it's still normalized now. Like I said, it was only outlawed in Japan in like 2021.
He sincerely regrets his actions. Number 2, back in the 60s, North American parents would also strike their children for really stupid, petty reasons that don't hold up to scrutiny. Parents hitting their children out of anger is a universal evil. This isn't just a skit for the sake of making fun of Pixie either. I've had...
again, the movie doesn't treat it as evil, though. The dad is regretful, and she says it only happened once. And this is a sophisticated city family, Lily. Sophisticated city family doesn't hit their kids. The superior farm family does hit their kids, often. And it's seen as a normal good thing.
Had this exact same conversation with 3 different people. It's just something weebs do, often rushing to defend Japan from perceived criticism, even when that criticism is coming from inside the house.
I'm not even defending it, but I'm saying that in the text of this film, they don't see hitting kids as a bad thing. And Takahata was a very conservative traditionalist, so he probably wouldn't see it as wrong either. Probably the woman who wrote this fucking manga also didn't see it as wrong. They probably all saw it as a very normal part of childhood. You have to understand that context.
It's also just really weird having to have these conversations regarding Takahata's films, no less, which are often scathingly critical of this kind of patriarchal chauvinism. Like,
how? They all defer to the dad. The dad, like, just sits there reading the newspaper, hardly ever talking, and yet all the women in the family defer to him. You know, it's a very traditional Japanese family, and it's not even shown as completely a bad thing.
You know that, right? You know Corporal
Like, a lot of this is her laughing at how bratty she was back then, you know? And how she's grown from that. So you're supposed to think Taika was a brat.
Punishment as a form of discipline is a patriarchal concept. I'm bigger, meaner, and uglier than you are, and if you don't behave, I will hurt you, is textbook.
I knew she would go on and on about this, not understanding how normalized it is in the context of the story.
Insecure machismo. This isn't news. Bells should be ringing. People have tried to defend hitting...
Obviously men make the most feminist movies ever. Obviously 2 old Japanese men make very feminist movies. I'm very smart.
kids as a form of discipline, but the truth is that it isn't rational. This is how it's portrayed with Taiko's father. He's getting increasingly annoyed with her whining and moaning, and then when the straw breaks the camel's back, he just lashes out. It's not even about the shoes, really. You can see that in the way he just stands there in shame. He's ashamed of himself for what he has done. This prioritizing of the parents' emotions over the well-being of their child.
And again, you're not mentioning this girl saying, "Oh yeah, my dad hits me sometimes." No biggie!
Child is reinforced in the very next scene, where Taiko is reflecting on a bad test. Rather than just seeing that her child is struggling and needs help, her mother just sits there, silently sulking over the fact that her daughter has embarrassed her. This is something mediocre parents have been doing. Well,
she also tells the sister, one of the sisters, to help her, and it's the sister she doesn't get along with the most. And the sister comes running out like, "Oh my god, Mom! Her score is so low, Mom! There's something wrong with her!" You know, the sister's being kind of a bitch. The mom is trying not to make a big deal out of it, but she knows there's something not right about Taiko just struggling with math, you know?
Since the dawn of time, if your child—
and it was the fucking 60s!
randomly shows up with a bad grade, then that usually means they're struggling with the material and need help, or something else.
It was the 60s, Lily! It was post-World War II 60s in Japan, Lily! It's kind of like post-World War II in Britain. They got very big on child discipline.
What's going on that is taking their time and attention away from school. But resolving those things are hard and take work, and getting on your child's case for not applying themselves is the easier fact.
She also has like 4 kids. Taiko is the youngest. You know? She has 4 kids and a very disassociated husband.
Faster, lazier option. It shunts the responsibility of parenting onto the child themselves, or in the case of Taiko's mother, she shunts it onto Taiko's sister. And later on, when Taiko still doesn't get it, they're just shit-talking her and whining about all her—
yeah, because a Japanese housewife has to do cleaning and cooking and all this shit all day. Did you notice how the dad just, like, coldly asks her for his food and shit like that, or just hands her the dishes after he's done to go wash, you know, silently? Again, they're a very traditional family.
Perceived moral failings, because it's easier. There's been some discourse about Taiko being neurodivergent, but even that is just falling into the same trap. Blaming neurodivergence—
I do think you can read that into the movie, but I don't think it was intended. Especially considering the time period.
Because it's a convenient excuse to throw up your hands and say, not my problem. If she was neurodivergent, those two things are still the only real solution, and you're
I mean, neurodivergence would mean a lot, because, like, take me, for example, I'm autistic and I'm dyscalculic. I have a real hard time with numbers and doing math in my head, and I'm like with Taiko, it's just a big blank spot in my brain. I just can't grasp it. You know, but, so yeah, you could read neurodivergency into this, even though I don't think it was intended.
Avoiding them. You can see how Taiko is learning from her parents and sisters to abandon things when they get hard. She throws up her hands about learning fractions and says, well, I don't get it, so nyeh. In the end, the reason Taiko is reflecting on her childhood is because this vacation out to the farm is her living a childhood fantasy about going to the countryside. When the family she's staying with starts talking about her staying permanently, Taiko flees and reflects on how she's really just playing pretend. She's not struggling with the harsh realities of living—
yeah, that's like the only interesting part of the movie. She's like, I've just been out here LARPing, man. Oh, hey, Sea-Puff, welcome.
Out here in the countryside, like the people who actually live there. It's yet another instance of being talked about as if she isn't there, something her family did to her, something she has done—
yeah, all the old ladies sit around saying, you should marry that nice young man and stay in the farm country. They're all talking about her like she's not even there. And then guess what? She comes back to stay with the man, so that was the good option, according to the movie.
Others. Her last reflection is about a boy she hated and held in contempt, and yet she did so silently and behind his back. The end result was that this boy went out of his way to try and impress her, something she never picked up on. After an entire film of Taiko reflecting on the people who hurt her, she has to reflect on how she was that same influence in someone else's story. Someone else who's—
yeah, this kid had a crush on her, so he acted tough around her, and the farm guy she's in love with goes, that's just how boys be. And she sat next to him even though he was poor and stinky, and when he was leaving, the teacher made him shake everyone's hand, and then he refused to shake hers because he could tell she didn't like him, though the guy says, no. The guy she's falling in love with literally gaslights her and says, no, it wasn't because he hated you. He must have had a crush on you. I know, because that's how boys are. And it's like, he wasn't even that boy, he didn't go to school with her, he doesn't know her. He just gaslights her about her own history. It's supposed to be romantic.
We will never truly get to see. Taiko is reflecting on her childhood in Tokyo and romanticizing the countryside as this peaceful, idyllic life, but those people are living their own lives too. Hell, she's prompted on one of her flashbacks by seeing a young girl who is just the same as she was. It brings to mind that we can never truly know what someone is like or what they're struggling with just by viewing them from the outside. I found myself getting completely absorbed in Taiko's struggles throughout the film. Every time her parents—
Of course, you liked how she dryly narrates the whole thing. I don't know why I was remembering my 5th grade self, but I was taking her with me on this boring trip to the country where I'm going to fall in love with a boring man who churns butter for a living, and then not go back to the city, because big city living as a single lady just isn't making me happy. Woo. I fucking hate this movie, I'm sorry.
Parents stomped on another passion every time her sister sabotaged her, every time Taiko thought back to a childhood memory that she still to this day does not have an explanation for. I was on the edge of my seat. Only Yesterday is an unusual film because it doesn't have a grander theme other than that life sucks. It follows the life of a not especially interesting—
I thought you said it's Miyazaki's films that don't have a big unifying theme, and that's why they're not as good as Takahata's. And now you're saying this movie doesn't have a theme? Yeah, the theme is being a single lady in the big city is bad, move back to the countryside and just marry some guy you just met. That's the movie. It is literally a Lifetime original movie. It is literally the meme I just showed you guys earlier about every single fucking Hallmark Christmas movie. That's what this is. I know, I'm pissing off the Takahata stans in the chat. I'm sorry, I just don't like it. The theme is literally about agrarianism. You're right. You're right, Clown Chan. Despite all the whole, I'm remembering myself in 5th grade, it's really about how, boy, organic farming and doing things the traditional way sure is better, even though we'll make less money and produce less. I mean, there's something to be said about preserving old farming techniques and stuff, you know, like they explain in depth the way they make the dyes out of the saffron flowers she wants to pick. And yeah, keeping those traditional techniques alive for history, yeah, sure, but they're not, like, why would you do things the harder and less productive way when you don't have to, you know? Well, see, I knew she went on about this one the longest because it's her favorite, and I subjected myself to this fucking boring-ass movie again, just to see what she's gonna say about it. Again, I think she dislikes this movie because little girls talk about periods. I think she's full of shit, but yeah.
Woman reflecting on the mundane frustrations of her mundane childhood. If you showed this to someone whose favorite Ghibli film was Princess Mononoke, they'd probably be confused as to why it's supposed to be good. But what I think stands out about it is that—
And again, Princess Mononoke is my favorite, so I'm definitely gonna get her ass on this one.
Taiko doesn't need to be special to be worth telling a story about. She doesn't need to go on
She isn't worth telling a story about because she's one of the most boring people ever in fiction. Like, I think that's why I can't connect to Takahata's movies, because his characters are just— they're not interesting. You're not interesting at all. They're just there to facilitate the plot in a very sterile way, you know? And again, Takahata was all about crunch and pushing the animators, like, way too hard and being a perfectionist and being infamously hard to work with. And she pretends she cares about animators going through crunch. But she's glazing Takahata just because she wants to be contrarian.
A grand adventure, or suffer in war, or beat cops to death with her reproductive organs, or be a child grooming victim from the moon to have her story told. Reminds me of the painting of The Lace Maker, Johannes Vermeer painting a girl just making lace. An ordinary woman doing an ordinary job, but being worth painting regardless. Only Yesterday has been my favorite Ghibli film for almost a decade, but the last 2 years have made it especially resonant with me. I recently reacquired an old journal that I had kept between 2000—
Oh my god, she keeps saying, I totally keep finding old journals that prove me right about things in my past. I found Courtney's old journal that I still have, for some reason. Oh, I think she's gonna talk about Pom Poko C-Puff, which I haven't seen, and we've established I'm not a very big fan of Takahata's movies. So
2006 and 2011, documenting some of the worst things to ever happen to me. And in rereading it, it feels like being reintroduced
Nobody cares!
to a version of myself that I've thrown no shortage of school.
Imagine if I just started navel gazing in the middle of streams like this, you guys. Imagine if I did that.
Sworn onto, trying as
Guys, I found an old journal recently that said I was depressed as a kid. Feel bad for me.
that I had kept between 2006 and 2011, documenting some of the worst things to ever happen to me. And
so what was 2006 and 2011? She was already, like, on the internet at that point, right? I don't think... You weren't a teenager in 2006, were you? Or maybe she was. She's, like, 10 years younger than me. I keep forgetting Lily's not closer to my age, so...
In rereading it, it feels like being reintroduced to myself, a version of myself that I've thrown no shortage of scorn onto, trying as hard as he can to cope with things that no 14-year-old should be asked to cope with. And it's in rereading this journal, and even rewatching this film, that I realize maybe my 14-year-old self doesn't need another person to tell him he's not trying hard enough. Maybe what he needs is just someone to help clean the cuts on his back.
Good girl in a straw hat.
Feel bad for me! Feel bad for me! Positives, a slow, meaningful, and heartfelt story, very boring, about a boring woman reflecting on her boring life as she leaves her stifling and overly controlling home city for a relaxing life in the boring countryside. Deeply critical of conservative values! How? The movie ends with, she'd be so much happier living in the countryside, married to some guy, than she would being a single girl working a job in the city. How is this critical of conservative values? It is conservative values. This movie is extremely conservative. You're full of fucking shit, Lily. A very slow and absorbing film that views a single boring person's boring, simple life as worth telling. It wasn't. Negatives. Ask a lot of the viewers' patience. Yeah, again, every single time that dude was on screen, he's like, organic farming, by the way. Organic farming is sure great. Even irrigation is man interfering too much with nature. And it's like, my bro, irrigation has been around since the Greeks. What the fuck are you talking about? God, I hate this movie. It's over. It's over.
Walker sent a super chat. You Robin from Anime American resonated with only yesterday. Ghibli Hallmark, while Jello hated and dubbed it the worst of the Ghibli movie he reviewed. Goes to show how opinions can be very different.
Yeah, I mean, if you like it, I don't begrudge you, but...
B6 and sent a super chat. Really? Tokasu is what the table is called? The more you know.
It's kotatsu, I
Atorbitten sent a super chat. Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights, ara please and thank you.
Is that the guy who sounds like this? Ara! It's the best I can do.
Wolf181 sent a super chat. TBF, Japanese work culture is infamously toxic.
Oh yeah.
Could see why someone would find living in the country better and love Laputa. Unfortunate name though.
Yeah, like I said, they tend to just call it Castle in the Sky in the West because La Puta in Spanish is very rude. Yeah, the funny thing about Japanese work culture is it was inspired by an American. Isn't that odd?
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Lily, of course it's very 80s, it's from the 80s.
Yeah, like, Castle in the Sky was literally like 84, I think?
At Muhammad KM9KW sent a super chat. The slander, the absolute slander, SMH.
You guys don't have to agree with me, I just have no patience for Takahata's movies. They insist upon themselves.
Sent a super chat. Lily, how dare people complain about bad things in life? Only I can have a shit childhood.
Yeah, but she resonates with this movie, or so she says.
At Yoon125 sent a super chat, because Lork is ultimately conservative.
She is. You ever hear how she talks about junkies? She's very conservative.
At MacMac2461 sent a super chat. I thought the movie was gonna end with her going back to the city, and then I decided to watch till the credits finished. I was not happy.
Yeah, if you watch the credits from only yesterday, she's on a bus back to the city, and then she calls up the old ladies, presumably, it's only during the end credits, calls up the ladies presumably saying she's going to come back. Comes back on a bus, boring farm guy picks her up, you see a hallucination of all the kids from her 5th grade class holding like an umbrella symbol up over them, so she's definitely going to stay in the country and marry this guy she just met on her 10-day trip just now, who she didn't remember from last time. Yeah, so, at the very end, I'm like, girl, you still have, like, rent to pay on your apartment, don't you? You can't just, like, fucking stay in the city, or you gotta get your shit? Are you gonna break your lease? What's going on?
At Space Bakeries sent a super chat. You slandering this movie hurts. Not as much as Lily liking it. Crying face emoji. Funny enough, my grandparents were farmers and still live in the countryside. Like that she stays, but I hate that she wants to get married.
I don't know why this really kind of inoffensive movie just invokes such rage in me. Maybe because I'm just mad that I had to rewatch it just because Lily said it was her favorite. And I mean, I watched it once in Japanese and didn't really like it. Like, I watched it, God, fucking, what, 18 years ago, probably? And I did watch it in English. The farm guy had a British accent for some reason. That was a choice. Yeah, she 100% didn't watch the credits where she just runs right back to the countryside and says, yes, actually, being a 27-year-old unmarried woman in the city is miserable, and I'm gonna marry a farm guy that I just met and stay in the farm. And the other thing you have to remember is, like, not marrying for love and just marrying for social convenience or because it's just a good match, you know, for what your goals are in life is still pretty normalized in Japan. Arranged marriages are still very normalized. People seek out matchmakers specifically to just find them a husband or wife. So, like, marriage is also thought of very differently in Japanese culture, which is another thing Lily probably doesn't fucking understand, you know?
At Sawesomeness sent a super chat. This mean the period scene in Carrie is accurate.
Yes. Where the girls are all throwing tampons at her? Yes.
At Skonsan Jam sent a super chat. Latex Princess Mononoke and The Tale of Princess Kaguya are the two films I point to that were a huge influence in my art and writing. Love Ghibli.
Kaguya is a very beautifully animated movie. I also found it very boring. And it adds a lot onto what is a simple folk tale to stretch it out to 2 fucking hours. It really could have been a lot shorter, Jesus Christ.
At Jessel sent a super chat. I grew up in a town that isn't even on the map. Rural isolated living is not better. Children are monsters no matter where you are.
Good point, good point.
At Cpuff sent a super chat. I just got here and she's shedding on my favorite alcohol. Lily, her parents just survived World War II.
No, Lily is glazing Takahata. I'm shitting on Takahata.
How is it that Sai, who doesn't like this movie knows more about it than Lork, who supposedly likes it?
I just rewatched it yesterday.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Can you tell Lily has a bad relationship with her parents? I know, it's subtle.
Yeah. TV King Omega says, you'd figure Lily would know what a kotatsu is. She loves slice of life. I assume she's seen Azumanga Daioh. No, she hates anime, usually. But, like, I feel like most people, like, know what kotatsu are, know what, like, tatami mats are, like, know, like, a lot of, like, typical Japanese things, you know?
At Hikaru9624 sent a super chat. Back in the 60s, kids would get caned for failing in some schools. Thankfully, it got changed before I was born.
Yeah, like I said, a lot like the Brits after World War II.
At Cpuff sent a super chat. The theme is a reflection on adolescence, but the theme is also that this movie was partially sponsored by the state as well as the tourism department for the area in which it was set.
That makes a lot of sense.
2749 sent a super chat. Oh my god, Lily. No one cares about your stupid diary.
No, she's the most important person in the universe, don't you know?
Mac2461 sent a super chat. I don't believe someone as uncreative and inconsistent as Lily kept a journal for any amount of time.
I don't know why it's her favorite trope to lie about.
Sent a super chat. Did Lily not get the point was reject maternity?
No, she says it's critical of conservative values, when it's all about conservative values. The entire movie is about very conservative Japanese values, but she doesn't know enough about the culture to recognize that. And again, I can't see how she actually likes this movie. I really think it's just because little girls talk about periods for a prolonged period of time in it.
At Skonsan Jam sent a super chat. Shout out to the summer Hikaru died for showing what being gay in a small town in the boonies is actually like. A horror story.
I don't think I've heard of that one. Alright, what the fuck movie is next? Porco Rosso, which I'm not as familiar with. I've only watched it once, but it's a fine little movie. It's a little more aimless than other Miyazaki movies. I tend to like the ones with more plot, but it's fine. More similar to Castle in the Sky, I would say, this one.
Porco Rosso is Casablanca meets Top Gun meets Laserpig. Now, if you're a connoisseur of film, that sounds like the worst idea in the world. And it is. If someone pitched that to me, I'd shoot them. So why is Porco Rosso good? Let me get back to you on that. Porco Rosso is about a pig who flies planes.
Because Miyazaki is extremely creative, that's why. This movie is just a love letter to Miyazaki loving airplanes. Anyone who's seen Miyazaki's movies, you might get the idea that he really likes airplanes. And really likes flight.
Makes his living as a bounty hunter in the Adriatic Sea, and the film begins with him rescuing a bunch of children from seaplane pirates who are way too happy to be hostages. Seriously, these kids have seen the horrors and laughed in their face. Porco spends his time hunting pirates, hiding out in his little grotto.
And again, naked children. She has to highlight the naked, topless little girls, of course.
Decidedly ignoring the absolutely stunning, honey-voiced woman who couldn't possibly be more into him if she absorbed herself into the pores of his skin, when one day an American shoots his plane down and he has to travel all the way to Italy to have it repaired. While Porco's plane is being repaired by a young and brilliant engineer named Theo, the question of who he is and why he's a pig starts coming to light. Porco was a World War I flying ace, no, not that one, a different one, who lost his best friend in the war, and after Italy was overtaken by fascists, he deserted and became a bounty hunter in the sea.
I'd rather be a pig than a fascist.
I've run into some people who are confused as to why Porco is magically transformed into a pig, but it's really just symbolic of how he feels about himself. Porco is dismissive of most—
I thought you hate symbolism, Lily. Lily, I thought you hate symbolism. You say symbolism covers up the true story. You say that about Utena. So now suddenly you understand and like symbolism? Sorry, Rebecca Sugar confirmed how Susan Egan got the voice role of Rose because Susan's performance in the movie. Oh, Susan Egan is the singing lady in the dub. I've only seen this. Did I watch this in Japanese or English? I actually don't remember. I think I watched it in Japanese.
People and works in a profession that tends to have a negative outlook on life, but he also hates himself and considers himself a coward who only looks out for his own interests. You could just as easily replace Pig with Beast or Grimesoul. However, his engineer Theo is apparently the daughter of Hayao Miyazaki because she was raised on extremely romanticized stories about the Air Force and seaplane pilots specifically, and in the process of fixing his ship and stowing away back onto the Adriatic when the fascists catch wind of him, she helps Porco get his mojo back by betting herself in a seaplane fight. What? In an unusual twist for Miyazaki, misogyny is a pretty big theme in this film. Porco describes himself as a womanizer and even—
Why is that a twist? Like I said, I don't think Miyazaki is a feminist per se, but he tends to have a lot of strong female characters as his leads.
dismisses the idea of Theo working on his plane because she's a woman, and he's weirdly upfront about that too.
Are you leaving because I'm a woman? Or is it because I'm too young?
Actually, it's both, kiddo.
Theo's grandfather, seemingly aware of the kind of person Porco is, tells him not to get any funny ideas about Theo, and hell, all of the pirates are salivating over both her and Gina, and Curtis only agrees to fight Porco because of the chance to marry a— let me check here— 17-year-old girl is on the line. Yeah, this film's not subtle.
I mean, it was like the 40s, though. You know, the 30s or the 40s, right? So...
But the kind of men we're dealing with here. To his very small credit, Porco is about the only male character in the film, aside from her grandfather that is, that doesn't try to hit on Theo, and Theo's grandfather seems to just be giving him shit for the sake of it. And Porco's motivation to fight Curtis at the end isn't even for the sake of honor or whatnot, but just to keep Theo out of the ridiculous bet she made in the first place. Theo is the—
That is honor. That is fighting for her honor, though. What do you mean?
Best part of the film. She is utterly fucking unhinged, and where most of the film's comedy—
Utterly. You think she's unhinged? She's not. She's definitely not the most unhinged Ghibli girl. Come on now.
He comes from. Without her, the movie is just old men wallowing in self-pity. Honestly, she's the real hero, as she designs a really good fucking plane. It's built by her and the women in her family, and also—
Again, you act like strong women aren't a common protagonist type in Miyazaki's films. We just came off a movie of Takahata saying this 27-year-old unmarried woman needs to find her a man and reject modernity and embrace tradition. And now you're saying, oh, but Miyazaki's the real misogynist because he had this movie have a plucky young woman who's strong and competent, and most of the women in her family work hard and are good at things. So misogynistic.
Ultimately, she's not even betting on Porco, she's betting on her own brilliance. That being said, it does slip into similar problems that Castle in the Sky had. Whenever Miyazaki's films slip into discussing misogyny, much of it ends up being played for laughs. The viewer is supposed to laugh at all of these aging men fawning over a teenager. Conversely—
Yeah? Again, she keeps bringing up Kaguya, even though she hasn't fucking talked about it yet. If your audience isn't aware of this movie, they don't have a point of reference for what you're saying, Lily.
Takahata's films always take this kind of behavior deadly seriously. It's a problem.
It's just the tale of the it's just what happens in the Tale of the Bamboo Cutter Lily. She has 5 noble suitors, and she gives them impossible tasks because she doesn't want to marry any of them, because she's from the fucking moon and is going to go back there eventually. Even if she doesn't remember. Like, that is literally just the fairy tale that it's based on. And yeah, they're all, it's like you didn't even mention the scene in Castle in the Sky where all of Dola's sons are trying to butter up, Sheeta, because they've, like, never been around a girl other than their mother. You know? Like, you didn't even talk about that part. And yeah, it's played for laughs. It's not even supposed to be misogynistic. You're not even supposed to read it as misogynistic. It is just supposed to be read as funny.
Problem that tends to run
Whether you think it's funny or not is up to you, but that is the clear intent of the films.
underneath a lot of anime, if we're being honest, as a lot of the best creators are old fucks, and a lot of the younger creators are otaku shut-ins. You only really get away from it in anime both written and directed by women. I said
Your fucking Antarctica anime was not written by a woman, Lily. It was written by a 50-year-old man. A 50-year-old man who thinks teenage girls sit around going, I need to not waste my youth! And then talk about, like, showing off their tits to men to get on a boat. Yeah, so, So it wasn't directed by a woman, sorry. Her Precious Antarctica anime, which is also boring and nonsensical, was written entirely by a 55-year-old man, and it was directed by a woman. The same woman who directed, what is it, No Game, No Life? Whatever one it is that revolves around a boy having to get sexual almost with his 11-year-old stepsister. Whatever one that is. The only other things she's directed are lolly slop. Which is why her Antarctica anime is lolly slop. It's cute girls doing cute things next to big complicated machines to appeal directly to otaku men. That's what Antarctica is. Even though it's not as an egregious an example of that, it's still that. It's Kaon from Temu is what it is, you know?
women. I said and, not or.
Oh, look, you left, an extra hand there, Lily. Good job. Dunmeshi, on the other hand, was entirely written by a woman, and was a manga written by a woman first. Antarctica wasn't even a manga first, it was just an original anime, and it's dumb, and it's boring. It is moe, yeah, okay, it's not lolly slop, it's moe slop, but it's definitely moe slop. It's moe trash, yes, it is.
Or put your hand down.
Unlike Dunmeshi, which is completely, awesome.
Like most of Miyazaki's films, Porco Rosso's themes aren't that difficult to discuss or summarize, and yet I found myself having a lot of fun with the film that I can't quite put my finger on. I suppose it helps the film was on the shorter side.
You had more fun with this one than with Castle in the Sky? Really?
Ghibli's output, only about 94 minutes compared to the 120 to 150 that they normally get, so the film doesn't really overstay its welcome, which it absolutely would have. It comes in, shows you a miserable old fuck who peaked in the Mile High Club, brings in a genius teenager to smack him in the back of the head with a cattle prod, and then fucks off after the character development is done. Seriously though, get those kids some therapy.
It's raining men!
Okay, like, those kids are just in the beginning of the movie and nowhere else. Positives, fun and mellow film about survivor's guilt and how beating up Americans is a public service. Yes, a pig is indeed better than a fascist. Oh, she said the thing, guys. She said the thing. She knows the memes. Fio, just Fio. Everything about Fio is amazing. Surprisingly grounded for a Miyazaki film. Grounded, the movie about airplanes in World War I where a man is a pig. Grounded. Let's see. Negatives. Miyazaki's fervent romanticizing of pilots, planes, and the Air Force is at most egregious in this film, with 2 speeches in a row about the honor of seaplane pirates. Yeah, he likes planes. He's a plane otaku. He likes flying. He likes planes and flying. Why is that bad? I'm gonna take a quick break to get some more water. I'll do supers when I get back. It's so fucking hot out today, so I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, sorry, the music's a little quiet, huh? It was Sayonara Rolling Star from the Katamari Damacy soundtrack. I fucking love Katamari. I really gotta play We Love Katamari on stream sometime. I did promise Disco Elysium would be next, though, and I might do a one-shot look at Paralives, which just came out. It's like The Sims killer, so I'm curious about it. I have to get back to fucking Lily now. Damn it. Okay, so we're half an hour into this 2-hour video. I guess we're not doing that bad, but it's definitely gonna be a long one still. So buckle up, everybody. Good thing I had a big lunch before this.
Hallelujah, it's right.
Ah! That was loud. What's next? Pom Poko. I have not seen Pom Poko, but I know the general gist of it. So, let's just see what she says, and... Oh, I gotta do supers first, and you guys, any of the ones I haven't seen, feel free to chime in the chat or the supers and give your opinion.
At Espionata5011 sent a super chat. Porco Rosso is so good, I love it.
I do like Porco Rosso, but it's more of a vibes movie than a plot movie, you know what I mean?
At Justin Bowers 2749 sent a super chat. Lily doesn't like symbolism. Until she does.
That's the thing about covering her. We see how inconsistent she is across videos.
Puff sent a super chat. Lily is making me spend money. Porco Rosso is an anti-fascist movie which was made to be watched on long flights by businessmen. Sparkling heart emoji, it. The French version Porco is voiced by Jean Reno.
Oh, neat. Well, like, yeah, it is more of a seinen movie, I would say. It's more of a movie for, like, adult men than children, yeah.
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. Don't tell Lily about Fuyiko Mine. She doesn't deserve her.
Oh, do I even want to know? What would she say about whatever that is?
At Sofagrams 4 you send a super chat. I find this video to be an utter disappointment. Lily should be utterly ashamed she made this utter embarrassment. I am utterly appalled.
Favorite word,
At
utterly.
Max Story Glee sent a super chat. Antarctica anime should have turned into the Thing.
Yes, that would have saved it. But 10 out of 10 if it turned into the Thing at the end.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Why does she say being an adaptation is a neutral?
I don't know. I guess to fill up space?
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. Pom Poko is very episodic. It's silly.
It's just
that
kind
is
of...
all.
It's just about raccoons living as humans, right? It's about nature again. She says she hates that Miyazaki always writes about nature, but so does fucking Takahata, you know? So what does she mean?
Pom Poko was directed by Isao Takahata and really establishes the themes of Takahata's films, which is to look at Tokyo and say,
I hate you and I hope you die.
You can really...
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what I've been saying this whole time. Takahata, everything Takahata writes is like, boy, living in the rural towns is sure better, you damn kids. Like, again, who hurt you? Who hurt you, Takahata? So, yeah.
really feel him just banging on the...
But it's also about nature and traditionalism, two things you, like, fucking hate in Miyazaki's movies. But you like them when it's Takahata, so you can be contrarian.
Glass of his urban apartment screaming, "Let me out of here! I want to return to the farm!" Pom Poko is about a bunch of tanuki, a species of raccoon that's on par with dragons when it comes to having weird legends and myths made out of them. No, these are real paintings. These are feudal age shitposts. Anyway, the raccoons are fighting a...
Yeah, exactly. Raccoon dogs are comedic things that can blow up their testicles. It's Japanese folklore. What are you gonna do?
Let's be nice and say brutal and bloody war over the most important thing, territory. The forest is shrinking because the humans keep knocking it over to make room for new houses because their cities are overcrowded. Except they're not, it's just too expensive for most people to live in the city. Those condos have to stay empty so that they don't depreciate in value. The raccoons decide the sensible and level-headed thing to do is learn...
Well, a tanuki is a raccoon dog, right? I mean, I think we call them raccoon dogs in English, but she is just calling them raccoons, yeah.
Learn to master the lost art of transformation.
Yeah, they're not the same species as a raccoon, even though they really look like them.
Infiltrate the humans and slit their throats when their backs are turned.
What do you mean that's too inappropriate for a children's film? They all have their balls out, Isao!
All-out war breaks out as the raccoons attack and disrupt human construction efforts by driving trucks and equipment off the roads. When that doesn't work, they try exploiting a bunch of gullible, superstitious rubes by pretending to be angry spirits to the point of frightening one cop into suicide. Over the course of the...
Well, they are spirits, though. A tanuki like this is a spirit. You know? I mean, they're based on real animals, but even in a lot of Japanese folklore, a real animal, if it gets old enough, can become a spirit. Anything can become a spirit.
The film, they end up reaching for bigger and bigger hauntings. None of it actually works.
They call them belly pouches in the English version? Yeah, okay, it's their ball sacks, alright? It is.
Because the symbols and iconography they use in their hauntings are no longer revered the way they'd been before. They're a novelty, and oftentimes their hauntings are simply assumed to be a performance by a theater group or some other mode of entertainment. This is emphasized by two old men who are sitting at the booth drinking themselves blind while all these surreal images play out before them.
Well, yeah, again, a lot of Takahata's is people don't appreciate the old ways anymore, so people wouldn't even be bamboozled by spirits these days as they were in the old times. Yeah, they're yokai. Yokai, kami, all sorts of different spirits.
And the two of them are just talking about how none of that is real. It's just your brain playing tricks on you. Later, a news broadcast probably hits the raccoons the hardest.
Yeah, something strange is definitely going on in Nutama. I'd like to move out, but I just can't afford to.
Some of the people living there would probably leave after all the shit the raccoons are doing, and the raccoons possibly could have won, but they just can't afford to. In the end, despite all their efforts, the raccoons' only recourse is to simply transform into humans and live among them in their world, assimilating completely into urban life. The film carries a lot of Takahata's usual fare. If you've seen a Takahata film before, you've seen this. He hates urban living and romanticizes rural life, but there's an additional factor in here in the fact that a lot of the story deals with assimilation. This is probably
I mean, you're talking about him romanticizing rural life, and yet you try to say his movies are anti-conservative. Lily, come on.
As allegorical as Ghibli films get, as the raccoons' tactics to keep the humans out of their forests rely on spiritual traditions that have been boiled away by post-war reconstruction and private industry. Much of the film revolves around the fact that while the raccoons can scare away the workers, ultimately they are only replaced by new workers who need—
How did she understand this theme in this movie, but not only yesterday? I'm very confused.
The money, and the police come in to handle the rest. All of them
Clancy Brown was in the dub? Maybe I will watch it.
operating at the behest of a corporate mogul, too far away from the hauntings to care. This particular film is probably the most aggressively anti-capitalist of Ghibli's work, and covers a part of capitalism that few people are ever willing to talk about, how capitalism strangles the culture out of anything it touches.
It's not really capitalism, it's modernity and technological advancement, really. Do you think Japan has started out as communist or something? They started out as feudal, for one thing. So, capitalism was a very, logical thing for them to fall into next.
Stripping it from people and turning it into novelty products to sell. The fact that an anime film is talking about this is especially poignant, as American weebs have always had this very nasty habit of attributing the consequences of late-stage capitalism to culture when they happen in countries that aren't white. There's a very—
You don't think it can be attributed to culture in Japan? Especially the Japanese, again, you're ignoring how collectivist the Japanese are. You know, the hammer that sticks out, the hammer that sticks out, the nail that sticks out will be hammered down in Japan. They're all very much about assimilation and collectivism. And yeah, that can have an effect on the individual, and a lot of Japanese media is about that. Yeah, C-Puff says they went feudal, imperial, fascist, capitalist. Yeah, basically. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Very potent grief on display in the film, not just for the wilderness, but rural life that late-stage capitalism destroyed. People have a habit of claiming Takahata's work is reminiscent—
No, it's not about late-stage capitalism, it's about how people need to embrace the old ways, which is what every single Takahata movie is about.
Reminiscent of Stanley Kubrick, but in all honesty, it feels more reminiscent of Tolkien, the lamentation of the—
well, I think Takahata is compared to Stanley Kubrick because he was a rotten perfectionist who was very hard to work with and worked people overtime and tormented the people making his movies. And so that's why people compare him to Kubrick, probably. Again, you want to talk— She buys the fucking false rumors that Across the Spider-Verse had, so much unbelievable crunch. And so she's like, that movie wasn't even worth coming out then. But when it's Princess Kaguya, which had so much crunch, and Takahata, was driving the animators, overtime, and making them do ridiculous shit, and the movie took 8 years to animate, that's fine, though. That's fine.
Natural world being lost to industry, the impersonality of urban sprawl boiling away your friends and neighborhood, the profound sense of loss at coming home to find a factory where your childhood home is—
What the fuck is this AI image of the Scouring of the Shire here? What?
been, and the pursuit of gold slowly scraping away everything you are, you have ever been, or will ever be, to devote yourself only to it and nothing else. It's all very evocative of Tolkien. So,
is it a kitsune that convinces them to assimilate with humans? Because that'd be actually kind of interesting. She's just brushing over. Again, I've never fucking seen this movie, and they look like normal raccoon dogs from our perspective at times.
War against urban development. You already know where the film is ultimately going about 40 minutes in, and like every other Takahata film, it's a full 2 hours long, so it's just overloaded with a lot of repetition. There's a
So you're admitting Takahata's movies are boring, repetitive, and too long, but you are still glazing him over Miyazaki just because. Okay.
Concept of density in storytelling, which is how much.
Okay, so it's a kitsune that convinces them, like, oh hey, no, Rhythm Among the Humans is great. You can make a tunnel buddy, bro. That's cool.
Information is being conveyed in a given length of time, and Pom Poko is on the low density end of the spectrum. It's especially not helped that the narration by Maurice LaMarche is so mind-numbingly boring that I had to watch the film twice because.
Okay, Clancy Brown and Maurice LaMarche are in the dub. Maybe I will watch it.
The first time it was late, I've been up for 20 hours and I kept nodding off. I was sorely tempted to scrap this entire video right here because holy fuck, this film is so fucking dull.
I wish you had. How do you find this one more dull than fucking Only Yesterday? Honest to God, how do you find this more dull than fucking Only Yesterday? Again, I really think she only likes Only Yesterday because little girls talk about periods for like half an hour.
A lot of the interesting parts about assimilation and capitalism salting the earth don't even come in until 3/4 of the way through. I was already halfway through the films by the time I watched this, enough to know that
Lily, maybe it's because it's not about anti-capitalism, it's just about anti-modernity. You know?
Overwhelmingly favored the more grounded and less fantastical Ghibli films, and Pom Poko is just a less.
Just a reminder to all of you, she isn't getting any money from this video. It's unmonetized, so 2 full hours and she isn't making a dime.
Version of Only Yesterday and Nausicaa. It certainly has a sad ending and tries very hard to make you feel the totality.
How the fuck did you just compare Only Yesterday and Nausicaa? Wait, what? What?
Holy fuck, this film is so fucking.
She might have asked ChatGPT to summarize the movies for her because even though she watched the dub of Nausicaa, she called it the Toxic Jungle. And usually in the subtitles, in the English translation, in the dub, they call it, even in the manga, they call it the Sea of Decay. But in Japanese, it's the Toxic Jungle. So that makes me think she either asked ChatGPT or was reading Wikipedia for that one.
Dull. A lot of the interesting parts about assimilation and capitalism salting the earth don't even come in until 3/4 of the way through. I was already halfway through the films by the time I watched this, enough to know that I overwhelmingly favored the more grounded and less fantastical Ghibli films, and Pom Poko is just a lesser version of Only Yesterday and Nausicaa. It certainly has a sad ending and
the lesser version of Only Yesterday and Nausicaa. It has similar themes to Only Yesterday, it sounds like, but how the fuck is this movie similar to Nausicaa? Are you... what?
Tries very hard to make you feel the totality of loss that the raccoons are facing, but the fact of the matter is that his other films just do it better.
Okay. Again, I really haven't watched Pom Poko, so I can't say if she said anything offensive.
A super chat. I want her to like Ocean Waves just because it's the worst Ghibli movie and is actual dog shit.
I don't think I've even seen that one, to be honest. I think it's something Takahata, isn't it?
Sent a super chat. I love Kaguya, but the production was a mess. There's a documentary about it.
I might watch that, actually. I can already tell she's gonna misunderstand what it's about.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. Collectivism has pros and cons. It's about balance. Same with Western individualism. Both of them can be suffocating and toxic in their extremes.
Very true, very true. Very true. It's just, Lily doesn't seem to appreciate the attitudes that would have gone into this movie, and she is approaching them from a very Western, perspective. Just wait till she gets to Mononoke, Hime. We're getting close there, we're getting close. That one's probably gonna be the one that pisses me off the most. Ocean Waves doesn't even have a fucking dub. I think I had it on my bootleg Ghibli collection from Chinatown, but I don't think I even watched it, or maybe I did and completely forgot it. So...
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Wait, did she not mention the tanuki balls? Bruh.
Nah, she showed some old, she showed some old paintings of tanuki. Yep, these are real, everybody! Balls! balls! So, positives, I'm not even gonna read this one, fuck it. Let's go to Whisper of the Heart, which I maybe have seen. Fun fact, Whisper of the Heart is where Lo-Fi Girl comes from. I know the plot of this one. Again, I don't really care about it. The dub is kind of stupid. Because in Whisper of the Heart, she's trying to write a Japanese version of Country Roads. But in the dub, they just went, oh, she's just trying to write her own original lyric version of it also in English. And it's like, what's the point of the movie then? If it's not about her writing the song in Japanese, why would you do that in the dub? Just leave it the same and just translate what the people are saying and then play the music in Japanese. This is so fucking stupid. It's cute. I mean, I don't care that much about it, but it's cute. So let's see what she says about it. But yeah, it's Lo-Fi Girl, guys. This is where she came from.
Whisper of the Heart is one of the Girlhood 5. What the fuck is that? Good question. There's a grouping of about 5 films from Ghibli that I'll take.
Now there's Ocean Waves, and these are all Takahata. And actually, Poppy Hill wasn't Takahata, was it? But these are all Takahata besides that. So yes, grown Japanese men writing about girlhood, always good.
Place in conventional suburbia and lack the whimsical fantasy or harsh and grueling themes of the usual Ghibli fare. And they're almost entirely about young women dealing with issues of growing up, their identity, and the tumultuous world of romance. I feel like for most Ghibli fans who haven't already seen all of them, these can be the hardest to recommend. Pop culture has already decided that teenage girls are the most annoying thing ever, and if you aren't willing to empathize with teenage girls, you're in for a frustrating time with what looks like, on the surface, to be a story about dumb kids with their dumb kid problems.
Of course, you're still talking about grown men writing about young girls and the experiences of young girls. Which I haven't seen Marnie. I know a lot of people try to say it's like it's a queer-coded movie. Probably not. It's probably very Class S, I imagine.
Personally, I find your ability to empathize with kids like this depends
this was Yoshifumi Kondo. Okay, so this is kind of an odd one out.
On how bad your childhood was. Like, the worse it was, the easier it is to empathize with their rather tame struggles. The poster for Whisper of the Heart may suggest this film was a flight of fancy, but in fact...
The worse your childhood was, the more you can empathize with their mundane struggles? Wouldn't seeing kids have mundane problems and you had a really tough childhood just be kind of annoying? Like, oh, these girls are complaining about, like, not getting tickets to a concert or something. Meanwhile, I was beaten every day, you know? What does she mean? What you really mean is, I just wish this was my boring childhood.
This is not the case. The film follows, what the fuck was her name again?
Yes, but Kondo also died. Maybe Miyazaki is killing off all the other directors so he can be the only one.
Shizuku. You know, sometimes I find the names of anime characters to be hard to remember because so many of them are spelled and pronounced similarly, and it makes me wonder if people—
Shizuku? I mean, her name doesn't sound like, her name sounds very different than other Ghibli girls. Shizuku is not that's kind of a odd name even in Japanese, isn't it?
In non-English speaking countries feel the same about the fact that there are 70 different ways to spell Michaela. The film follows Shizuku, a lonely shut-in who spends all of her time checking out books and reading them cover to cover before rushing back to the library to check out even more, like the exact opposite of a Potterhead. Over the course of the story, she becomes fixated on a boy who keeps checking these books out before she can, who turns out to be a guy who is routinely giving her grief, much to her intense dismay. Throughout the film, Shizuku gets roped into a love lightning—
yes, animosity, it must be love.
bolt about a guy who likes her friend, who likes another guy, who likes Shizuku, who likes a completely different guy. Okay, but put the brakes on everything. That should have been the whole plot of the film. That is fucking wild. I want to see how that works out. She's also working on rewriting the lyrics to the song Take Me Home Country Roads, which—
I mean, the guys probably don't like each other. You're not gonna find any gay content in Ghibli movies. Like, I'm sorry, you're not gonna find any gay content in Ghibli movies. Stop looking.
plays so many damn times throughout the film. When I first played this movie, it was actually set to Japanese, and I didn't realize that because the film opens with Country Roads on both versions, which made me ask several fucking questions. That wasn't something—
The whole plot is she's rewriting Country Roads in Japanese. Yeah.
In the dub? The movie's just like that? Anyway, about 2/3 of the way through the film, the main plot actually starts with Shizuku—
And again, you should watch it in Japanese, because the dub just makes it like, I'm writing my own version of Country Roads, also in English, for not really any good reason. Whereas, translating a song into Japanese is a much more interesting motivation. You know?
being anxious over the fact that she's about to step into high school without knowing what she wants.
No, I think I was asking if Shizuku is kind of a unique name, though. I think it kind of is, isn't it? It's not one you hear a lot.
To do with her life. This is not helped by the fact that her love interest, Seiji, knows exactly what he wants to do and is taking big steps in his life to make it happen. This leaves Shizuku feeling rather inert, and thus begins the inevitable downward cycle of hating herself for not doing anything, and then not doing anything, 20 go to 10. Eventually, Shizuku settles on writing a book about a statue of a cat she saw in an antique shop belonging to Seiji's grandfather. She spends night and day for weeks working on it, until finally her draft is complete. But she's extremely skittish about showing it to anyone, and she actually breaks—
Why do we keep fading to black between clips? Was this your way to try to get around copyright? Because it didn't work, obviously.
down when Seiji's grandfather says it's good because, being the author, she can see the flaws plainly and is really insecure about them. Boy, the timing on this was great. I'm currently in the midst of writing my own book, and let me tell you, the brain gremlins are kicking my ass on that one. Whisper the Heart—
Yeah, the farms are also kicking your ass on that one, and a bunch of people in my server, and everybody rewriting Into the Void right now.
It is a film I was actually quite disliking in the
Yeah, The Cat Returns is actually a movie based on the story she wrote in this movie. It's a little strange.
First half, it's slow-paced and little of note happens, but once it reaches the halfway mark, Shizuku starts bonding with Seiji, and she starts exploring a career in writing, is when a lot of the more interesting things start happening. Shizuku's story is very compelling, even for me, wading into my 30s. When you're a child, the question of what you—
Really funny that she's like, after only yesterday, she's admitting that Takahata's movies are kind of boring. This isn't a Takahata, though, but you know what I mean? The more grounded ones are a little boring.
You want to do with the rest of your life is a very grim existential question, and when you're young, it feels like you only get one shot at it. The younger you are, the harder it is to really get a scope of what adult life looks like. Look at how many people in their 20s act like their 30s approaching as some kind of end point for life, where you officially—
And look how many people in their 30s still act like 15-year-olds. It's amazing, huh, Lily?
Actually become old trademark, only to turn 30 and realize, oh, wait, this is—
Saying Marnie is queer-coded is kind of iffy, considering she's revealed to be Anna's grandmother in the end. Oh my god, I mean, I didn't know anything about the movie. All I know is people were like, oh my god, it's queer-coded because two girls hold hands. Those straight girls never do that. No wonder people don't want to touch each other anymore, because people around them will go, yeah, you're gay, you're gay.
Isn't all that different, huh?
Yeah, again, you're not gonna find any gay content in Ghibli movies. Like, fucking... No, you're not.
Shizuku's fears are irrational, but they are genuinely held, and this bleeds into her writing and the fear that she's not good enough, because that fear of not being good enough was why she was so inert in the first place. What if I make the wrong decision and I can't take it back? I really enjoyed Shizuku's story, which is a big turnaround, where I was about ready to give this film a D in the first half, but it really pulled through. That being said, and this is certainly a case of time not being—
So you can find the movie boring in the first half, but you'll still give it a pretty good grade? I mean, what?
kind of the film, I can't—
No, I'm sorry if they spoiled it, but, sorry. It's not a movie I really care about. I don't plan on watching it, so...
I just fucking can't take the drama around Country Road seriously. It just makes me laugh, because this song has been made into a meme, and that's it. That's my only real complaint about the movie. Seriously.
Song has been made into a meme, but when did this movie come out, Lily? Whispers of the Heart. 1995! You know, back when we were all using AOL still. Oh my god, Country Roads is a meme now, so I can't take it seriously in this movie from the mid-90s. What do you mean? It's kind of like how I was singing What's Up during my mixtape playthrough, and I was like, you know what, I actually do legitimately like this song, and I liked it before it was a meme. I can still take it seriously, even after the He-Man meme.
Seriously, give this one a try. It's seriously underrated.
Country road.
So I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. Anyway, positives. Melancholy story about feeling adrift in life, imposter syndrome, how ambitious, blah, blah, blah. I can't even, like... Country gnomes, take my bones. Was that the fucking meme she was talking about? Country Roads is all over the film. Yes, because she's rewriting it in Japanese. So she's like, I found the first half of the movie boring, but then it was good. A+. Like, if you don't like half the movie, how do you give it an A+? That doesn't make any sense.
Sent a super chat. International music charts exist. Lily.
Yeah. I complained about it the whole time. A+. Like, her ratings never make any sense. Her charts never make any sense. Nothing she does makes any fucking sense. So, like, yeah, Anyway, let's go. Okay, oh god, it's Princess Mononoke next. Damn it. I'm probably gonna get one guide on this one, so here we go.
Oh boy, here's one I've been dreading. I mentioned in Kiki that there are several films that are held up as sacred cows by Ghibli fans, and Mononoke may as well be the damn poster child for that one. Criticizing
Yeah, it made them explosively popular in the US after Miramax released it, yes.
Mononoke is like criticizing Avatar or The Empire Strikes Back or The Burning Crusade. The reason for this is that Mononoke, unlike every other Ghibli film, is pitched right at the sensibilities of weebs. It's bloody, it's gory, it's filled with action scenes, and the plot is a carbon copy of Nausicaa, but given a Shinto coat of paint with a...
Okay, for one thing, Nausicaa is very Shinto as it is. Just because this one actually takes place in Japan doesn't mean it's more or less Shinto than fucking Nausicaa. And yes, Nausicaa and Mononoke Hime have similar themes, mostly about respecting nature and living at one with nature and shit, but it approaches it completely differently than Nausicaa does. And it's a completely, like, Nausicaa takes place in a fantasy world. This actually takes place during the Warring States period of Japan. So this is actually taking place in, like, the 1400s, you know?
of paint with a male lead. You could sit it right beside Inuyasha or Demon Slayer and very few people would notice. In fact...
Fuck off! And hang on a second, I just got a BRB. Sorry, the dog was causing a hullabaloo. She was trying to save me. So, how is this similar to fucking Inuyasha or Demon Slayer? Just because they both take place in, like, ancient Japan? Demon Slayer is a basic bitch shonen anime. I like Demon Slayer, but it is a basic bitch shonen anime. And she acts like the battles are the main point of this movie, and they're not. They're not at all. It just takes place during the Warring States era, and the Warring States era is a backdrop. So of course there's skirmishes of samurai everywhere, considering the time period. She just doesn't know enough about history.
Were it not for its reputation, I imagine this would be as much of an oddball film for Miyazaki as My Neighbors the Yamadas was for Takahata.
How is this an oddball film for Miyazaki? You just said it's similar to Nausicaa. You always say it's just Nausicaa again, so how is this an oddball movie for fucking Miyazaki? It is bloodier and more violent than most other Ghibli films, that's for sure. But, like, it's supposed to be this primal thing. And again, it takes place during the fucking Warring States period! Yeah, Demon Slayer was also made by a woman!
All in all, this makes coming into it as someone who liked Nausicaa way more and is generally disinterested in action rather nerve-wracking, because I just know I'm gonna get some fucking letters about this one.
Yeah, you are, because the action isn't even the point of the fucking movie.
Anyway, Princess Mononoke is about Ashitaka, a hunter in a forest village that gets attacked by a demon, but he gets struck by...
I knew she wasn't going to understand this. He's from the Emishi people, Lily. He's from the Emishi people, who are an indigenous tribe of Japan who were persecuted by the Emperor. They mention this in the movie. They even say the Emperor drove us far to the east, you know? But his tribe being isolated and knowing to live at one with nature is important to his character. Because, watch her compare. I bet you anything. I bet she's going to compare San and Nausicaa, when really, Ashitaka is more like Nausicaa. You know, that really struck me when I was rewatching. I was like, Ashitaka is basically very similar to Nausicaa, where he's very noble, he respects nature, He's very compassionate. He doesn't want people to needlessly fight each other. You know, he's very similar to Nausicaa, actually.
Fucking letters about this one. Anyway, Princess Mononoke is about Ashitaka, a hunter in a forest village that gets attacked by a demon, but he gets struck by it and impregnated with demon jizz. His village banishes him and sends him to go and fight the evil in the west. He's given a...
He gets impregnated with demon jizz, so you can't even respectfully tell the plot. It's the rage of the forest that has cursed him.
Special dagger by Kaya, who is his fiancée in the original version and his sister in the English version, and apparently nobody on the dubbing team knows when that change was made.
Well, probably because she calls him Ane-sama, so they probably mistook that for her literally calling him her brother in English. But no, she is supposed to be his fiancée. That's what the dagger is for. But it's not clear in the movie, but a Japanese audience would understand this is one of those things. But she does call him Ane-sama, which is an archaic version of like Oni-sama.
Made? I see you, script editor on the dubbing team. I know what you are. He ventures out.
Yeah, we know what you are too, Lily, so don't even fucking pretend.
Into civilization to find answers about a ball of iron found inside the demon, and discovers that a massive war is going on between the evil empire, for there are no good empires, and the spirits of the forest, a wolf matriarch, and her...
The evil empire? The evil empire? Irontown is an independent city. They're constantly being attacked by a local daimyo. This is during the Warring States era where the central government was very weakened, and there were just skirmishes everywhere, and people just making bids for power and taking over other lords' lands. There were rogue samurai everywhere, as you see in the movie. Irontown is in a very tough position. Eboshi has to kill the forest spirit in order to appease the emperor, so she'll be left the fuck alone with her city. It's just the one city led by Eboshi, who was probably a courtesan in her early years, and she takes care of her people. Like, you think Eboshi's gonna be an evil villain at first, but it's more that she is 100% pro-humanity, and San is 100% pro-the forest, whereas Ashitaka is the man in the middle who knows how to live at peace with nature. They all represent these things, you know?
Her children, one of which is conspicuously human. Anyway, once the man arrived in St. Ives, he met a lady with 20 wives. The 20 wives work in the iron smelters, turning iron sand into metal, which is used to make weapons and trade for food. The lady...
You know, acting like the women of Irontown or her harem is kind of disrespectful, because she rescued most of those women from being sold into prostitution. That is a plot point. She takes these women who were sold into brothels, sold into prostitution against their will as sex slaves. She buys their contracts and gives them meaningful work in her town, and they're so much happier and so much freer than they would be anywhere else. That's a very important point. So, like, acting like all those women are Eboshi's harem is kind of disgusting, Lily.
Name's Eboshi, goes around...
And again, Eboshi herself was probably a courtesan earlier in her life. You can tell by the way she's literate, the way she dresses, you know, the very poised ways she moves. She was probably a courtesan at some point in her life and managed to create her own town as a woman in the 14th century. She's supposed to be a very strong female character.
Buying up the contracts of prostitutes and turns them into miners. It turns out they were the ones who shot the boar.
Okay, so you do know that. You do know that she rescues prostitutes, so why the fuck would you act like they're her harem? Lily, that's gross.
Because they were clearing out the forest to get more iron, which angered the boar gods, and then Lady Eboshi showed up and...
Yeah, almost all of the women have husbands, too. Like, she's just being so fucking stupid.
Lady Eboshi is an industrious woman with aspirations to rule the world, but differs from other megalomaniacs because...
No, she doesn't. Producing iron is what keeps her city free. It is what keeps her being able to care for all of these people, the prostitutes, the lepers, all of these people rejected from society. She gathers them up, gives them meaningful work, and the iron they produce is so valuable. People make deals with her, and people are trying to take over her city. She doesn't want to rule the world. She just wants to keep her city independent and take care of her people. You know, Eboshi is not a bad person. She just sees nature as something to strip away and use You know, she's basically an arms dealer for all the skirmishes happening during the Warring States era. That's how she makes enough money for her town to be independent and for her people to be safe and happy. You know? You didn't fucking pay attention. Ah! Shit, I accidentally went back to the beginning of the video. Let's just quit, guys. Anyway, where were we? Right around here,
Someone who liked Nausicaa way more and is generally disinterested in action, rather nerve-wracking. You're on the dubbing team, I know what you are. One of which is conspicuous aspirations to rule the world, but differs from other megalomaniacs because she minds her fucking manners.
I'm sorry to have to push you all so hard. I'll have wine sent down later.
Ooh. And again, these are all the lepers she took in. Do you know how bad things were for lepers back then? Nobody would touch them. Nobody would take care of them. She takes them in, she bandages them, she gives them a home, she gives them meaningful work. And yeah, she's like, hey, sorry for pushing you all so hard, I'm gonna send you some sake, alright? Like, this is how she commands the loyalty of all these people. She's a good leader. Yeah, right, I will not stand for Eboshi slander.
Ooh, that'll be nice.
Yeah, they're gunning, really hard for you to find Lady Eboshi sympathetic by drowning you in all the nice things she does for people, trying to make a point about how she's careless in her single-minded quest.
So, we're not supposed to find the woman who cares for lepers and buys up the contracts of prostitutes to uplift them from prostitution and give them meaningful work and give them a happy, safe home to exist in? We're not gonna find her sympathetic, Lily?
As for human prosperity. This is a recurring issue in Ghibli's films about the destruction of nature that, you know, the humans aren't malicious, they just need the room. The problem is that the destruction of the environment in
No, she is malicious in her destruction of nature, and that is supposed to be bad, but Eboshi is not a bad person. You know, and to carve out her own, like, independent city-state is pretty impressive, and the people, she commands such loyalty because of her kindness, you know, because, again, the problem is she's purely pro-human, specifically her people, you know?
Life doesn't work that way. The environment is being destroyed by an extremely small minority of people for the sake of profit. It's actually extremely...
She is literally strip mining the mountain. She killed one of the boar gods to strip mine the mountain, Lily. She is taking too much from nature. That is supposed to be the point. Yeah, it's not black and white. There's a lot of nuance in this movie that she is, like, refusing to see because she just doesn't like it because it's popular.
Easy for humans to live without destroying the environment, but instead we sprawl our cities out inefficiently over vast amounts of land to create dependency on car companies.
This is the woman living in an apartment complex in Nova Scotia who DoorDashes every meal. Fuck off, Lily!
We burn fossil fuels instead of green renewable energy because doing so would eliminate energy scarcity and make energy free, and energy companies don't like that. And we waste energy and water.
Free energy, everybody! Free energy! They're just keeping it from us, obviously! Free energy! There's no such thing as atrophy! Or the law of thermodynamics! We should just have energy for free! God, you're so fucking stupid. You should watch spirit science videos, Lily. Maybe you'd get into them.
On thirsty data centers so media and tech companies can hoard more wealth for themselves and fire other humans.
She's trying to act like this is saying something about modern day when it's set in the fucking 1400s, you know? Like, Christ. You're barely talking about the actual movie.
Workers. This is always the problem with trying to make sympathetic villains. Their real-life counterparts just aren't.
She's not even a villain, though. She's really not even she's an antagonist to the forest. But again, Lady Eboshi represents human industry, San represents nature, and Ashitaka is the balance in between. That it's pretty overt, you know?
At all. On the flip side is San, a woman who was raised by the wolf gods and has a burning desire to see humans driven from the forest, preferably in body bags. And she bites. Like, a lot. Turns out there's discord among the spirits of the forest. The apes want to eat Ashitaka and steal his strength. The boars have given up on life and are just going to Loktar their way into a glorious death. And while the wolves keep trying to convince everyone to fight smarter, not harder. Hence why San keeps going right to Eboshi every time she shows.
I mean, Moro is also accepting her end in this movie. Like, you can tell the forest spirits are diminishing because Moro's children are a lot smaller than she is. The boars are getting smaller and dumber too. As nature diminishes, so do the spirits. And again, that's very similar to Pom Poko. As nature diminishes, so do the spirits. Yeah, they're not gods, they're kami. Sea Puff, but, like, that's the closest equivalent we have to what kami means. So, they are forest gods, you know, Moro and, what's the big pig's name? Old something? I forget. I think the big pig's name, the Keith David pig. But, I have seen this one in both English and Japanese, I will say. So, I forget my train of thought. Let's just keep listening.
Ashitaka is caught in the middle of the ever-brewing conflict between the humans and the spirits, and unfortunately, he's a filthy pacifist who takes advantage of the inhuman strength the demons.
How is he a pacifist? Right after this, he knocks out both Eboshi and San. And he carries San off. How is he a pacifist? He shoots a guy's head off twice. He shoots a guy's arms off. He doesn't... Okoto. That's what it is. Okoto. But, yeah, he's not a pacifist. He'll only shoot back at people that attack him first. That's not what pacifism is. How is he a pacifist? Yeah, he shot off a dude's arms with an arrow. It's the rage. Anytime he feels rage, the curse spreads and gives him demonic power. That's the point. It's fueled by rage.
Curse gives him to get in the way and cockblock any fight that might happen, both literally and metaphorically. At one point, Ashitaka asks Moro, the god of the wolves, why the humans and the animals of the forest can't live together in harmony. Of course, the answer is because the humans aren't fucking interested in it. So here's where we run into the problem. And granted, this isn't unique to Mononoke. This is a story where one side has very genuine grievances, and the other side is a power-cloying pack of selfish bastards.
No, they all have grievances. It's like how the Eboshi takes out two women to confront San during that fight, whose husbands were killed by the wolves. From the perspective of the people of Irontown, they have every reason to fight the nature gods, who have killed a lot of them too. The conflict is the needs of these two different groups. You know?
Setting fire to the very environment they need to live. Hell, most of them are only out there in the first place because the Emperor is forcing them to, because he thinks taking the head of the forest spirit will make them live forever. And
No, that's why Jiko's group is out there, and that's why Eboshi is going to kill the deer god. But, again, she's doing it to get the Emperor off her fucking back. And so her city-state will be protected.
Protagonist is right in the middle, blaming the war on vague, nebulous hatred. Honestly, it really feels like Ashitaka showed up to the wrong fucking movie.
Yeah, it is fucking hatred. Yes, yeah, hatred is what keeps driving these people to attack each other. It's about the cycle of hatred and the cycle of war that you attack, they attack back, and it never ends. You know, again, Ashitaka represents living at one with nature, because that's what his people, the Imishi, knew how to do. And again, Lily has no idea that Ashitaka is Ainu, the part of the indigenous peoples that existed in Japan before the Yamato imperial rule, and they basically got assimilated eventually into Japan, but people with Ainu ancestry are still discriminated against. So, Ashitaka is the Japanese equivalent of a Native American, and you think Lily would, you know, be on board with that if she knew, but she doesn't.
Movie. I'd have expected to see him in a WoW expansion whining about togetherness like Anduin or Arator. This attitude just doesn't work. Means. You can't take a very clearly one-sided conflict and behave as if it's a two-sided conflict.
It is a two-sided conflict. Again, Eboshi represents human industry and humanity. San represents the forest, and he represents the balance between the two. He literally interrupts their fights because he's the balance between the two, idiot. And again, the character Ashitaka is most like is Nausicaa.
With evil on both sides. And yet so many stories keep trying to do it, and I don't fucking know why. Wouldn't dealing with the actual source of the conflict be smarter and more interesting? Look, Nausicaa didn't have—
The actual source of the conflict is Lady Eboshi needs iron for Irontown so they can stay independent, you know, and sell guns and munitions to people. And she doesn't give a shit about the forest's needs, you know, because she is too focused on creating a life for her people.
Have this problem because the Ohm weren't sapient creatures. They're insects who minded their own business
What do you mean they're not sapient? They psychically communicate with Nausicaa in several scenes. What do you mean they're not sapient?
Until humans tried to kill them or burn the jungle, at which point they would swarm, die, and spread the jungle. The humans' only options are stay out of the jungle or die, and the conflict is about them being too stupid and arrogant to respect nature. This aspect of Nausicaa does show up in Mononoke at the very end, when the forest—
I mean, I would say Mononoke is even more about respecting nature, because again, the toxic jungle in Nausicaa is man-made. They don't really bring it up in the movie, but you could guess that pretty easily.
Spirit has its head taken and turns into a giant rampaging beast of death as it searches to get it back, and they realize the forest—
Well, yeah, because it's the god that brings both life and death. It becomes the Night Walker at night, and is the deer god during the day, and it represents both life and death.
Itself was not to be fucked with, but that's really it. Mononoke trying to both sides the same issue is simply an objective downgrade. This isn't a Crips versus—
I mean, literally, it's about humans need to live at one with nature, which is— most Ghibli movies have that theme somewhere in them.
Blood gang war between humans and nature that's causing the planet to die. We are, and we are the only ones doing it.
It's not about the planet dying, though. This particular forest.
And we don't have—
This particular forest is very full of spirits, as you can see by the Kodama dying during the ending.
Too. The way
Kodama are a sign of a healthy forest, derp-de-doo.
Taka inserts himself into this conflict, spouting platitudes like an idiot, and surviving purely by the power of shonen protagonist— oh, I'm sorry, the demon's curse.
Pacifist, guys. He's a complete pacifist, guys. Total pacifist. Total pacifist as he knocks both of them the fuck out.
Of shonen protagonist—
Pacifist.
oh, I'm sorry, the demon's curse, takes what could have been a very interesting story on the same level as Nausicaa and turns it into a tirade of sanctimonious warbling. Hey, we're gonna make a film—
How? I mean, look at this scene. This is— the humans have skinned the dead boars and are tricking poor Okoto into thinking his army has risen from the dead because he's blind and old and injured. It's awful.
Film that's bloody.
Yeah, do you hate indigenous protagonists? Like Ashitaka injecting himself into this, just like one of the Emishi tribe who's indigenous to the land. Yeah, okay.
Than our usual fare. Now let's have the lead character hate fighting. It's just so cliche.
He doesn't want them to fight each other because they could find a way to get along with nature. He knows the way his people live. You know?
Oh, also, Ashitaka falls in love with San at some point. Not sure exactly where that happens, but speaking of—
they fall in love with each other by the end of the movie, but they decide to live separately. So, they don't even get together in the end, because she's like, I still can't forgive humans. And he's like, well, live in the forest. I'll live in Irontown, and we'll find a way to coexist. Ta-da! That's the theme.
Of things that are unusually cliche, there's another one too. Like, aren't you already engaged? Or not, depending on the—
He can't return to his village! He's been exiled! Were you not paying attention? He has to leave the village because of the curse! He can't return once he leaves! That's why he had to say goodbye to his betrothed! She wasn't even supposed to say goodbye to him. No one was supposed to watch him leave the village, but she defied the traditions to say goodbye to him and give him the little dagger she would have given them on their wedding day. So, like, he's not allowed to go back to the village, Lily. Are you gonna say this? What about the guy at the end of Kaguya, by the way, who has a wife and kid, but is seriously considering running off with Kaguya? What are you gonna say about that, then?
The language? Maybe I would like Mononoke better if I'd seen it as a child, and if I hadn't already seen Nausicaa at the same time. Hell, go—
I saw Mononoke Hime as an adult, It came out, what did it come out? Okay, maybe I was an older teen. It was like, what, 1998 in America? Maybe. But, so I would have been like 18, 19, I guess.
Going into this, I expected to give it an A and point out how Nausicaa simply did it better, but my opinion of it worsens now I've seen it and see how much it's working for me.
And again, after reading the Nausicaa manga, I don't have as much love for the movie, so I can't even. Mononoke is... This movie is so tightly written, too. A lot of Ghibli movies are kind of meandering, but this movie is so tightly written, you know?
Shinchi. Also, one last thing, but it's really weird hearing Tara Strong in this. It feels like she just dropped off the face of the earth a few years back. Anyway,
Tara Strong is one of the most prolific voice actors in the business. What the fuck do you mean?
Mononoke is certainly a fine movie if the pacifist trying to mediate a one-sided conflict doesn't already make your eyes roll out of your skull, but it is drastically overhyped. I've heard people call
It's not one-sided just because you cheer for the forest lily.
this the greatest animated movie ever made, and frankly, that's not even fucking close. That title belongs to a different Ghibli film, and there are other Ghibli films in between it. Anyway...
Are you gonna say Only Yesterday, or you're gonna say Kaguya?
Moving along.
You went ahead of climate.
Well, she didn't say as many bad things as she did in earlier movies. She didn't say as many bad things as she said in earlier videos. She has deadass in the past said, people only like Princess Mononoke for the fight scenes! Even though the fight scenes aren't really that relevant to the plot. You have the skirmishing samurai, because it's the fucking Warring States era. You have Lady Eboshi's town being attacked by one of the feudal lords, one of the local feudal lords. You have her fighting the forest spirits. You know, like, those are kind of the three battle conflicts we have, and they're not even the main focus. So, like, I don't know. Positives! Beautiful animation! That's any Ghibli movie. No matter how much I might shit on Takahata's movies, all of Ghibli's movies are beautifully animated. And if you know anything about me, you know that's a damning by faint praise. Yeah, because you also say you can't see things properly anyway. I'm glad all the pseudo-intellectual warbling from Ashitaka about San belonging in the human world wasn't validated in the end. Well, I mean, she is still she is a human. As much as she denies that she's a human, she is a human. Also, again, why is it... Also, you're shitting on Ashitaka, the indigenous native, this entire time. But of course, she doesn't know anything. She didn't pay attention to the lines at the beginning of the movie saying, the Emperor drove us away here, or Jiko recognizing him as one of the Emishi tribe, which is one of the signs that Jiko is more than just a humble priest. He is there, he's like a spy for the Emperor, basically, you know? Yeah, she said she hated the first half of Whisper of the Heart, but gave it an A+, but gave this one a fucking B. Without this movie, Azula would not exist, and the world would be a lot worse off. You're saying Eboshi inspired Azula? Why? Because they both wear lipstick and have dark hair? They're nothing alike at all. Azula is prideful and uses people as tools. Eboshi genuinely cares about people. It's that she cares about humanity, and her people specifically, to the detriment of everything else, to the point that she's just gonna strip mine a mountain without thinking about the ramifications of it, because it's good for her people, and keeps the fires burning, keeps the iron being smelted, keeps them free, and keeps them independent, you know? She works very hard to keep her city independent. Negatives. The plot is a beat-for-beat copy of Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind, only executed far less gracefully. How? We didn't see the bug's perspective in fucking Nausicaa. Whereas we see the wolves and the boars in your perspective. Ashitaka is the most wet blanket of wet blanket protagonists I've ever seen. He's exactly like Nausicaa. He's exactly like Nausicaa. He's compassionate. He doesn't want people to fight needlessly. He wants to live at one with nature. He's very noble. You know, I mean, you could say Ashitaka might be a bit of a noble savage stereotype. You could say that, knowing that he's a Mishi, but Lily, of course, doesn't even know that he's indigenous, so Ashitaka just gave away the memento to his sister gave him? Bro, that's fucking cold as shit. Well, she wasn't his sister, you knew that. She just calls him Ine-sama. Yeah, the dagger is what girls in the Amishi would give their husbands on their wedding day. So him giving it to San is a sign of his love for her. And again, at the end of the movie, they don't even get together. They agree to live separately, despite the fact that they do love each other. You know, like... And again, with Nausicaa, highly recommend the manga. Book has been returned due to inactivity. Fuck you, Internet Archive. I do highly recommend reading Nausicaa if you can get your hands on it. Like, the manga is so much more than the movie. It is so much more, and, like, Kushana is, like, way cooler in the fucking manga, man. Alright, let's get some super. She's gonna talk about My Neighbors the Yamadas next, which I've never seen, so...
HSL sent a super chat. Never give you up. Never run around and desert you.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you. Put that in Japanese. That could be a movie.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I don't think Lily understands anime fans. Like, at all. Or that's it's mostly made for actually Japanese people, not whitey.
I bet she is one of those people who would be like, why do anime characters look white? I guess Japanese people really want to be white. As there are people who say that. Though, have you seen how they depict white people in anime? They look markedly different. So, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like, in one of her earlier videos, she was, like, actually angry that the word weeb isn't an insult anymore, and that anime fans will just call ourselves weebs. She's like, oh my god, weeb is supposed to be an insult. How can you wear it as a badge of honor? This is so annoying to me, personally. You know?
At Puff sent a super chat. Is she gonna mention the main character is Ainu?
No, because she doesn't know that. Even though they say he's part of the Amishi tribe, but she's so incurious she wouldn't have looked it up.
At Espionata5011 sent a super chat. Lily, quit talking about my favorite movie.
Yeah, I said earlier, Mononoke Hime is definitely my top Ghibli. For sure.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. You think she knows about the Sengoku period?
No, of course she doesn't fucking know about the Sengoku period. Which is Japanese for the Warring States period, which is what I was saying. Of course she doesn't fucking know about the Warring States period. If you know about the Warring States period, all the skirmishes happening with samurai in the background make complete and total fucking sense. It's the setting. It'd be like saying, why are all these cowboys in a Wild West movie? That doesn't make any sense. You know, it's exactly like that.
Exponsan Jam sent a super chat. Lady Boshi bought out the contracts of courtesans and gave them work.
I know. She is a queen. Stand Lady Eboshi in this fucking household.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. What does this have to do with the movie?
No, this is when she went off on a fucking tangent about, like, modern climate politics, yeah.
Exponsan Jam sent a super chat. Now my beautiful, ugly daughter is neither wolf nor human. Do you think you can save her?
That is a line from Moro in the movie, so... She didn't even mention
Tyler
how
Preston
San became Moro's
sent
daughter.
a super chat. I told ya. Lily despises humanity with a passion.
I think she does. But that is an interesting thing with San that fucking Lily didn't even mention. Moro does say that, you know, one day humans were defiling her forest. She went to attack them and they threw their baby at her feet to save themselves. And for whatever, just maybe it was her own capricious nature as a spirit, she decided to raise the child. So San will insist that she isn't human, she's a wolf. Even though she is very clearly human, you know, but she will insist she's not human. And she can't give up her lifestyle in the forest, you know, so she's just, it's her nature after being adopted by spirits, basically.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. What's her beef with pacifism? Doesn't make sense.
Well, you see, Lily loves fascism and genocide as long as it's her characters and her self-inserts doing it. Like, she has this Sith character that's entirely based on the Sith storyline from, Star Wars, The Old Republic, the online game, where you can play as a Sith and you can kind of be like a good Sith. So she bases it entirely on that. And so genocide and fascism is good when it's her self-inserts doing it, you see. And Lily's one of those, I want to beat up everyone who was ever mean to me. Like, she brags about beating up her sister, who she allegedly molested as kids. You know, so Lily pictures herself as a badass who would beat up all the people who have ever done her wrong, when really she would be Cartman crying after one slap, you know?
At Belonic111 sent a super chat. Mononoke is basically Ghibli's version of the Lorax.
I'm San, I speak for the trees, and now I'll stab you. Yeah.
At DinoNuggy22 sent a super chat. How long are we going? I would like some background noise while I'm making
We're going to the end of the fucking video, so we're about 53 minutes in.
At Sconsan sent a super chat. He also cut his hair. Symbolism.
Yeah, cutting off his top knot was symbolism that he couldn't return to his tribe either. So yeah, they say very explicitly in the beginning of the movie that Ashitaka cannot return to his tribe. So
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Tara Strong had a controversy recently that why.
Current events! Current events! Look at me, everybody! I'm so smart! Current events!
At Ed Stevens 5542 sent a super chat. Azula just care about her father's respect of her. Everything else is a tool to use keep her place in his mind.
True. I mean, she was raised to be, she was obviously the favored child of her father, because her father was a second a second child, so he favored his second child, you know, and she has more innate talent for bending than Zuko did, so he favors her and basically turned her into a mini-me. She's even, like, the one more directly named after Azula and his father, so you can see Azula was definitely the favored child, you know? It's just kind of right there, and she's nothing like fucking Eboshi. So, I guess we'll just listen to her Yamadas one, unless she says something crazy, because I don't know anything about this fucking movie, so anybody, feel free to, people jumped right to Spirited Away, it looks like. Feel free to chime in.
Isn't unusual for Ghibli's work. There's a lot of soft mood pieces in their catalog. Honestly, it's akin to a more grounded...
Fusilier7 says, it's Confucianism, you're not supposed to cut your hair, so it was symbolism for dying. Yeah, so it's like he's dead to the tribe, and he's starting a new life, thus he cuts his hair. Yeah.
Version of Howl's Moving Castle. What is unusual
and again, they don't explain that in the movie, you just kind of have to know Japanese custom and several Japanese customs to really kind of get it, you know, but, you know.
That it's directed by Isao Takahata, the director of Grave of the Fireflies and Only Yesterday. This one is probably the lightest of his films.
So like Kaguya, it has a very sketchy style, which is kind of interesting.
And the least bitterly scathing about urban living. The film stars the titular Yamadas, Takashi Matsuo.
Oh jeez, Takahata hates living in the city and thinks living in bumfuck nowhere is superior? You don't fucking say! It's every movie he's ever made!
And grandmother Shija. It opens with a big display about life as an adventure, where Takashi and Matsuko go from their wedding to a naval adventure across the world to symbolize life's up and downs, and it's a little tongue-in-cheek.
Even the stupidest couple can survive life's challenges if they just stick together, have children.
I mean, it's a comedy, right? Just, couples need to stick together and have children and live on a farm! Yeah, it's a Takahata movie, alright. So why don't you hate the conservative traditionalism in his fucking movies, Lily? You glaze this man's movies and they're all extremely conservative. Oh, I'm sorry the image is so blown out for this one, because it is very pastel colored. On my little safety screen over here.
Children as fast as you can. Children are the best reason to weather life's storms.
This leads to them finding their children. Their eldest they pluck out of a peach in the river, and the youngest they find by cutting open some bamboo and... No! Not the suicide baby! Following...
Lily, those are two very famous Japanese myths. Momotaro, who was found by an old couple in a big peach, and Kaguya, who was found by an old couple in a bamboo stalk. Barren old couples who don't have children of their own finding a mystical child is not even unique to only Japanese mythology. You could compare the beginning of Kaguya to, like, Tom Thumb and Thumbelina, too, you know? Like, these are very common stories. So yes, those are references to two Japanese myths, Lily. And this is why it's very important to know the context of the culture. Although you have one coming out of the Cabbage Patch as well, which I always thought was more of a Western thing. Do the Japanese also have babies come from a Cabbage Patch? I don't know if they do, but that's kind of funny. So yeah, the symbolism of them having babies is one comes from a Cabbage Patch, one comes from a peach like Momotaro, and one comes from a bamboo stalk like Kaguya. So... yeah, this is all like this is all Japanese mythology references. This would be like referencing Cinderella to us, you know?
This leads to them finding their children. Their eldest they pluck out of a peach in the river, and the youngest they find by cutting open some bamboo and... No! Not the suicide baby!
I mean, I can kind of see why she would think the ending of Kaguya, the movie, is, like, kind of a symbolism for suicide. I don't think that is what it's supposed to be, because, again, it's based on a fucking folktale, and that's just how it ends. But I guess we'll see what she has to say about it.
Following this, we get a number of different vignettes, starting with the family accidentally leaving Nonoko at the department store, then Matsuko having ADHD, to Takashi and Matsuko quarreling like an old married couple being ravaged by Compet, to Takashi...
I do like how accidentally leaving a child at the store is a universal experience.
Takashi and Noburo trying to bond and failing horribly. This family is very dysfunctional, but a fun kind of dysfunctional, like The Simpsons. Actually, shit, The Simpsons are probably the best point of comparison, as it really is just an animated dom-com. Now, that being said, the film is way too fucking long.
Fuck is a dom-com? Domestic comedy? Why would you not just say sitcom? The fuck is a dom-com? I don't like that you said that. I don't like that you said that word, Lily. I don't, ew.
As a film, it's more akin to those 3-part TV pilots disguised as a film that, Disney used to release all the fucking time, except it's many parts and over 2 hours long. Granted, none of Takahata's films are under 2 hours, but this one was the one they really should have been culled down to a more reasonable.
No, Kaguya's the one that should have been culled down to a more reasonable one, because they added so fucking much to a simple story.
Length. I was quite enjoying it until about the halfway mark when the novelty wore off and I started nodding off, which was especially infuriating because it meant I had to watch it a second time to get the pieces that I missed.
Yeah, you're right, Shin-chan is really Japan's The Simpsons, so this looks very similar to Shin-chan.
And I had to watch it a third time because I stalled writing the script for so long that I forgot most of what happened in it. Who's your favorite character?
You stalled writing the script and it's 2 hours long and you're not making a single dime off of this, Lily. Isn't that fucking funny? You could have just gone back and re-edited it for copyright. My videos on Has Been Hotel are monetized, by the way. I just found a way to edit around it getting copyright dinged. You just have to be really clever about it.
Your CD. The baby, obviously. Nonoko's got the best possible energy the entire film. She's just vibing through everything. When she gets left behind at the mall, she doesn't consider herself lost.
Do we see her naked in a bath at some point? Is that why you like her?
It's just everyone else that's lost. She's actually the main character of the original comic, at least according to Wikipedia, and she has a very Calvin by way of Bonnie presence in the entire story. Shija is a close second.
At least according to Wikipedia, which I use for most of these entries. Again, we caught her. We caught her right at Nausicaa, calling it the Toxic Jungle, which no English translation calls it that. So, oops, I accidentally clicked off and now we see June the King's video. Isn't that cool? Okay.
And if you fail to live in harmony—
No! God damn it, no! Alright, here, back to the middle of her talking about the Yamadas. I think that was right about where we were anyway.
Novelty wore off and I started nodding off, which was especially—
No, I know Ghibli's nasty on YouTube, Sheepuff. I played one fucking scene from Mononoke he made to illustrate a point. I think it was when that guy did the AI live-action trailer and I was making fun of it. And, like, they like, blocked the video. I appealed it. They gave me a fucking copyright strike in return! Fucking hell, I finally got that all cleared up. But goddamn, yeah, they are very, very harsh.
Infuriating because it meant I had to watch it a second time to get the pieces that I missed. And then I had to watch it a third time because I stalled writing the script for so long that I forgot most of what happened in it. Who's your favorite character, CD? The baby, obviously. Nonoko's got the best possible energy the entire film. She's just vibing through everything. When she gets left behind at the mall, she doesn't consider herself lost. It's just everyone else that's lost. She's actually the main character of the original level-headed of the group, given that the Yamadas are for the most part like someone took the Griffins and replaced all the abuse with more grimacing. That's a sorely needed element for them. And that's really it. If you want to watch a
Why did you even cover this one? I don't think most people in the West really know about this one.
Dom-com anime, this is the only port of call. Okay, there's plenty of Dom-com animes, but I mean one whose plot doesn't turn into one of these.
We'll sail around.
Stop saying Dom-com! What the fuck is Dom-com? Stop it! Stop saying that! Directed by Isao Takahata. No, seriously. I mean, it seems like something he would reject. I reject Takahata, but it seems like something he would direct. Generally, this is the one movie I would say is too long. That's funny, because I say that about Kaguya. Okay, what's she gonna say about Spirited Away? She was watching other people's videos on Spirited Away to understand it, I think she said a while back. So let's just do supers real quick first.
At Nostalgic Nerd 9036 sent a super chat. Don't tell me Lily is attacking Studio Ghibli now.
Not attacking per se, but...
Dire Wolf 181 sent a super chat. The cutting hair thing is also referenced in Atla.
Yeah, because the Fire Nation are very Japanese in
At
Atla.
Chip Manly 1 sent a super chat. This is some Superman level stuff. Keep up.
We're gonna have a long stream on Friday too, guys. 2 long streams this week.
At 111 sent a super chat. Spirited Away is my fave, but that might be because I was about the same age as the MC when the movie came out.
That's funny because Miyazaki does say like Spirited Away is specifically for like 12-year-old girls, and he was inspired to make it by like a friend's child and how she was at that age.
At Ed Stevens 5542 sent a super chat. Finding/getting a magical child. Musical notes emoji. Tale as old as time.
I
Musical
know,
notes
like
emoji.
Rapunzel is the same way
At
too,
Super
you
Easy
know?
Walker sent a super chat. Look in suggestion sigh.
Oh god, oh no, what's happening? I don't have Discord open right now.
At Clyde Alburn sent a super chat. Is Domcom domestic comedy?
I guess? I don't know, I feel like she fucking made it up! Oh.
At Pyro7693 sent a super chat. Domcom just sounds so wrong. On so many levels.
Yeah, so, somebody sent me what Domcom means.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. She better not slander Spirited Away. Please,
She's gonna. She's gonna because it's the most popular one and the one most people know the most because because Spirited Away beat out Lilo and Stitch in 2001 for the Oscars. So that's why most people know it. Domcom, or Domcom, is a slang portmanteau most commonly used to describe a subculture of romance or film that mixes BDSM dominant submissive themes with traditional romantic comedy rom-com tropes. So this is just like her saying Riona about, like, fucking Korra, right? She just wanted to slip in something gross. Or she genuinely thinks this means domestic comedy and is an idiot. I think she's just slipping in sexual phrases on purpose, because she does it a lot. So, Okay, I think that was the end of the supers. Awkward. Anyway, let's go on to her slandering Spirited Away, which I didn't rewatch for this, but I have seen it a lot. It's not one of my favorites, I will say that. Like I said, my top favorite Ghibli movies are Mononoke Hime, Castle in the Sky, Kiki's. Those are my top ones, but I do like Spirited Away. So let's just go. Come on.
Oh boy, let me tell you guys, I was nervous about this one. I'd actually seen Spirited Away when I was 10 and like once later in my teens, and for this video I watched...
Well, if you saw it at 10, that should be like directly the age you should have seen it at and would be perfect for you. Damn it, I did Sapphire's colors on the wrong layer! No!
Spirited Away after like all the Takahata films, so I was genuinely nervous that I'd come away finding the film anemic. That didn't happen. Spirited Away is still amazing, but it is also kind of anemic.
Did you just admit that Takahata's films are very anemic? Because I agree, Lily. I've been hating on Takahata this whole time.
Spirited Away has the reputation of being the greatest Ghibli film ever made, and in some cases the best animated film ever made. I wouldn't agree with that.
I mean, do a lot of people talk about it that way? Not in my experience, but again, it's, most people know it because it beat out Lilo and Stitch in the 2001 Oscars.
In fact, I feel another Ghibli film deserves both of those titles, but...
Well, you're hyping up Kaguya, which is boring as fuck. What are you even gonna say about it? And she already doesn't seem to realize that it's a Japanese folktale it's based on, and she's gotta misunderstand it.
We'll get into it later. Spirited Away is probably
How is Spirited Away anemic? So much happens in this movie. I mean, it has its long meditative moments, of course, but, like, a lot happens in this fucking movie.
Neil's first introduction to Ghibli's work, and as a result, it often sticks out in their minds as this wondrous and almost magical experience. I myself first saw it at a youth center with my...
I mean, it is a wondrous, magical experience. It's basically Alice in Wonderland.
Sister when we were like 10 years old, only to get picked up by our father 3/4 of the way through, and then we'd spend the next 3 months trying to figure out how it ended. I didn't actually see the end of it until I was 17. CD, what kind of childhood did you have? Oh, a bad one, but not because of that. Spirited Away is about this girl, I forget her name, who was upset about moving to a new town. During the move, her parents stopped to explore a creepy tunnel with a creepy statue in front of it. Naturally, being a 10-year-old girl, she starts whining and bitching and crying about the fact that her parents are going off into the creepy foreshadowing tube. Deciding not to be left behind, she follows them, where they pig out on other people's food and turn into pigs themselves. It turns out this is the spirit world. Now this girl, oh I remember, her name's Chihiro, has to find protection in the employ of the bathhouse, where spirits gather to wash off the grime of having to—
I mean, forgetting her name could be funny, considering she gets her name stolen by the witch, which you haven't mentioned. The full title of the movie, in Japanese, is The Spiriting Away of Sen and Chihiro. Sen is the name she's given after the witch steals most of the characters that make up her name.
to be in any place where humans are. While working at the bathhouse, Chihiro has to figure out how to both save her parents and save the nice dragon boy who helped her out in the first place. It's a relatively straightforward story, largely focused on Chihiro having to emotionally
straightforward? This movie? Are you kidding me?
Mature from the whining, selfish pissant she was at the start of the film into someone more independent and concerned for others. In the process, you get all that delightfully strange—
You think Lily would hate this movie of this girl being disciplined and subjected to hard work for the first time in her life? You think she would hate that normally?
Hayao Miyazaki imagery. An interesting thing about the film is the way in which its mood slowly decreases over time. At the start, it's very high energy, with Chihiro nervous and anxious in the spirit world, going through rather intense moments of— action? Can we call it action? Really, are all action scenes to be defined by fighting? Tell me in the comments, you fucking engagement pigs. Anyway,
well, yeah, Lily. I mean, you're the one who complains about there being too much action in movies, so would you classify something that isn't an actual fight as action? That's actually a good question, Lily, but you can't fucking answer it, apparently, because you don't actually have opinions. You just say whatever you think is gonna make you sound the most smart at the moment.
Once we hit the halfway point, the film mellows out severely, matching the tone and energy of a Takahata film. There's a turning point after the river spirit where Chihiro's
you know, matching the tone and energy of Chihiro herself, who has gotten used to this place and has matured over her experience in it. You know?
Attitude changes, and so does the energy of the film. The plot's sort of all over the place, told with a series of interconnecting vignettes between arriving in the spirit world, getting a job, the river spirit, saving a Haku from—
These aren't vignettes! This is all a continuous plot. My neighbor's the Yamadas is fucking vignettes. Fucking Only Yesterday is vignettes. This is a start to finish fucking story. All the things that happen in this story are connected and logically follow from the things that happened earlier. It's not vignettes. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Zeniba, traveling to return Zeniba's seal and then returning to rescue Chihiro's parents. Actually, rescuing them comes about almost entirely by accident when Yubaba's child is held hostage by Chihiro, and Haku uses that to barter for Chihiro's freedom. Chihiro's agency comes from her kindness, the way she risks her life for Haku's sake for no other reason than because Haku comforted her when she was afraid, and that kindness is—
So, like, strength being kindness was bad when it was Shita, but fine when it's Chihiro? Okay.
Repaid on Haku securing freedom for her and her parents.
Surprised you're not calling her a dirty pacifist.
That itself comes with the caveat that Chihiro has to be able to identify them. A lot of people will praise how Chihiro's virtue is her empathy, and while that's a good thing, it's something I tend to cock an ear at because a lot of anime with women leads will center empathy in—
Why don't you cock into your free mouth then, Lily? Again, Miyazaki's films usually have strong female protagonists, and she's desperately trying to paint them as misogynistic.
That itself comes with the caveat that Chihiro has to be able to identify them. A lot of people will praise how Chihiro's virtue is her empathy, and while that's a good thing, it's something I tend to cock an ear at because a lot of anime with women leads will center empathy and emotions as their primary virtues over the ability to fight, and, well, that's—
Lily, that's like most shonen anime. Even shonen anime with fights emphasizes compassion and kindness and the power of friendship. That's just a lot of anime aimed at teenagers, you know, and children. Yeah, and get Princess Tutu out of your fucking mouth. Yeah, she says she likes Princess Tutu. I don't know if she does anymore because she hates when things start having plots and lore and shit like that. It's because, like, one of her grooming victims likes it. She says she likes it, but if she ever talks about Princess Tutu, I'm definitely getting her ass on that one, guys. Don't worry. I've seen Princess Tutu. I'm willing to rewatch Princess Tutu, and I rather like Princess Tutu. So if she ever talks about it, this is a threat, Lily. If you ever talk about it, I'm gonna do another one of these streams. Or I have 330 people watching.
That's a very patriarchal idea of women's strengths. It's not something I've marked the film—
Stop talking about the patriarchy, you dumb fuck.
Down for. There's a difference between an old man being as patriarchal as the world he grew up in and a creator actively degrading women. It's just one of those—
Yeah, you had shit to say about Takahata when it came to Only Yesterday, and the whole plot being single woman at 27, you need to get married as soon as possible, or the Yamadas saying, you gotta have babies as soon as possible. Having babies is the best thing to do in life. Like, you love his conservative-ass messages.
Things where, once you notice it, you can't stop noticing it. Chihiro's relationship with Haku was probably the highlight of the film, as the two knew each other long before this, though they'd since forgotten. Haku is the spirit of a river that had been filled in by humans years ago. It's one of the more subtle environmental jabs in a Ghibli film, but human development has actively displaced this poor river spirit from his home and
I mean, what about the river spirit who has to be cleaned of, like, muck and trash and old bikes and shit? That was definitely much more overt.
him into service to Yubaba. As I mentioned in the Pom Poko segment, a common element of Ghibli films, often understated by Miyazaki and laboriously laid out by Takahata, is humanity's often stubborn refusal to live in harmony with nature. Humanity
understated by Miyazaki? You were always complaining that Miyazaki has an environmental message in every single one of his movies, and then you were glazing Takahata, and now you've reversed them. See, she's never consistent on fucking anything. Hot take, guys, but Pragmata would definitely be a game made for Lily. Sorry, I'm one of those. When I see that all the androids in the game just happen to be little girls in pageant makeup for no reason, yeah, it doesn't pass the sniff test for me, sorry.
He destroys and bulldozes nature to expand its harsh concrete jungles that only become less and less livable, either due to how hot they become or how expensive they are. This is where it's at its most subtle, as the cost of destroying the river has driven this poor spirit away from his home forever. Sadly, their friendship isn't going to last, as once Chihiro and her family leave the spirit world, their memories of it are gone and they return to their normal, boring lives. Aside from the raw plot, there isn't much else to discuss.
Common.
Like most Miyazaki films, the story is light and more focused on how it makes the viewer feel than what it makes them think about.
The story is light and no, fuck it, it's not. This is one of the more story-heavy Miyazaki films. Fucking Pom Poko has a light, not Pom Poko, fucking Porco Rosso has a light story. This doesn't. Yes, watch Princess Tutu, it's so fucking good. It's a fairy tale that takes place within a story by a guy who died. It's really good. No, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be one of those Pragmata haters. I can just tell when a character is made for lolicons, okay? The girl does not pass the sniff test for me. Running around barefoot with no pants on, all the androids have to be little girls for some reason. If you saw a little girl in real life with Instagram makeup on her face, you would be raising a fucking eyebrow. Why is she made up like that? You know, like, fucking come on, guys. We can call a spade when we see it, alright?
Coming of age story in the most direct fashion. Something that is interesting about Spirited Away is the fact that it is ultimately about very little, but a lot of people are in deep denial about that.
It's about very little. I mean, it is a coming of age story, which you hate, but it's about so much. It's about environmentalism, it's about work, it's about being an indentured servant in a way, you know?
Conspiracy theory that pops up every few years about how Spirited Away is actually about sex trafficking, with the bathhouse being a thinly veiled metaphor for prostitution.
Yeah, because fucking Westerners don't understand Japanese bathhouse culture. We conceive of bathhouses as just places adults go to fuck. Which is not the culture in Asia. So, who the fuck cares what a bunch of Western idiots think about a very extremely Japanese movie? About spirits in a bathhouse.
This keeps happening because there's an almost cloying desire to find the secret hidden truths in children's media. It's Spirited Away's own coma theory. You can't have something this
You fucking do that shit though, Lily! You do that! What do you mean? You do that! Yeah, it's like, we call it a bathhouse in English, but it is a spa, yeah.
Without it being secretly about something else. A big part of this is because people are taught that every good story is dripping in symbolism and allegory, and even other anime can be rife with symbolism, even to the point it
You praised symbolism and allegory earlier, but now you're gonna say it's bad again, aren't you?
Negatively impacts the story. Spirited Away, therefore, is a very good movie, therefore it must have these things. But the funny thing about Ghibli...
No, it's just a good movie that vibes and has feels and... is a good adventure for, like, a 10, 12-year-old girl, and it speaks to people that age.
They do not do this. They never have. If they make a movie that is about something, it is very, very, very explicitly...
And yet you're going to say that Princess Kaguya is a metaphor for suicide? That's what you're gonna say, like, not far from here, you're going to say Princess Kaguya is a metaphor for fucking suicide.
About that thing. Only Yesterday is explicitly about stifling formal culture and anti-urbanism. Princess Kaguya is explicitly anti-patriarchy. The idea that Ghibli...
No, it isn't. It's really fucking not. Everyone's still only, like... No, Princess Kaguya is Takahata again, saying the rural life is better. Yeah, that's what it is.
Would hide a story behind symbolism and subtext is really funny after Grave of the Fireflies.
And here she is again saying symbolism hides a story. No, Lily, it helps tell the story. It enhances the story. Symbolism is not there to hide the plot from you. You're just a midwit who needs everything directly explained to you, which is probably why you like Takahata's movies, because they tend to have really boring narration, and they tend to directly state to you what the movie is about.
2 hours of children slowly dying from their own pride and the cruel indifference of the system. If they wanted to make a movie about sex trafficking, they would just make a movie about sex trafficking and say,
see, nobody has said this about Spirited Away for years. Like, when it first came out, I remember reading one really stupid review of it. It was like, oh, the dad in Spirited Away is overweight. He must represent, you know, more Western ideals. There's no fat Japanese people. You know, it's like, Japanese men don't have dad bods. Yeah. So, Western ideas of Spirited Away are very stupid. But I haven't heard this whole, like, oh, it's about sex trafficking because it's a bathhouse thing. I haven't heard that in, like, 10 fucking years about Spirited Away. So she just wanted to talk about sex trafficking while a little girl is on screen. I just know
deal with it. The idea that they would do something like this to hide that or tell it with subtlety is absolutely ridiculous.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
Anyway,
okay.
I just thought that was funny. Spirited Away is great, and it would probably be perfect if it was actually about something.
Saying because it's about coming of age, she says it's about nothing. I'm gonna get a muffin real quick because we're gonna be here a lot longer. I'm getting kind of hungry. I'll be right back. I'm back and I have a banana nut muffin. So I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm even gonna read her fucking end card, god damn it. Let's just have some super chats.
Ed Mike's Story Glee sent a super chat. I was thinking dom-com means dominatrix comedy.
That would be kind of funny. Yeah, after all that bitching, A+! Yeah, her ratings make no fucking sense.
Direwolf181 sent a super chat. What's wrong with that, Lily? It's not just girls. At Blue Blader Bot sent a super chat. Lily just wants every story to be brain rot TikToks.
I don't even know what she wants out of stories. She's never consistent.
Muse sent a super chat. The English dub for Nausicaa verbatim calls it Toxic Jungle. Sorry, joining late. Was at the doctor's at start. Also mixtape rock for Dara.
Oh, my bad. Because when I was watching it, I was watching the subtitled version. It called it The Sea of Decay. And I believe the manga also calls it The Sea of Decay. So I guess I was wrong on that one.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Lily confuses me. She hates anything effeminate about women. She seems to prefer them acting more like traditional men. But she's trans?
I don't know. I don't know. She just wants a reason to call Miyazaki misogynistic. After all, like, people are trying to find deeper, sinister meaning. She's, like, reaching to try to call Miyazaki misogynistic. Now, do I think Miyazaki and Takahata are probably sexist? Yes, because they're old Japanese men. Like I said earlier, Miyazaki forced his wife to give up animation to raise their fucking kids. You know? These men are not feminists, but Miyazaki does tend to have a lot of strong female characters as leads in his movies. And that's something to be said, you know? But again, he mostly does it because he thinks boys are expected to be proactive, so it's more meaningful when a girl does it, but you know, you can still take what you want from it.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Apparently Princess Tutu is difficult to find streaming anywhere or in, at least in the US. I checked a while ago cause I wrecked it to my friend. Thankfully I have the DVDs.
Well, if you can find it, it's definitely worth watching. Like Princess Tutu is so goddamn good. It's cute.
At Big Freak sent a super chat. Every time. Big stories are small to her, but small stories are big in her eyes. Nothing but dust and cobwebs in her head, I swear to God.
Probably because she can't pay attention to the more complex stories, so she just takes, like, really simple things away from them.
@cpuff sent a super chat, last one. Gee, I wonder why Japan might want to encourage pacifism. Thoughtful face emoji. I wonder what Japan might have done to make them averse to aggression.
Yeah, I wonder why their culture might have changed from outward aggression to more pacifism. I wonder what could have done that.
Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Can we watch Studio Ghibli video as a palate cleanser? It's short.
My bro, we're only halfway through this fucking Lily video. We're probably in for another 2 fucking hours, so...
Eliza Hamilton 5599 sent a super chat. Cause symbolism killed my grandma, okay. The Master Clockwork sent a super chat. It's a coming-of-age film and again a story about humans living with nature and the spirits and how we've lost our connection.
Yes, most of Ghibli's oeuvre is about losing connection to the spiritual, natural world, because again, Shintoism is very big in Japan. Now, we're doing the whole thing, guys. I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. But yeah, Shintoism, Lily. Most of these movies are very steeped in Shintoism, which is the biggest religion in Japan, and is very, like, just ingrained in their culture, even whether you follow it or not. I hope the copyright bots were coming for me, but it was telling me my backup server is out of sync or something. I don't know. As long as the stream is still going fine, I don't care. What's the next one? The Cat Returns. Let's just try to not pause Andy on this one. It's a fun movie, but it's a little nonsensical. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be, though.
The Cat Returns is a pseudo-sequel to Whisper of the Heart, and is to date the only sequel that Ghibli has made so far. I say pseudo-sequel because it's actually a book being written by Shizuku, presumably as part of a series based on what she wrote as a kid. The film is about Haru, a bumbling, clumsy high school girl who saves the life of a magic cat from being hit by a truck and, as a reward, is forcibly engaged to him and whisked away to
Lily, all cats are magic, duh.
the land of talking magical bipedal cats. If this were made in the 2020s, that truck would have absolutely smeared her ass across the pavement and yeeted her soul into cat Narnia. I think Haru might be my favorite Ghibli protagonist. She's very goofy. This was one of the last films I watched, and I found a lot of their protagonists were starting to bleed together after a while, but Haru, with her fucking deer in the headlights look and general bumbling foolishness, was just such a breath of fresh air.
I like her because she's a clumsy girl, and I can relate to that. She's just like fucking Bella Swan.
In the past, I've often slagged off protagonists for whom it feels like the plot happens at them rather than being an active participant. But let's be honest, if you had an entire royal procession of talking cats showing up outside your house, you just go along with it too. The best part is when one of the cats offers to bring her to the kingdom of cats and marry the prince. She says, maybe she'd fit in better as a cat. Girl, you would not. You're as graceful as a house of cards and a tumble dryer.
No, I didn't agree to that.
Have you ever met a real cat, Lily? They're not as graceful as people think they are.
Hey, wait!
That's cat behavior. Definite cat behavior, right there.
Haru decides to get Hap from the Cat Bureau because of fucking course there's a Cat Bureau, where the Baron from Whisper of the Heart helps her navigate the tumultuous world of Cat King.
Harry Elways is this guy in the dub. That fits really well, actually.
Kingdom politics. And the whole movie is just nonsense upon nonsense upon nonsense. Like, she tries to get out of the wedding by pointing out she's not a cat, and they just fucking turn her into a cat.
Little Nemo,
someone fucking
almost
dies halfway through the film, and they just move on, and he just comes back with that second thought. But Haru's still fucking losing it. She's constantly trying to explain that she can't be with a cat, but then she dances with the Baron and instantly starts developing a thing for him, like the useless little gremlin she is. All of this is a book written by Shizuku, so someone is in universe writing a story where a teenage girl falls in love with a fucking cat who's actually a statue, and honestly, that's still a better love story than Twilight. I swear, the Baron is like if Lloyd Forger was
compared
British.
To Bella Swan, too.
A cat. Look, I'm not gonna have a lot of in-depth things to say about this movie. It's just a fun adventure movie starring the most adorable gremlin child to ever grace a film screen, and a lot of cats getting hit with canes. It's like Alice in Wonderland, right down to the protagonist just vibing and panicking her way through the story.
I mean, how did you not, like, notice that Spirited Away is Alice in Wonderland? I mean...
And then, at the end of the film, the prince comes back and is like, Dad, what the fuck are you doing? Did you kidnap a girl? I already have-
I mean, just look up any compilation of cats falling down on YouTube. Cats are not as graceful as you think.
A girlfriend, get off the meth. This movie is so fucking funny. You have no goddamn idea. If you have not seen this movie, turn this video off and go watch it right now. I'm fucking serious.
I've seen it, but...
I'm a kitty cat.
Alright, she's talking about Howl's next. I've seen once and didn't really feel that much more, so. Get to the next fucking thing, Lily.
Okay, so Howl's Moving Castle. Alright, I need to come clean about something. I do not think I am giving Howl's Moving Castle a fair shake. When I do marathons like this, my opinion of one thing can be greatly colored by what I saw before it. When doing the Nami games, I played Sex Advice Succubus after Astra's Garden, which greatly contributed to my not-
Hey guys! I gotta go on a tangent here about my favorite pedophile game maker. Nom Nom Nami, who admitted to making out with a teenager and sleeping in their bed when she was 20 and they were underage. Pedos like to stick together, guys. Pedos like to stick together, allegedly.
Not finding that game all that interesting, because Astra's Garden was the top of the top. And with Howl's Moving Castle, even people who like it will confess that it's a pretty simple story without much meat to it. And my problem is that I watched it after The Tale of Princess Kaguya. Oh my god, Howl,
You think the fucking Tale of the Bamboo Cutter is more complex than this movie? Okay.
I am so sorry. I am not about to be fair to you at all. So Howl's Moving Castle is about a woman named Sophie.
And again, she keeps referencing Kaguya, even though she hasn't fucking talked about it yet. Like, oh god, she's gonna talk about Earthsea, the one nobody cares about.
Who runs afoul of a witch and gets transformed into an old woman. She goes searching for a way to reverse it and runs into the titular Howl and his mobile castle. She poses as a cleaning lady, hoping she'll eventually find a cure in the lair of a powerful wizard, and it turns out that Howl is actually hiding from individual people he's run afoul of, as well as the government, who is trying to turn every wizard into an arm of the military. Also, Howl has been cursed to be without his heart and occasionally—
Yeah, there's like this whole war story in the background that isn't really, isn't really fleshed out in the movie.
Turns into a giant Hey, wait a fucking minute. Yeah, this is the Owl House, but without loose. Or a plot. As Sophie spends her time in Howl's castle, she inexplicably falls in love.
How did you say lose?
With him. It's not really stated exactly when this happens, but at some point other characters start bringing up that she's in love with Howl. Heavens knows why. Howl's kind of an obnoxious pissant, and at one point has a minor mental breakdown because his hair gets turned a different color.
He's a pretty boy, though. That's, you know.
Oh, come on, Howl. You look like someone put Nausicaa on testosterone. The story largely centers around Howl's attempts to avoid being drafted into the military as part of some big magic war or something. The head sorceress paints Howl as a selfish man who uses magic for greed. I don't really know. I heard another YouTuber describe this film as a lovely fever dream, but I wouldn't even give it that. It's just really unfocused as a story. Sophie's looking for Howl to lift her curse, but it's going away on its own, except it's also not. There's two warring countries. One wants Howl to join the military, and then—
No, the curse isn't going away, but it's her confidence in herself that makes the curse reduce. I remember that much, at least. Like, the more confident she is in herself, the less old she looks.
He does, but also doesn't, but also does. There's the evil Witch of the Waste who is evil one minute, then friendly the next, and is also losing her power, except when she isn't. Howl's Moving Castle at times feels like Fantasia being very loosely driven by
I forget how the Witch of the Waste kind of lost her power and started aging too, but I don't know.
It feels like an animator wrote it. Okay, an animator literally did write it, but it feels like something that would have been written by the storyboards rather than a script. The visuals—
Yeah, that's all of Miyazaki's films, Lily. All of Miyazaki's films are written through storyboards. Something you hate, but I guess you didn't know that, did you? She complains about that with Steven Universe. Oh my god, it was a completely board-driven show! That means I didn't have any writers at all! Artists can't be writers! That's not fair! You know, that's how she always is. Like, every single one of Miyazaki's movies are storyboarded. He writes them like manga. He does.
are certainly amazing, but there's no connective tissue between them. One thing I do sincerely dislike about this film is that it almost ends up with a theme when Howl laments that it's pointless to exist if you can't be beautiful. Given that Sophie literally has her youth stolen from her, and the Witch of the Waste turns into Jabba the Hutt, there's almost this theme of vanity. But it never really gets there. It just gets dropped. Sophie eventually purges herself of the curse somehow, save for her gray hair. The vanity and callous disregard for things that a shallow asshole would consider ugly just quietly abandoned. Actually, you know what? Watching this movie felt like the memory of a childhood movie. Think of an animated movie you watched as a little kid, like 5 or 6 years old, that
you already used this analogy, Lily.
You haven't revisited as an adult. For me, it would be Babar the movie. Can you remember the plot, or does remembering it only conjure scenes and sequences that you can't tie to a particular narrative because you were too young to understand what's going on? Yeah, that's what Howl's Moving Castle is like. So yeah, I take it back. Jello was right. This is a fever dream.
Oh guys, she watched Jello's video as inspiration, apparently. Did you... I wonder if we could compare the scripts between her and Jello's video. I wonder if she ripped some of his points or something. I bet she would have.
At Belonic111 sent a super chat, dropped a banger to him in the Discord. Red heart
I'll be watching
emoji.
that later. I don't want to get demonetized or nothing. I won't watch it on
At
stream, but I'll probably watch it later.
Husky95011 sent a super chat. Lily, please leave Howls alone.
Howls is beautiful. It's one of those ones that didn't really click with me, but I've only seen it once. I didn't bother
At
rewatching it.
sent a super chat. Howl's Moving Castle is like Nausicaa for me. The original book is so good that it undermines the film, which was my favorite before.
It kind of sucks, right? Because I do like the Nausicaa movie, but the manga is just so much better, you know, story-wise.
At Pyro7693 sent a super chat. Notice me, semi.
And yes, Jello is in Jello Apocalypse. She watched his Ghibli video, because she was talking about watching other people's videos to figure out why people like Spirited Away.
At Miss Jasmine305 sent a super chat. The YouTuber Breadsword has a video on Howls that I love.
Oh.
Def recommend.
I think I've seen Breadsword before, so yeah, I might look that up.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. Why is she so hateful of artists' writing?
She's hateful of artists, because she can't make anything. She can't create. She hates creators.
At BlueBladerBot sent a super chat. Lily will lose her mind when she learns about comics.
Yeah, right? But yeah, Miyazaki storyboards everything. That's how he writes his movies.
At Hazel2 sent a super chat. The war is happening because the prince was turned into a scarecrow, and they think the other kingdom kidnapped him.
I know, like, but that, like, for me, for watching the movie for the first time, the Scarecrow just turning into a prince almost, like, kind of came out of nowhere. So it was, like, it was a little rushed. I don't know.
At EdStevens5542 sent a super chat. Solomon the King Advisor was stealing away magic from wild witches and wizards who came to castle to meet the king.
Oh, okay. Okay, everyone's filling me in on the plot of Howls. So, yeah, obviously we know that it had a plot, and Lily's just an idiot. What's the next one? Earthsea, which nobody cares about, so let's just let her go, I guess. This is the one by his son. And I don't think his son's gonna be allowed to direct movies ever again.
Tales from Earthsea is an adaptation of the 4 Earthsea books by Ursula K. Le Guin, about a fantasy world where magic is dying and everything is terrible. There's a plague affecting the livestock and the people in the kingdom. The court wizard suggests that this is being caused by the disappearance of the light of the balance that sustains the world. There's an easy way to tell you're watching bad fantasy, because a plague doesn't start because someone was fucking around with chemicals.
Boy, it's just called Earthsea Bad Fantasy. I don't think she even meant this movie. I don't know anything about Earthsea. I know it's very beloved, though. I also know that it kind of tends to be about a lot of people who aren't white, and a lot of adaptations don't reflect that.
Or random chance. It's because the world is out of balance, whatever that fucking means. While the king is retiring for the night, he gets murdered by his own son, who steals a sword with boobs on it and runs off. The prince, Arin, flees into distant lands, being miserable, angsty, and twitchy, and befriends a mage named Sparrowhawk, who takes him on an adventure of self-discovery by working on a farm, because this is a Ghibli film and they love farms more than people. Turns out
it's based on novels, though, Lily, so you can't say, oh, it's because of Ghibli. It's, like, I'm pretty sure that's in the book.
That magic is vanishing from the world, and all the mages have been downgraded from 2nd edition D&D to 5th edition D&D. Sparrowhawk thinks that there is someone out there trying to upset the balance, though he's not sure who or why. After leaving to let him rest, Arin finds a girl being chased by slavers and suddenly unlocks the legendary power of giving a shit, except not really, when he fights off the mercs trying to kidnap her. Unfortunately, this act of either kindness or ego gets him sucker punched and captured into slavery before Sparrowhawk rescues him. He takes him to a farm which happens to be the home of the girl he rescued, who hates and avoids him because she thinks Arin is a nihilist who doesn't care about his own or anyone's.
And she's supposed to have like a big fucking scar on her face, and this is what they did. Just she has like a light sunburn.
Life while he was in his crash out mode. This girl, her name's Teru, along with Arin, is routinely hunted by an evil wizard's slave hunting posse, and these two elements of the plot are brought together when Teru's mother is kidnapped to lure Sparrowhawk and Arin out to fight his master, said evil wizard. Earthsea has a very exhausted vibe to it. Most of the characters talk in whispery tones. The story is slow and quiet, and it really wants you to sit and immerse yourself in how the characters are feeling. I actually found it difficult to pay attention to on first viewing early in the project, but late in the project, I decided to put it on while I was sewing or playing low-attention games like Elite Dangerous, and found it
We know you don't watch movies fully, and Elite Dangerous doesn't demand a lot from you, obviously. The one where you have to, like, do actual, like, space trajectories? What does she even do in Elite Dangerous? I don't understand why she likes it. That's what she's basing her Into the Void shit on, though.
Extremely absorbing, from a mood point at least. The plot itself is very generic grim fantasy about the balance and
C-Puff says she also, Ursula Gwyn there, also has a, scroll up. Also has a sci-fi book where a race are monogendered until it's time to have children because she thought starting a book with "The King was pregnant" was funny.
Magic and the scheming machinations of an evil wizard, while Aaron appears to be afflicted with strange murderous impulses that cause him to kill his father and occasionally tell someone to kill themselves. Much of the plot centers around the machinations of Cobb, the aforementioned evil wizard, who is trying to achieve eternal life and who talks like he's auditioning for NPR. Cobb and Sparrowhawk spend most of the film spouting fantasy lore keywords about the balance and the wizard leave and knick-knack-knocky and bingly-bongly-boo. But in a strange twist of fate, the lead character is so very clearly mentally ill, but rather than the film being about that, it has to be couched in fantasy jargon about saving the world because, I don't know, fantasy stories can never be grounded. It always has to be some world-ending threat. Oh, also, I had this thought midway through.
Fantasy stories can never be grounded. Well, what the fuck do you think they're for, Lily? What the fuck do you think a fantasy story is for, Lily?
But here you have Sparrowhawk, a wise old wizard who once had dreams of eternal life, but has decided to accept death as an inevitability, his student Cobb, whose sole motivation in life is to defeat death itself and find the magical secret to eternal life, and the lead character wedged between them afflicted with equal parts bouts of heroism and bouts of uncharacteristic murderous rage.
Does this sound familiar to anyone else?
Earthsea is a film I was actually quite liking in the first half, but once all the cliche fantasy jargon came in was when I started spacing out. The thing is, while everyone agrees that this movie is actually really dull, I'm in the minority of people who think that the original books it's based on weren't all that good either. But the additional problem Earthsea has is that this is—
There you go, she says the original books that she probably has never read aren't that good, guys.
Is the director's first film. Not first film directed, first film ever made or worked on ever. Goro Miyazaki, the son of Hayao Miyazaki, was placed in the director's chair extremely unwisely. That this is what came out of the film is actually rather impressive, and makes me wonder what Goro could have made if Ghibli hadn't put him through what is, for all intents and purposes, a hazing ritual. Tales from Earthsea is most well known for two things. For one, being the first and for a long time only Ghibli film that most would agree was bad, but also for the fact that Hayao Miyazaki behaved like a world-class piece of shit after the film released, resulting in him and his son being estranged for years. Unfortunately, it seems Earthsea as a film was just the victim of ego and spite, handed to the new guy.
Well, yeah, well, because obviously his son is not going to pick up his mantle. So, yeah.
And given to the task of adapting a story that was both difficult to adapt and worshipped by a pack of bibliophiles and then left to rot by the studio. I feel bad even giving it
You guys are a pack of bibliophiles for liking the fucking Earthsea books. You hear that? From fucking Lily Orchard, who probably has never read a book in her life.
Bad grade. I feels like I'm just kicking a film when it's already down. Yeah, I'm not gonna linger on this one.
Good. Alright, what the fuck is next? Ponyo. I'll slow her back down for that one. I probably also won't have much to say, because Ponyo is kind of like Totoro, where it's kind of really made for little kids. I mean, it's cute, it's fine, it's the Little Mermaid. I enjoyed it, but it's not one of my favorites.
And now we're at Ponyo. Ponyo is the most recent of Ghibli's massive mega-hit films. It frequently tops charts alongside Spirited Away and Kiki as the best of Ghibli's work. The film is a literal fish-out-of-water story about Ponyo, a little fish girl who escapes from her father, gets stuck in a jar.
Lily, it's the Little Mermaid. Lily, it's the Little Mermaid.
No! And is saved by a little boy. Oh, thank goodness. The boy takes a liking to her while her father, voiced by Liam Neeson, goes out on land to search for her, making use of a very particular set of skills. Oh, don't give me that look. It came out the same year. Ponyo and Sosuke
The English voice actor joke.
Form a very fast friendship, and much of the film is centered around them trying to maintain that friendship in the face of Ponyo's father trying to bring her back to the sea, because humans are terrible people who ruin and poison the planet. Yeah, so it's Little Mermaid, but without the romance. Misanthropic father, fish turns into a human to be—
I'm pretty, I think she's, in love with the little boy. The little girl's in love with the little boy. I would call it romantic, yeah. I mean, they're fucking toddlers, but still. It does seem like a boy meets girl story.
With her friend, it's all there. I have been so far pretty down on the Ghibli films that have little in the way of themes, but Ponyo is extremely charming, largely because it's just a story about love that isn't painfully amateur.
What do you mean it has no themes. It is about love, it's about identity, it's about finding your place. It has themes, what do you mean?
Normative. The little babies want friends, they must socialize.
You scared me. Don't turn into a fish again. I'd miss you.
Ponyo's target of affection, Sosuke, is a 5-year-old boy with a father in the Navy and a mother who—
Yeah, she seems to really like the movies with dubs that have actual children in them, you know, like Only Yesterday and stuff. So, Lily hearing, like, actual children and enjoying that worries me.
Works at a senior home, and also drives like a maniac. Sosuke has little in the way of friends, being largely alienated from other children and spending a lot of time at his mother's place of work entertaining the old people. So he and Ponyo find each other seemingly at the exact point they both really need each other. They actually get separated at first, and then at the halfway point they get reunited with a level of delight that's just infectious. This fish baby has one mission, and it's to find the silly boy that fed her the flesh of the living. Unfortunately, Ponyo's little jailbreak seems to have accidentally set off an apocalypse that is causing the moon to draw closer and increasingly flood the planet until every human being drowns. Welcome to the least heavy Ghibli film, everyone! Said apocalypse has been—
I forget why the moon is coming. Again, I've only seen this once, so—
engineered by her father, an immortal sea wizard who hates humans and wants to keep his daughter away from them and dreams of returning the Earth to a primordial ocean. I didn't realize the Cambrian explosion was a suicide bombing, but okay. Ponyo's mother, an immortal sea goddess— oh, did I mention Ponyo's a demigod of the ocean? Decides to let Ponyo remain a human forever by testing Sosuke's love. If his love is true, she'll be a human forever. And if it isn't, Ponyo will turn into sea foam. Okay, Miyazaki, I know you're older than the Warsaw Pact, but people didn't get married that young, even back then. The next morning, the town is flooded and so—
again, it's the fucking Little Mermaid, Lily. It's the Little Mermaid!
Sosuke and Ponyo have to take a pop-pop boat out to find his mother, who went missing the night before. Unfortunately, while they find the car, she isn't there. He's about to break down, but it's okay. He has Ponyo with him. Turns out the old ladies and Sosuke's mother were taken into an air bubble by Ponyo's father while they administer the ocean's test of undying devotion, which works and Ponyo gets to be a human with her new friend. In recent years, I've become ironically enamored with non-romantic love and stories, so films like this really tickle my brain jelly. And
yeah, it's true, Miss Jasmine. Everyone is very lackadaisical about everything flooding in this movie. That was the point where I was like, okay, this movie is for, like, tiny children, because all the families are in rowboats and they're all just like, oh hey, how you doing? Did you find your boat? Are you cool? All right, we're all just having a fun time in the water here. You know, like it's really for small children.
It actually is a romance CD. Wait, what? But they're like 5. Okay. Kind of took the wind out of my sail.
Yeah, it is a romance. It's an innocent one, though, because they're 5, Lily. We know how weird you are about children, Lily, so maybe you don't understand that, but...
Sales there.
Again, this is one of those movies I use as an example, though, where people are like, you can't have kids being gay in movies. Like, okay, but you're okay with 2 5-year-olds falling in love as long as it's straight, you know? A little bit of a double standard there.
Did some searching around, and it seems like the general consensus is that this is a standard love story, with most of the arguments against that just balking at how young they are. But after some reflection, it is kind of amusing. Little kids have a habit of just imitating the grown-ups around them, and sometimes they just decide they're partners on a whim. Usually it is swiftly forgotten about 6 hours later, but
no, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to think they're destined to be together, Lily.
Would be interesting to see a pair just keep that energy going forever. Like, imagine being their classmates in high school. You ask them how long they've been dating, they say 12 years, and you can never know whether or not they're fucking with you. Okay, I'm convinced that would be funny as hell, so I'm going with that read of the film. Ponyo is just a good movie. It's unique in that while there's a lot of whims—
now she's turned it into, it's a romance. Now she's gone like, okay, but the kids can say they've been dating for 12 years in high school. Wouldn't that be funny? Not as funny considering I know the things you've written about 10-year-old girls in your magnum opus Stockholm, Lily.
In Miyazaki's work, they often have a lot of personal character drama. Even My Neighbor Totoro has it. Ponyo doesn't. This is the lightest film.
I mean, a movie needs conflict, Lily. Things do have to happen in movies. This is another reason I don't like fucking Takahata's movies. Movies do need conflict. Stories need conflict. You know, there is conflict in this movie.
In their catalog, you could actually show it to preschoolers. That makes it both very
it's
popular
for preschoolers,
and the
you moron!
animation snobs start getting huffy about Disney and Pixar being too kiddie. Because when it comes to the kind of person who would point to Ghibli as an example of animation for an older audience, they will inevitably point to films that are still extremely safe and child.
Lily, in another video, your dumbass said, Pixar movies are the most mature animation has ever gotten. Lily, that's you! Lily, you do that! You think children's movies are the pinnacle of storytelling. Lily, that's you!
friendly and avoid the actually dark and heavy films like The Plague. And Ponyo is just sat a little...
No, she thinks Kaguya's dark and heavy, because again, she's going to think the ending is symbolism for suicide, even though it's not. And she just complained about people trying to find dark messages and fucking Spirited Away, but she's gonna do the exact same fucking thing with Kaguya.
A little too close to them for comfort, but this film's great. I was actually dreading this one by sheer reputation as the most toothless of Ghibli's films, but I was pleasantly surprised. Who wouldn't love The Little Mermaid?
It's just for tiny babies, that's all. Again, it's like Totoro, it's for tiny babies.
At Blue Bladerbot sent a super chat. I noticed Lily's influences. She tends to steal a lot of her lines from Yahtzee Croshaw.
Oh yeah, she does.
I recall her using the word spunk, which is British slang.
She steals from Yahtzee constantly.
Jasmine305 sent a super chat. Tried to watch Earthsea 4 times. Fell asleep partway through every time, never finished it. Also, the swords with boobs on it is ripped word for word from Jello's video.
I wonder if we should compare those two
sent a super
sometime.
chat. Lily stole a joke from Jello Apocalypse.
A lot of people are saying that, so she mentioned watching Jello's video, so how much of this has she possibly ripped off from him? I wonder.
At Blue Bladerbot sent a super chat. Lily even stole her art style from Yahtzee Croshaw.
Yeah, her early stuff especially was ripping off Yahtzee, like, really. Oh, is that the last of the supers? Okay, we're ready to go on. Sorry, I was fucking with the color here. Secret World of Arrietty. I'm gonna speed it up again because I haven't seen this one and I'm not gonna have much to say. So there we go. She also steals from Movie Bob is ground zero for lolcows. I fucking swear to God. All the lolcows like him.
The Secret World of Arrietty is an adaptation of the British series of novels The Borrowers, about a race of little human beings who live in the walls and under the floors of human homes, getting by through stealing small amounts of essentials like tissue paper, pins, nails, and scraps of food. Films about tiny people are always fascinating on a visual level because you get to see an otherwise normal everyday place from an angle that turns it into a near-fantastical world. Real care was taken in Arrietty towards things like how the borrowers get around by using nails as mountain climbing infrastructure, or the surface tension of a small drop of water. You really get a feel for how an ordinary place can be terrifying to something too small to be there. The film centers around one family of them, where the titular Arrietty befriends a human boy named Sean, who is living with a heart condition that can turn out to be fatal if he gets too excited. In the process, Sean's housekeeper also discovers the little people and wants to reveal them to the world for...
So this is anime Fraggle Rock, yeah.
Not exactly sure why. I think she just wants to prove they exist so the people don't think she's crazy. However, being revealed is actually extremely dangerous for the borrowers, as humans often view them as pests and will kill them, so when they're discovered, they have to leave for somewhere else. And this includes when Arrietty befriends Sean. Humans are so dangerous to the borrowers that the risk that a human is a nice one is simply too great. Especially once Sean starts trying to help and inadvertently brings the wrath of the housekeeper onto them. There's an interesting undercurrent with the story about how the desire to help can often very easily harm, and oftentimes the best way to help someone is the way in which they wish to be helped. In Arrietty's case, that's to leave her and her family alone, something Sean utterly fails to do, right up to the point that Arrietty actually needs his help rescuing her mother after the housekeeper put her in a jar. No, not the jar! In terms of essential theme, the best the film has to offer is perseverance. Both Arrietty and Sean are dealing with some degree of existential dread. Arrietty's species, the borrowers, are on the brink of extinction and are spread out so far that they rarely ever see anyone else. Arrietty even briefly labors under the impression that the three of them are the last of their kind until she meets another who confirms that there are a lot more. Sean is living with a potentially fatal heart condition and is actually scheduled for an operation to fix it. However, he's extremely pessimistic about the whole ordeal and has almost accepted that he's going to die. He even projects this on Arrietty during one conversation.
You must be afraid you'll be the only ones of your kind who are left. Every year there's fewer and fewer of you, right? Aren't you scared that soon you'll all be gone?
I gotta say, this moment's kind of fucked up with the way he smiles about it. Aren't you scared you're gonna be all dead soon? Aren't you afraid of oblivion? Can you feel your heart burning? Can you feel the struggle within? Like, okay, take it down a notch, buckaroo. Sean and Arrietty reflect the pessimism and optimism people can find.
You say he's smiling, but he's really calm. You're saying turn it down a notch, but he's completely calm. What are you doing?
Intense or dire circumstances. Sean seems ready to lay down and die, while Arrietty denies the idea of an impending extinction, and right up until she gets actual confirmation that there are hundreds more of them. It's Arrietty who ends up having an effect on Sean, as by the end of the film, after going on a high-stakes rescue adventure with her to the dangerous and deadly pantry, that he has a brighter outlook on life. It's a very simple and very grounded film about the mundane drive to live. It's another film I struggled to find anything heavy or interesting to say about, but at the same time, it's one of my favorites. It's deeply sentimental and relaxed. I actually put this on as a palate cleanser for my wife after we watched Grave of the Fireflies, specifically because it's a very light and sentimental film. Yonbayashi's films just have this very
I put this movie on for my wife, like she's a small child who needs to be entertained. Okay, Lily.
Airy and serene quality to them that makes them perfect for a lazy Sunday afternoon.
I actually watch it with her, or did you just turn it on and walk away?
At Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Did she grade Ponyo and Mononoke the same? God, my brain hurts.
I'm not even paying attention to her grading system anymore, because it doesn't fucking matter.
At Baronic111 sent a super chat. Can you cameo Yahtzee to roast Lork?
Yeah, I don't think I can pull Yahtzee, unfortunately, but he's definitely He has... Oh, a cameo. Oh, is in the actual service. Maybe. She has, like, stolen tons of his fucking jokes. I'm gonna keep... I haven't seen Poppy Hill either, so I'm gonna keep it on fast forward for now. A for this one.
From Up on Poppy Hill is probably the most surprising film on the list.
No,
I think it's safe to say that Goro Miyazaki
Sean
isn't a great filmmaker, but it's not really his fault. He was put in the director's chair entirely because of who his father is, where most directors have been in the industry for a long time. And it's not that his films are explicitly bad, they're just wildly outclassed. Tales from Earthsea and From Up on Poppy Hill don't look great compared to Only Yesterday or Grave of the Fireflies, but in all fairness, neither do any of these. Anyway, From Up on Poppy Hill sits in this comfortable middle point of Ghibli's work, where most of their films are either an adorable childhood whimsy or themes so heavy they'd crush your sternum. Poppy Hill is a grounded story about two children from military families trying their best to respect their deceased parents and respect the time and era they came from against the rampaging march of modernity. Specifically, they want to keep an old newspaper clubhouse from being
Jesus, that sounds like a Takahata movie. They just try to get Goro Miyazaki to replace Takahata.
Demolished in favor of infrastructure intended for the Summer Olympics. The lead character, Umi, is the closest child of a family in a moderately sized town who works for her grandmother's boarding house. Her father was a military man who died in the Korean War years ago, but Umi still hangs up flags to guide him home every morning, and her mother is usually away on work. So Umi, being the eldest child, has been parentified as fuck, poor kid. Through a mishap, she meets a boy named Shun, who is a member of the...
Okay, again, normal in Japan. And two, like, fucking, she has a single mom. Of course she's gotta have to step up and help out around the house, for fuck's sake.
Paper club that is trying to save the clubhouse from being torn down. Umi and her friends end up getting involved in the restoration of the Latin court.
Oh, Hellfire, you missed my whole rant about Only Yesterday. I don't like it. I didn't like it the first time I watched it. I rewatched it just because Lily said it was her favorite. And I'm very angry that I had to rewatch it.
And you can see why they want to save it so badly. It's just such a beautiful old building. This really speaks to me personally as someone from Nova Scotia. In Halifax, there's tons of old historical buildings that, had they not been deemed historical buildings, would have been demolished for some glass.
Why weren't you gushing over the old historical buildings in any other part of... Is it just because this one looks Western? You didn't gush over the old Japanese farmhouses, but this Western-style house you do? That's, yeah, when you hear that Lily is gonna be talking about Ghibli films, it should be your reaction right now.
I want to save it so badly. It's just such a beautiful old building. This really speaks to me personally.
Yeah, it's because it's a fucking Western-style building. She's like, oh my god, this building is beautiful, unlike all the old Japanese places we've seen across all these fucking movies. Rob the Professional over on Twitch says, oh, now I get it. She's from Nova Scotia, the Alabama of Canada.
As someone from Nova Scotia, in Halifax there's tons of old historical buildings that had...
I bet there's buildings older than that where I live.
They not been deemed historical buildings, would have been demolished for some glass colossus by the Conservative Party years ago. So their preservation means Halifax has this mix of old and new buildings everywhere and makes the city look positively gorgeous. So Umi and Shun's desire to preserve these rickety old buildings is something I am invested in from the word go because these buildings have a character to them and a charm that a lot of people would miss if they were gone. In essence, the film is almost anti-gentrification, but more for the sake of preserving history than economic reasons.
You're just like the old men who...
Well, but again, most of Ghibli movies are about reject modernity, the old ways are good, return to spiritualism and the old ways and nature, you know, like fucking, it's common theme. Also, look at the uniforms. This had to take place in like, this has to be like 60s or 70s or something, right? I don't know when it takes place.
It's interesting to see preservation and respect for history framed as a youth issue, as in stories it's often attributed to the older generations. From Up on Poppy Hill is actually more true to life in this regard, as young people tend to get really invested in old shit all the time. I mean, look at all the videos of Gen Alpha kids losing their minds exploring things like rotary phones and—
Lily, there's actually a reverse problem with that in Japan, where, like, kids are losing the traditional stuff. There's some, like, I remember there being, like, a little plot point in fucking Fooly Cooly, which came out like 20 fucking years ago, about kids not learning to use chopsticks properly anymore, even. You know? Like, a lot of these movies talk about the anxieties of the youth losing the old ways and getting westernized. That's a lot. That's in a lot of Japanese media. Oh, it's the 60s. Okay, I was close.
And cassette players. I mean, we're going through a vinyl revival for crying out loud as people realize that perhaps old stuff doesn't need to immediately be tossed aside for the sake of modernity. The two children, Umi and Shun, develop a strong friendship that eventually turns into very strong feelings for one another. Unfortunately, this otherwise cute youth romance gets a massive spike wedged into it when it turns out that Umi and Shun might actually have the same father.
It's like a cheap melodrama.
God, that just fucking sucks. To start building a relationship only for that to come in and blindside you. The worst part is this is something that happens in real life, just not...
Yeah, of course you want to talk about siblings fucking each other, Lily. You'll take any opportunity to talk about siblings potentially fucking each other.
Usually this early in a relationship. Sure, they're young and they could easily move on and find other people, but that doesn't change the fact that this has to fucking hurt. I don't think I've ever wanted to see a kid in an animated film get a hug more than this. Someone please give Umi a hug. She is going through it. Shun makes this rather practical
remark. Who you say is committing suicide?
Stop feeling how we feel.
Yeah, easier said than done, bozo. For both of them, this is just supreme levels of awkwardness because you can't just...
Easier said than done, because I still have feelings for my sister, you see.
Turn off feelings that took time...
They're not actually siblings? Okay.
...to develop in the first place. And aside from that, there's just the general fuck you in particular.
So they're not actually siblings. She either wasn't paying attention or just really wanted to talk about siblings fucking each other. But she has to get something in about incest in every single fucking video she does.
Killer from fate that can't be ignored. Like, this is the kind of thing that would give a person paranoia for the rest of their life. When Umi's mother comes home, Umi actually goes to ask if any of this is true, and in the process completely breaks down. Oh, thank God someone hugged his poor child. The worst part is Umi's mother genuinely has no idea if they're related or not, because she just never considered the possibility that her husband could have had an affair. He just showed up with a kid insisting they had to adopt him because his parents passed away, but then they gave him to another family who could actually take care of him. Someone please give this baby some answers. Even winning a victory over the school and getting to keep the clubhouse ends up being a hollow victory for poor Umi because of all of this. Thankfully, Umi's mother calls Shun's adoptive father. He'd previously been unwilling to discuss Shun's parentage because Shun is his kid, but after hearing about what's happening between Shun and Umi, gets a hold of the third man in the photo, who explains to them that no, they are in fact not related. Shun and Umi have the same father registered in City Hall because Umi's father
So, there was no fucking reason for you to go into that whole thing about incest then. There was absolutely no fucking reason for you to go into a whole thing about incest, because it turns out they're not actually related. They just have the same father on the family registry, apparently. So I don't know why. She's gonna explain it, I guess.
Thankfully, Umi's mother calls Shun's adoptive father. He'd previously been unwilling to discuss Shun's parentage because Shun is his kid, but after hearing about what's happening between Shun and Umi, gets a hold of the third man in the photo, who explains to them that no, they are in fact not related. Shun and Umi have the same father registered in City Hall because Umi's father had legally adopted him before even talking to his wife about it. All this drama caused by one impulsive man's paperwork. Thanks, dickhead. I feel like this is a film that either makes or breaks entirely on how much you're inclined to performatively gag. If you're someone who devolves into a string of Alabama and Game of Thrones jokes when a film barely skirts alongside this topic, yeah, this is going to be one of the weirder Ghibli films. But if you're
well, if you instantly gag at the idea of siblings fucking, you're not gonna get this movie, says Lily Orchard. Everybody go watch the June the King video on her after this.
Someone who's willing to walk with the film to that pier, and you're someone who sympathizes with the often petty struggles of children, then it can be a very cute, very heartfelt, and very emotional film. Sure, the second half plot is weird, but I'd argue that little weirdnesses and dramas like this are just part of life. It's one of those stories an old couple would tell about the bizarre circumstances in which they met, to their absolutely gobsmacked grandchildren. You can feel the frustration on them as they try to get a definitive answer like, can we fucking date or not? Oh my god, this is so stressful. This is just genuinely heartwarming and sweet, and really highlights the way in which the wars of the 20th century affected military families. Genuinely sweet and surprisingly good. Like, I'm struggling where to put this on the ranking, but it's certainly fucking up there.
There was almost children, there was almost siblings fucking. Star! Gold star! That's really what she likes about it, that these two could have been siblings who wanted to date each other, so she gives it a fucking gold star. Barely said anything about the actual plot. I don't even know, I never seen this one, so I barely know what it's about. Okay, she's gonna talk about The Wind Rises, which I've also not seen. I'm gonna keep it on high speed until we get to Kaguya, and I'll take supers right before Kaguya.
I may be father to all the boys in town, and still he's not the one who sired you, so marry whom you will.
Okay. Again, I haven't seen this one, so I won't have much to comment about. Well, she says something
The Wind
insane
Rises
again.
was supposed to be Hayao Miyazaki's magnum opus, as he retired shortly after making it. Unfortunately, nothing short of the Grim Reaper himself can keep him out of the director's chair.
What do you mean? He didn't, like, what, was that the fourth time he retired? Every time he says he's gonna retire, he comes right back.
He would return again and again and again to make more films. You know, at this point, everyone just needs to accept he's not gonna quit until he's dead. The Wind Rises is a romanticized biopic of Jiro Horikoshi, a Japanese aeronautical engineer who designed a lot of fighter planes that were used during World War II. Given how much Miyazaki loves planes, a film about a designer of a plane was almost a guarantee. The film follows Horikoshi's life as he
didn't you complain about him liking planes when we talked about Porco Rosso? I mean...
graduates college and gets a job designing planes for Mitsubishi during the Great Depression, before being transferred to Germany to work on bomber designs, before traveling the world to study and work on new planes. While he's doing this, he occasionally has dreamscape encounters with Giovanni Caproni, who laments the warlike nature of his and Jiro's profession. More planes are designed and purchased by the army than the travel industry, and while they both want to make beautiful planes, their creations are doomed to become weapons of death. Around the three-quarter point, the film ends up focusing...
My Metal Gear is being used for war!
on Jiro's design and development of the A6M0, a Japanese carrier plane that, when it was developed, was the most capable fighter plane in the world, and is to the Japanese military what Geneva's checklist was to the Canadians. There's also a running plot throughout the film of Jiro's romance with a woman named Nahoko, a painter who he meets during his travels and who is suffering from a terminal case of tuberculosis. The third act of the film is centered almost entirely around Jiro trying and failing to balance his limited time with his wife and his work on the Zero. And that's quite literally it. The Wind Rises is a very weird film because this was supposed to be Miyazaki's swan.
You just said it's a biopic, so why is it weird? It's about a real dude in his actual life.
Song, the last film he made before retiring, and
let's see, Zetobite says, Jello thinks the movie Ratatouille is the worst Pixar movie ever. I want that man dead. I no longer like his fucking Kingdom Hearts video. No, I'm kidding, I do.
Much like The Tale of Princess Kaguya was for Takahata. They both came out the same year,
up!
actually. Because of this, it got swept up in a lot of praise and expectations of universal acclaim, with a lot of people insisting that it should have won Best Animated Feature at the Oscars, which, while nominated, it lost to Frozen. And after having seen the film, that loss was completely and utterly fair. The Wind Rises is fucking terrible. Not only is it a very dull—
really? Frozen's a pretty fucking shitty movie. I never understood why it was so popular.
Film about a dull man with a dull passion and his dull wife, but the film engages in a level of whitewashing not seen since the live-action—
Building airplanes is such a dull passion, everybody, says the woman who does nothing but bitch about other people's art and YouTube videos.
Avatar film. The film is almost exclusively focused on a man whose only passion in life is to make beautiful planes. There's a big focus in the beginning on how passenger planes are where true aeronautical artists belong rather than the military, but Jiro ends up working for the military anyway, building planes that will ultimately go on to kill many
Well, it's not like he had a fucking choice, idiot.
People in the name of an imperialist regime whose crimes against humanity are rivaled only by the Soviet Union and the Nazis. Indeed, the Nazis are a regular presence in the film, with Jiro largely shrugging his shoulders at their involvement in his projects.
Yeah, it's World War II, Lily. Do you know who the Japanese were allied with in World War II, Lily? Like, that's a pretty big part of Japanese history. You don't just wipe that away.
Problem comes down to the fact that the film largely washes its hands of the whole affair. Jiro makes his masterpiece, and he simply does not care what it will be used for, and he doesn't feel any degree of responsibility for the lives that will be taken with it. I wasn't sure what the polar opposite of Now I Am Become Death, Destroyer of Worlds was, but we just found it. The way the film positions artistry over everything else leaves me feeling unclean by the end. It's one of those films that runs adjacent to the notion that artists hold no responsibility for the art they create, something I have always vehemently disagreed with. The characters, and indeed the film itself, just put
says you, the non-fucking artist, Lily.
Fingers in their ears to focus on the pretty airplanes. In terms of Ghibli films about World War II, this is such a swerve from Grave of the Fireflies, which immerses you in the horrors of planes bombing civilian targets.
Well, that's not what the focus of this movie is, though. And this was before Pearl Harbor, probably, maybe? I don't know. But yeah, so it's focused, like Oppenheimer doesn't act— well, you made an Oppenheimer reference just now. That movie also didn't show the war itself, just the guy who created the machinations of it, so—
Etsy Puff sent a super chat. Okay, I'm sorry for another
Oh, don't apologize for sending me
Miyazaki
super.
and his father had lifelong friction because his father built warplanes in World War II. That's why this movie.
So it's kind of like it's kind of like a catharsis for Miyazaki. I forgot I had the supers on still, but thank you, C-Puff.
Targets, and chastises you for—
This was before the Pacific War. Okay, so it's before people even knew the horrors of the Nazis, too. You can't just, like, blame people at the time for not knowing all the bad shit the Nazis were doing. You know?
Expecting anything to soften the blow. The edges have been so thoroughly filed down from Horikoshi's life, all in the name of fueling Miyazaki's desire to admire—
What do you know about this
planes,
guy's life? Probably nothing.
Fucking gross. I ultimately came away from this film with a decidedly worse opinion of Hayao Miyazaki, and if I'm being completely honest, perhaps he should have stayed in retirement where he fucking belonged.
I wish you had stayed and she gave it a skull saying it's harmful. No positives! No positives at all! Whitewashed biopic of Jiro Horikoshi, who she probably doesn't know anything about, and that's a neutral, romanticizes the life of a man who created weapons of death and destruction, overwhelmingly unconcerned with the consequences of such apathy in the name of artistry. This was before the Pacific War. Presents the idea of a creator as completely unconnected from the consequences caused by their creation. Fabricates elements of Horikoshi's life, his sister is a creation of the film, to be more anime-friendly. Bro, characters get added in biopics all the fucking time. Fuck off. You know? That's not unique to this. Alright, she's gonna talk about Princess Kaguya now, which I did watch for the first time, like, yesterday, and I didn't really like it that much. So— let's see what she says is so great about it. We've already seen she doesn't understand that it's a Japanese myth. At least I think so, since there was a reference to it in another movie. And she was like, oh no, not the suicide baby! She thinks Kaguya getting taken back to the moon by the celestial envoy is a metaphor for suicide. This is the woman who says, symbolism hides the story, and now she's making up symbolism that isn't there. I mean, the animation is pretty, but, like, it's so plotting, it's so meandering. It didn't need to be as long as it is, and it added so much to the simple original tale that was... And again, it ends just like Only Yesterday. You would have been happier in this rural farm life with this guy. You know, who hurt you, Takahata? What woman wouldn't live in the farm with you? Thank you for the super sticker, Cryo. Oh, it's not gonna pop up, unfortunately. I think somebody sent one earlier, too, which, again, thank you. Hey, get to your fucking points already, Lily. I want to see what you say about this.
The Tale of Princess Kaguya is the last film ever directed by Isao Takahata. Not the last one he ever worked on, that was The Red Turtle, but the last he ever directed. Kaguya is an interesting film specifically because it occupies a very strange nexus, where you need to know someone pretty well to consider recommending it to them, but at the same time, it is the greatest animated film ever made, ever.
I mean, this is basically like an adaptation of Cinderella. That's what this is, you know? It's like... It's not that deep.
It has absolutely no equal in quality. The reason you have to know...
Now, of course, this movie took 8 years to make, and Takahata was a fucking grueling workhorse who was hard to work with and really pushed the animators into overtime. And she bitches about crunch and animation, but watch her not even fucking mention it here.
Someone very well to recommend.
Also, I was joking with my friend that this background handmaiden is literally her. It looks like how she draws herself.
It is because all of Takahata's signatures of filmmaking are here. The film is extremely long, and in many cases...
Yeah, it's extremely long, it's boring, it spells everything out for you, it has completely pointless scenes, and it tells you that living a rural life is way better than living in the city. Every fucking Takahata movie.
Isn't afraid to be boring to get the point across. And like most Takahata films, it romanticizes rural life while portraying urban life as a suffocating mire of formality and misery and inhuman facades. While I was working on this, I was listening to Jello Apocalypse talk about all the Ghibli films on Patreon, and he talked specifically about how this film...
While you were watching it, were you listening to his video and watching the movie at the same fucking time? Is that what you just said?
Afraid to be boring to get the point across. And like most Takahata films, it romanticizes rural life while portraying urban life as a suffocating mire of formality and misery and inhuman facades. While I was working on this, I was listening to Jello Apocalypse talk about all the Ghibli films on Patreon, and he talked specifically about how this film is way too long and the story could have easily been told in 20 minutes. Now, I don't begrudge Jello for this kind of take. I've been watching his videos long enough and have enjoyed his work long enough to know he doesn't like slow stories, so of course he feels this way. But while the...
Of course she likes the guy who comes into an anime dubbing project and goes, I'm going to improve this foreign work with my superior American sensibilities. Of course she likes that guy.
Simple facts of the plot could be conveyed in 20 minutes. The emotions of the lead character...
And she already stole some of his jokes, people are telling me, so...
Could not. Much of the plot is around how the overly formal and misogynistic society of Japan has sucked every last ounce of joy out of this girl's life. It has taken her...
Except no, it's more about her joining the nobility than anything. You want to talk about misogyny? Again, this guy is willing to run off with her even though he has a wife and kid at the end of the movie. What are you gonna say about that, Lily?
Friends away, taking away the things she loves doing, told her she can't have her hobbies or her garden. Her father gets on her case when she's in the kitchen spending time with her mother.
Except she's instantly good at everything she does. She's just fucking with the teacher because she's a fucking moon princess.
A soul-crushing misery in her life that needs time to really sink in and envelop the viewer. I'm getting ahead of myself. The Tale of Princess Kaguya is an adaptation of The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter, albeit one that's altered to suit Takahata's persistent themes about societal expectations versus individual happiness.
Yeah, it is, actually, and about how rural life is so much fucking better, and it adds so much to the story.
The story about a girl from the moon descending to Earth to learn what it's like to live as a human. She's found inside of a bamboo stalk by a bamboo cutter who takes her home and adopts her. She lives a full life from infancy to adulthood, growing through her childhood extremely quickly. Out of the desire to give his
Of course you'd like the movie where a baby turns into a young girl and then a grown woman in the matter of a year.
daughter what he believes is the best possible life, something that any parent could really relate to. Kaguya's father takes the gold he finds in a bamboo stalk and uses it to build her a palace in Nara.
I'm surprised she doesn't hate the father, to be honest.
So that she can live like a princess. However, what her father doesn't realize is that while the city and nobility is a wonderful life for men, it isn't a wonderful life for women, who are married off and treated like property to be collected.
That's really not even the theme here. It's more about, you know, the stifling life not being for her, but, like, it doesn't have much to say. I mean, she says I won't be owned by anybody, but it doesn't really have that much to say about the way women were treated in the Heian period, and even now in Japan. Because again, what do all of his fucking movies say? Getting married and having children is the best thing for a woman to do. Fucking Takahata is very traditionalist and very conservative, and trying to convince us that this is a feminist movie is just kind of weird and stupid.
The film doesn't pull its punches, as even at the age of 13, Kaguya is perved on and pursued by men her father's age.
I must confess that
she's not 13, she's like 2 years old for one thing, and oh god, dub jump scare. I watched this one in Japanese. I watched yesterday again in English. But the whole point is, like, okay, Tale of the Bamboo Cutter, TLDR. Old bamboo cutter finds a baby in a bamboo stalk. Him and his wife don't have any kids, so they raise her like Thumbelina. She grows into a grown woman very quickly. He's finding gold in the bamboo stalks in the garden. She gets 5 suitors because of her unearthly beauty. She gives them all impossible tasks, and then she's taken back to the moon. This is basically the story, you know?
At the moment I stood before Princess Kaguya, this old man's body began to tremble as if a dry fountain had come flowing back to life.
Ugh, that old man needs to be burned. Someone please burn him. An important part—
This isn't really depicted as a bad thing, though, in the movie. Like, her unearthly beauty is part of the story.
Part of the story is how Kaguya sends her would-be suitors on impossible tasks to collect rare and valuable objects, to which all of them attempt to bring fakes to fool her. In the film—
Well, that's part of the original story, but in this movie, they made it so all of the guys compare her to the treasures, and then she eventually just goes, okay, go find them all then, bitch. So in the original story, it's her idea. She says, find me these impossible things. But in the movie, it's like, oh, if I could marry you, it would be just like finding this legendary jeweled branch from China. And she's like, okay, go find it, bitch. And go find it then.
The suitors all compared her to these objects, which is what provokes Kaguya to demand that they find—
Again, not the original story. In the original story, she just comes up with these on her own.
Find these relics, and what confirms their disrespect of her is when they attempt to deceive her with fakes.
I'm sure that's all I am to those gentlemen. What? I'm a fake jeweled branch, or a fire-wrapped fur robe that turns to ashes.
A major difference from the story is actually very powerful. One of the suitors, rather than returning with a fake relic, returns with a wildflower and spins a tale about how it represents nature's very beauty itself. Kaguya actually starts feeling moved by this, until the prince's wife stops him and reveals that he had said those very same words to many women who'd felt similarly stifled and suffocated by societal expectations. In truth, the symbolism of the wildflower is reversed.
No, all they really say is how many flowers have you plucked and then tossed away, which is like the only feminist thing in this movie. And the joke is, they replace her with an ugly woman behind the canopy, and he's all freaked out. So, haha, she's ugly when he was expecting a beautiful princess. Isn't that funny? Aha!
Very same words to many women who'd felt similarly stifled and suffocated by societal expectations. In truth, the symbolism of the wildflower is reversed. It is plucked for its beauty, but swiftly thrown away as it is no different, no more cherished than any of the other millions of wildflowers on the side of the road. No more valuable than the wildflowers you step—
Also, Lily, I think there was kind of a euphemism there about him plucking flowers and then tossing them away. I think there's a euphemism you kind of missed there.
Done to reach it. It emphasizes the way these men view women. objects to possess for their beauty, but to be swiftly discarded when they either age or their novelty becomes stale to them. Indeed, what is Kaguya if not a flower taken from her grove and placed
the nobleman,
into a vase?
but then there's the rural guy she grew up with and could have actually been happy with, and he was ready to abandon his wife and child for her. Yeah, okay. That's much better, isn't it?
To be admired from her beauty.
I don't know how she found this much meaning in this movie, to be honest. It's just the bamboo cutter tale, but extended to 2 fucking hours.
And thus doomed to wilt and wither away and be discarded without a second thought. Her relationship with the Emperor is similarly changed. In the original tale, she rebuffs his proposals, but the two ultimately become something akin to friends, and she gifts him a vial granting him immortality, which he doesn't drink. In the film, she completely rebuffs his advances, only for him to become insistent. In the film, the Emperor is rewritten into such a scumbag that they went and got an actual human trash can to voice him.
Joke about the English dub again. Who fucking cares? It is funny to see, like, the Emperor of Japan be depicted as so villainous, but there's always those stories about the Emperor doing crazy shit. So...
Now, let's waste no more time with games.
Why are you doing this?
Kaguya rebuffs his advances only for him to become more insistent, and that insistent tips her despair over the edge and is the point where she returns to the moon.
But then he says he's gonna leave her alone. She accidentally calls out a prayer to the moon. She doesn't really remember she's from the moon at this point. It's when, because in the original story, she's like, I can't marry you, Emperor, because I'm from the moon, I'm not from this country.
Insistent tips her despair over the edge, and is the point where she returns to the moon. Much of the otherworldliness of the original tale is downplayed, and the stark contrast between the Moon City and Earth is the contrast between life and death. The people of
No, I really don't think, I mean, I can see where she's getting it from, but I really don't think that was the fucking point, you know?
The moon all have very Buddhist imagery to them, with Buddha himself even making an appearance in the
Well, the moon people have really Buddhist imagery, you guys. I wonder why that could be. Do you know the Tsukijin are part of fucking Japanese folklore? Do you know this? I will say, I was watching this movie going, man, sure wish I was playing Okami right now.
the flesh. They have all achieved complete and total detachment from the world, viewing the earth itself as impure. But even in the face of her mounting misery, Kaguya doesn't want to—
I mean, that's Buddhism. Buddhism is all about overcoming all earthly desire, because desire is what leads to suffering, Lily. And you could say Kaguya came down to Earth to experience a human life. I think in some versions of the story it was actually a punishment that she was sent to Earth. Yeah, the moon isn't heaven. This isn't Hoseki no Kuni.
to leave, because even the bad parts of life is better than feeling nothing. The moon people are directly compared to the way feudal Japanese society expects women to behave, showing little emotion, barely moving, being—
I don't think they're meant to draw a comparison to the nobles. The nobles are all kind of stuffy and uptight. The moon people are very relaxed. Again, these are— moon people are Japanese mythology, Lily. This is Japanese mythology.
Being an ornament to be admired. Being something less than human. The film portrays returning to the moon involving Kaguya being relieved of her memories, of losing everything she is as a—
She isn't human, and yes, when she puts on the robes of the moon, she'll forget all about the earth. It's kind of like how you need to eat the food of the spirit realm to stay there, like in Spirited Away. These are fae-like rules for these spirits. She's not human. She never was. And hell yeah, Hoseki no Kuni mentioned. I fucking love Hoseki no Kuni.
Person, and becoming that detached, empty husk to forever leave this world, never to return. The film—
Buddhism makes you a detached, empty husk, everyone!
is not subtle about—
I mean, her looking back at the earth with tears in her eyes is kind of like The Last Unicorn, right? Where this immortal being was human for a short time and is forever changed by the experience. Because that's just human nature for you. We make up things to worship and then write about those things worshiping us. You know? That's just— we're very self-focused species.
What's going on here? Kaguya's otherworldly powers from the original tale are downplayed, her effects on men around her being little more than their own violent misogyny, and instead of being found by the people of the moon—
And when His Majesty grabbed me, in panic, my heart just screamed out, I don't want to be here anymore.
Wow,
The Tale of Princess Kaguya is not about an otherworldly being who descends to Earth and eventually has to return to the place she came. It's about a girl ripped from her happy childhood, forced to conform to a stifling set of gender roles. It's preyed on night and day by men who views her as an object and who become so unhappy, her life so bereft of joy, that she can't take it anymore and kills herself. And
I'm self-inserting here, everyone! She killed herself! So she says she doesn't like symbolism and allegory, but now she's making up an allegory for this movie that it's not even about. She's taking her going away on the Celestial Envoy as her committing suicide because her life is so miserable. Like, oh, I hope she never touches Satoshi Kon's movies. I swear to fucking God, Lily.
In case you thought maybe I'm reading too much into that.
Papa,
you are.
If your happiness depends on wearing the cap of a court official, then I will go to His Majesty as you wish. And after you have put on that cap as part of the court, I will kill myself.
In the Spirited Away section, I mentioned
I don't remember that part, to be honest, but I was watching it in Japanese.
The persistent conspiracy theory that pops up every few years that insists that Spirited Away is actually a metaphor for the scourge of child prostitution.
Why are you bringing that up again? Again, I haven't heard anyone say this bathhouse shit about Spirited Away in 10 years. Did you realize people were gonna call you out on this, Lily? You saying this whole movie is a metaphor for suicide is just like those people saying, like, oh, the bathhouse in Spirited Away is actually sex trafficking. Like, because you're doing the same fucking thing. Yeah, Last Unicorn's, like, actually the first movie I can remember ever watching, to be honest. It's probably had a big influence on me.
That Spirited Away is actually a metaphor for the scourge of child prostitution. Fascinating theory, specifically because it's trying to find hidden meaning among a film from a studio that has historically never traded in that kind of metaphor.
Is what it
the heavier a Ghibli film is, the more grounded it becomes. Even if they do engage in metaphor, they're not afraid to come out and tell you exactly what they're about. The themes that play in Ghibli's work are ones that you have never needed to take a film studies course.
She bitches and moans constantly about metaphors and symbolism and how much she hates them and how much they hide the story. And now she's like, this is actually a metaphor for suicide because I want it to be. I want this movie to be angstier than it actually is. Probably because it's about a long black-haired girl that I can self-insert into. Oh, Christ.
Course to appreciate because they are so direct.
Christopher Lee was amazing in The Last Unicorn, so.
Way it should be. The anger of the Omniflex.
Okay, you're bringing up a completely different movie about a fantasy world full of post-apocalyptic tribal people that has nothing to do with Kaguya, which takes place in the Heian period of Japan.
The anger of the Earth. The Earth knows it's wrong for us to survive. If we have to depend on a monster like that.
You can't survive outside of the system.
Okay, completely different fucking movies. Okay.
Ghibli films are many things, but subtle has never been one of them. And The Tale of Princess Kaguya is the capstone of that philosophy, because what little metaphor is actually made is complemented by telling you explicitly what they mean.
There's no metaphor, it's just the tail of the bamboo cutter stretched out to 2 fucking hours.
When they say this. There could be no doubt in anyone that Kaguya going to the moon is a fantastical, whimsical sheet placed over Kaguya committing suicide. This film actually
No, because that's just what happens at the end of the tale. She returns to the moon. After being courted by 5 nobles and rejecting the emperor, she returns to the moon. That is how the story goes. If the story didn't end that way, people would be really confused. Yeah, we're still going. It's a 2-hour-long video, and like I said, you guys are also getting a long Friday stream, so you're welcome.
Does something that no other film has ever done, and that's talk about suicide openly and honestly. The uncomfortable...
No other movie has done that? Did she mean no other Ghibli movie, or just no other movie in general? Wait a minute, what?
Anyone that Kaguya going to the moon is a fantastical, whimsical sheet placed over Kaguya committing suicide. This film actually does something that no other film has ever done, and that's talk about suicide openly and honestly. The uncomfortable...
No other film has ever talked about suicide openly and honestly. I mean, again, it was kind of a stereotype in the Heian period of nobles just drowning themselves, too, in despair. But, like... No, I didn't pick up anything of that from this movie when I watched it, even though I was really bored. I mean, I maybe wanted to kill myself watching it, but... I'm such a hater of Takahata, I'm so sorry. But, like, again, after all this complaining about metaphors and allegory and symbolism and how much she hates him and how much she hates when stories are hidden under it, she's like making up what this is about. And no other movie ever talks frankly about suicide? Ever fucking see Donnie Darko? I'm trying to think of more. I guess I don't really watch a lot of movies like that, but, like, A Silent Voice did, apparently. Serial Experiments Lane? Not a movie, but still. Nobody's ever talked frankly about suicide in a movie before, guys. It's because she doesn't watch anything but sitcoms, children's films, and Chernobyl. That's why. So, Girl Interrupted. What Dreams May Come? Oh, good one, C-Puff. Good one, good one. I've seen that one, actually. I was just struggling to think of any movies that have frank discussions of suicide. Moonstruck does, apparently. I haven't seen that one yet. 13 Reasons Why, not a movie, and also not a really good, like that one got in trouble for kind of glorifying suicide, but, you know.
The truth many don't want to face is that in the vast majority of cases,
she watches Chernobyl. She likes it so much. She wrote into her Avatar fanfiction that her special avatar is gonna die of radiation poisoning. I don't know why she likes Chernobyl. She has like an autistic obsession with it. It's really strange.
Causes of suicide are external. Things have happened to this person that has rendered their life so devoid of joy that it is no longer worth living. As a child, I struggled with suicidal thoughts almost daily, and attempted it 3 times.
Yeah, I told you she was making this about her.
And my parents and sister tried everything that they thought could keep me off the ledge. What none of them were willing to accept was that they were the reason I wanted my life to end.
I don't want to be here anymore.
In the same way, Kaguya's father is directly responsible for her unhappiness. Though he desires to give his daughter the best life possible, that vision of what the best life looks like is shaped by the violently patriarchal social hierarchy he lives in. He never once asks her what she actually wants.
And again, it's the Heian period. This is just normal for these people, because this is something like bad media critics and a lot of people talking about media these days seem to struggle with. These people exist in the world and the time period they exist in. You can't expect them to have modern sensibilities when you are setting something in like 800 BC, you know?
He simply assumes she must live as a proper lady and marry a nobleman.
Yeah, I guess because she threatened suicide, but again, like, it's Heian period. Like, nobles throwing themselves into rivers to kill themselves was kind of normal then, too. And you gotta think about, like, seppuku and stuff, and the Japanese tradition around killing yourself, out of dishonor. You have to keep that in mind, too, you know? It's not like, oh, she's so depressed that she's gonna commit suicide. There's a lot going on there. You gotta think about, because this is one of the oldest surviving pieces of Japanese literature this is based on. So, and again, it takes place in the Heian period, so...
Because that's what any woman should want, but it's not what Kaguya wants. She wants to go home.
I mean, the dad's logic seems to be she's a princess, so we have to make sure she lives as a princess. That seems to really be his only... I mean, he likes the riches and stuff, too, but his motivation seems to be mostly, she's a princess, I tell you, she needs to live like one.
Her simple life with her simple friends and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. I feel this is the part of
Yeah, her simple friend who was willing to, like, ditch his wife and child for her. Yeah.
Takahata's films that is the most contentious because Takahata romanticizes the fuck out of country life. And most people my age tend to idolize urban living. But I find it very relatable because as a child I spent a lot of time running around in the woods because I grew up in a rural area. And it was one of the few pleasures I had in life.
The woods behind the fucking trailer park, Lily.
As an adult, I hate big cities. I've been to Toronto twice, and the best part about it was when
You live in Nova fucking Scotia? You live like 7 minutes from a fucking subway. They discovered this. She had emails of her door-dashing subway that she lives like 7 minutes a walk away from. Like, I live in a way more rural place than you do, Lily.
I left. I've been to New York City, and I never ever want to visit it ever again. Cities are hot.
Hard to believe you've been in America,
and
but...
stifling and packed with too many people. My dream is to live in a cottage in the forest and never be seen by another mortal soul for the rest of my life. So when
I wish you would do that, Lily. Please just get off YouTube and do that then, alright?
Takahata starts equating the countryside with freedom. I am so on board with this. I'm personally more appreciative of forests than farms.
Lily.
My wife says I'm basically an elf, lol, but the vibe is the same. So Kaguya's desire to return to-
I'm basically an elf! Well, we've seen recent pictures of you, Lily. You might want to slim down a little bit if you want that elfish figure figure.
Or mountain to her friends, to her simple life resonates so hard with me, as does her suicidal despair coming from the very simple and understandable place that life no longer brings her any joy. But in that sense, it's also honest about death. When Kaguya returns, she loses her memory. She doesn't take herself with her. Kaguya...
It's a spirit world rule, alright? She wasn't human to begin with, Lily. Again, I can kind of see where she's coming from here with this is like, oh, it's like she died in the end and is going to heaven, because they do kind of treat it like they're losing her forever, which they are. She's not going to remember any of this, so at least not consciously, but the feelings will stay with her, because she says, like, one of the reasons she wanted to go to Earth, or maybe why she was sent to Earth, she doesn't really know, is she did see someone on the moon who also went to Earth once, and would just, like, tears would come to her eyes every time she heard a particular song, so that's kind of a theme there, so...
Doesn't exist anymore. The only part of her that does is the memories of her held by those who loved her. It's right there in the song she sings. Death isn't anything. It is simply an...
Well, no, the song is about birds, bees, and beasts, and being born and living and dying as humans do. Again, it's kind of like The Last Unicorn, where she almost would have stayed and stayed human and lived like humans do and die like humans do, but she ended up going back to her own world in the end, but she's changed by the experience, you know? That's the thing I would compare it the most to, is The Last fucking Unicorn.
And the afterlife, if there even is one, is a cold and lonely place. You, as you are...
Is this the Celestial Envoy? Is this cold and lonely to you? Also... Holy Hoseki no Kuni again. I know it's based on the same thing, but still.
Please cease to exist as anything but a memory. The final sequence does nothing to hide this, even as an entire procession carries Kaguya back to the moon. The colors fade and wash out, and soon even they fade away and vanish. And the music does everything it can to hammer in the totality of Kaguya's suicide, while still adhering to the basic plot of the original tale. It's always a risk to describe a film as being able to make you cry, because then very contrary people will go in and be really difficult with it, but this is the best animated film ever made. It is completely without equal. Its themes are moving and beautiful and horrific and sad. It is a film that will make you coo and delight at the adorable BB in the first...
So you didn't mention that at toward the end of the movie, so there's this, they added this boy character that isn't in the original story. Sutemaru, something like that. This kid whose shoulders she's riding here. So at one point in the movie, she comes back to the countryside, and she meets up with this guy again, and he's a grown-up now, and he has a wife and kid, but she's talking to him in the field like, oh, it's too late, I already have to go back to the moon, but maybe I could have been happy out here in the rural wasteland with you. He's like, even, you know, starving half the time and having to pick plants, she's like, yeah, I could do it. And he's like, let's run away together, Kaguya. It's not too late. We could be together. Bro has a wife and kid! And he's gonna abandon them to run off with the beautiful princess. And you have nothing to say about that. Really? Fucking really. Like, it's supposed to be like, you would have been better off if you married this farm boy, Kaguya. Because again, who the fuck hurt you, Takahata? But like, it doesn't bother you that he was ready to abandon his fucking wife and child to run off with the beautiful moon princess? That you have nothing to say about that, really, Lily. It just shows how disingenuous she is.
Delight at the adorable BB in the first hour, and then break your heart as she is made more and more miserable. It will stoke feelings in you didn't know a film was capable of.
She ran away crying because people said she might be ugly there.
It is beautiful.
There's no one who can interfere.
I mean, it is beautiful, the animation is nice, but again, like, there was a lot of crunch. Takahata really overworked the animators. The story is just kind of plotting and meandering like many of Takahata's movies. He was a bitch to work with, but you don't care about any of that. You just want to self-insert on this character and say she has suicidal ideation. That's why you like this movie. What it can do for you personally. Which I guess is why a lot of people like movies, but you're like making up shit for it to work for you. You know, just so you can say, Takahata's better than Miyazaki. See, I can be contrarian, and I'm smarter than everybody else.
At DireWolf181 sent a super chat. Kaguya-sama is literally based on the folktale.
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the folktale, she goes back to the moon on the Celestial Envoy. So it's not like, I'll give her credit where you could kind of make the argument that it's akin to suicide at the end of the movie, or it's akin to her dying. You could say that, but I don't really think that was the main intent of it, you know?
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. It's far from my favorite, but Toy Story is unarguably the most beloved and influential animated film to date. So,
it is very influential,
Lily
especially
is objectively wrong.
Especially on 3D
At
animation.
Husky5011 sent a super chat. When OSP talked about this folktale Red animated it that the Asuda tried to take the fire rat Rob from Inuyasha XD.
Oh my god, no!
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. Lorsh, sewer slide is badass.
Who was it that said the fire rats are a ripoff of Inuyasha? It's like, no, it wasn't Jello, was it? It was somebody else. OSP, but these again, The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter is one of like the oldest surviving pieces of literature in Japan. So no, it didn't rip off fucking Inuyasha.
At 7693 sent a super chat. She had to go. Her planet needed her.
I must go. My planet needs me, yes.
At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. I prefer the city. Grew up in an extremely rural area where drugs are extremely endemic because there is nothing there and people use it to cope.
I like the suburbs, at least we still have shit we
sent
can
a super
get.
chat. As a NYC resident, the feeling is mutual, Lily.
And I don't think anybody actually likes living in New York, yeah.
At Tyler Preston 699 sent a super chat. What did Lily say about the wind rises?
Just that she gave it a skull, meaning it's harmful, because she doesn't like that it's about a real guy who built planes in World War II. I don't know.
At Hellkite47 sent a super chat. I lived so far away from town that we had to meet the pizza guy halfway by car. Lily, don't talk to me about rural life.
Oh my god, I've never been that rural, so
Louise
I'll
sent a
say
super
that.
chat. Lily, leave my R alone. At Direwolf181 sent a super chat. I meant Kaguya-sama love his war it ref it heavily.
Oh, gotcha, okay. I thought you were talking about this movie, sorry about that. Okay, when Marnie was here, the Red Turtle, Earwig and the Witch, Boy and the Heron, I haven't seen any of those. I'm gonna speed her up again, actually, and let's try to barrel through these last few.
In my way here, taking off my dark green.
Okay,
Anna deals with self-loathing from feeling unwanted because she believes she's a burden on everyone.
That was a good place to start. She gonna try to say it's like lesbians? Because it's not. I know that much.
When Marnie Was There is a film that holds a rather amusing status of being the only animated film to successfully gay bait the entire fucking world. When Marnie Was There is about Anna.
Yep, again, you don't understand Japanese culture, and there's nothing gay in this movie, and you're never gonna find anything gay in any Ghibli movie. Shut up.
An asthmatic emo whose mother was clearly married to Isao Takahata because she tells her, "You're too sad, I'm banishing you to the countryside so you can have a whimsical coming-of-age adventure." While in the countryside, Anna spends much of her time failing to socialize, sketching, avoiding all human contact, and having mental breakdowns on the shoreline until she meets and befriends a girl named Marnie, who talks about Anna being her precious secret that others would spoil if they found out about her. Okay, come on, Yonbayashi, you knew what you were doing.
No, because doesn't that turn out to be her grandma?
Well, in that case, may I have this dance? Look for me again, Anna, and don't tell anyone our precious secret.
Seriously, this film is just the...
And again, fucking S-Class, where young girls are expected to be kind of romantic for each other, but then they're expected to not be gay when they're older. You know, it's a very thing in Japan. It's a
fucking
thing.
Most. Much of the film is these two spending time together, with Marnie being extremely emphatic about how much she cares about Anna and playing a question game that slowly reveals their backstories. Anna deals with self-loathing from feeling unwanted because she believes she's a burden on everyone. Her parents were killed when she was little and she was being raised by her grandmother before her grandmother unexpectedly died as well. She was then snubbed by much of her extended family before finally ending up with a foster mother who she saw getting a welfare check for taking care of her, which left her feeling unwanted. This is only emphasized by the fact that she's been sent away to her foster mother's relatives for her health, which Anna takes to mean, get away from me. Now, already the film has an extremely massive hurdle to overcome. Anna is a monotone...
And again, going to the countryside for your health is kind of a big thing in Japan as well, you know?
Well, socially neutered husk of a character, and the reason why she's like this doesn't get explained until about the third act. This means Anna can be borderline...
Maybe this will be a project in my Discord server. We'll go through the Jello video and Lily's video and see where she might have plagiarized him. That would be fun, won't it?
Sufferable for most of the film, especially if you're someone who already finds teenage girls to be the most annoying thing ever. She's rude, she lashes out at people, she gives other children the cold shoulder, and even when people are interested in being friends with her, she largely blows them off to either go draw alone or go on another flight of fancy with Marnie. I've talked to people who absolutely hate this film because Anna is such a grating presence in the story. For my part, I already knew all the third act spoilers before seeing it for the first time, so Anna was a lot easier to stomach, but at the same time I found her character
that's right. Lily goes into everything pre-spoiled, so she reads up on a plot synopsis, makes up her own mind about the movie before even watching it and then doesn't change her mind even if the movie's different. Now, I have a really bad habit of seeing a trailer and making up an entire movie in my head. And I like when I saw Project Hail Mary, I'd already read a plot synopsis of it, so some things didn't play out like I had thought, but, you know, like, I got over that. Lily, on the other hand, makes up her mind about a movie, watches it, doesn't change her mind after watching the actual thing, and just stays with her first impression. And that's shit.
Unsatisfying. Self-loathing is a very difficult character arc to sell, especially when you hold the reason for the self-loathing back from the viewer for so long.
How is it difficult to sell? Like, oh, I'm not confident in myself. I hate myself. Learning to love myself. That's a very common theme in a lot of media, Lily. What the fuck are you talking about?
The Owl House had the same problem in its final season, with Luce going through a self-loathing arc.
Oh, you're not gonna mention Steven Universe here? You're not gonna mention Steven Universe? The everybody has self-loathing anime? You know?
That sidesteps nearly every chance to actually talk about it for over an hour. Marnie, meanwhile, is a girl who lives in the nearby mansion. Her mother and father are away often, and she's abused by her nanny and maids. Marnie phrases it in such a way as to suggest that she's never told her parents, only Anna. The big secret revealed at the end of the film is that Marnie's struggles didn't end after she left. She lost her husband, became so depressed that she had to send her daughter to boarding school, which destroyed their relationship. Her daughter eventually died in an accident, and she took in her granddaughter, but the stress and grief killed her a year later. Marnie's been dead for 10 years. She's actually Anna's grandmother. Then the film hastily wraps up all of Anna's story, and then it's over. Marnie's story actually overshadows Anna's the instant she appears. Anna becomes so fixated on Marnie, and it's unclear whether this is Marnie's ghost or just Anna's memory-induced hallucinations. As a result, the actual resolution to Anna's story feels deeply unsatisfying.
I mean, she wouldn't remember, she wouldn't know what her grandma looked like as a young woman, I wouldn't think, you know? Like...
because it has to be tied up so quickly. That being said, the best moment of the entire film is toward the very end. Anna has been referring to her foster mother as her guardian the entire film, but toward the end, when she introduces her to Asako, she says...
And this is...
Silver Star Strikes as Steven Universe's self-loathing anime has me fried. I don't even know where the fuck that came from. Sometimes I just say shit.
This is my mother.
And you know what? Despite everything wrong with Anna's character and how her story is written, this moment right here wrung tears out of me, so fine, you get to have a high grade. The unfortunate reality about this film is that the most interesting thing about it is how it was marketed. Lots of clips of Marnie and Anna's friendship where they go on a rowboat date, talk about how important they are to each other.
Again, you're still calling it a date, even though that's her grandma. But, like, again, this is why her rating system is so skewed. Like, oh, I like this one scene in the movie, so I'm gonna give the movie an A+. This other movie, which I called pretty good, C-. It doesn't make any sense.
And Marnie calling Anna her precious...
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I'm gonna assume it's supposed to be ambiguous if it's a ghost or what. Like, if there's not supposed to be a what's really happening here, maybe? I don't know, like,
The secret led a lot of people to believe that Ghibli was making a sapphic romance. I remember when this film was being advertised. I saw people losing their minds over the fact that Studio Ghibli...
Yeah, a bunch of fucking retards saw two girls, like, touching each other and said, oh my god, it's gotta be lesbians! Because they don't realize that Japan is still very conservative, and Miyazaki and the other people at Ghibli are very conservative, and they're not gonna do gay shit. It's like how, fucking Talking Movie Bubbles keeps getting mad at me for saying Japan is homophobic. Like, that is, like, a neutral statement.
Ghibli was going gay, and then the film came out and everyone went very quiet. And having seen the film, they really lay the romantic imagery on thick with Marnie and Anna. To be fair, this also happened
again. S-Class. S-Class. It's a thing that was inspired by, like, Little Women and other books like that, where, again, young schoolgirls in Japan are expected to, like, almost practice romance with each other to prepare them for being married to men. They don't actually want girls to be gay. So, I always have to tell people, there are not as many teenage lesbians in anime as you think there are. It's actually a pretty homophobic concept when you really get down to it. It's like, oh yes, you girls can date and be romantic and hug each other and say you love each other, but after you graduate, you're gonna have husbands. So, just use each other as practice and then get married to men like you're supposed to. And if you're a lesbian in Japan, you're seen as very immature and just not over your Class S phase. So, yeah, shut up, Lily.
In the original book, but nobody bought the original book, except Yambayashi, it seems. The chance of your girlfriend turning out to be the ghost of your grandmother is low, but never zero.
You just had to throw in another reference to incest. I'm not even gonna read these, let's go let him close through the rest. We're almost there, guys, we're almost toward the end. Sipo says, Japan's relationship with gayness is very interesting. Before the influx of the West, they were way more open, but it was only regarding men. Well, it was a lot like Rome, though. It was only men and young boys that were considered, you know, fine, and then if it was two grown men together, that would be shameful. So, you know, still pretty homophobic, but, you know, men always accuse women of all being bisexual, and men will fucking anything. So, let's be real. You stole that from Jello too? Again, this will be our project in the Discord later. Let's see where she plagiarized Jello here. Never seen this one either, so I don't got much to say unless she says something crazy.
Okay, so The Red Turtle is a weird one. It's a completely silent, well, almost completely silent film about a man being shipwrecked on a desert island and trying to engineer his escape. During the process, he meets a mysterious red turtle who keeps destroying his rafts. In a rage, he flips the turtle over to let it die in the hot sun, but after about a day, comes to regret his decision and tries to bring it back to life. However, the turtle then turns into a human woman. The two bond, which results in the man no longer wanting to leave the island, and instead he stays there with the turtle, and the two
odd style, too, for Ghibli.
end up raising a child together. Yep. Turtle fucking. The film then follows them as their son grows up into a man and eventually leaves the island, and the two grow old together until the man dies and she turns back into a turtle and swims back into the sea. Now, there are a number of ways
this sounds like a lot of old mermaid stories.
Someone could approach this film. It could be from a thematic standpoint, how this film paints a picture of someone trying to fight against the tide of mortality, and how ultimately we're forced to merely take what life
done in 3D, though. The characters move almost too smoothly. Strange.
Throws at us and try to find the positive in our situation, or from an artistic lens, covering the sheer amount of visual storytelling in the bold direction to tell a story with no dialogue. However, I'm going to do neither of things. I've decided to have a mental
nothing's ever done a story with no dialogue, ever.
Breakdown instead.
Oh, a French co-production. That would explain why it's silent and in black and white. Ah, there we go. It's French. That makes sense.
So this turtle right here, this turtle is a fucking sociopath. All this guy wants to do is get off this desert island, and this absolute monster completely destroys his raft 3 goddamn times. This was targeted. And then this little shit fuck crawls onto the beach like she's not expecting him to flip her over. I'd have done that were I in his position.
Okay.
Absolutely warranted response. The turtle seems like she's dead, but she's not. She's just fucking playing dead, and she plays dead just long enough for the guilt to sink in and the trauma bonding begins. Once she turns—
Funny how much you've been talking about misogyny this whole time, and then you, like, really hate this woman turtle who doesn't even have a line of dialogue in this very simple movie. It looks like. She's like, this fucking bitch turtle woman! So after trying to call all the past movies misogynistic, here you are.
It's a new human woman. She's aloof and disinterested, as if to tempt him with the thought of actual human contact. Except it's not. It's a fucking turtle. So once they get together, bam, she's got him. She's got him in her disgusting little fins. And then we see their kids. What is that? Turtle rape. I thought only dolphins did that, but apparently sea turtles can too.
And here I thought me, like, getting oddly upset at Only Yesterday was gonna be the most unhinged thing in this stream. Is she trying to be funny? Because it's not funny.
Turtle.
Yeah, it seems like every mermaid story. Like, mermaid washes ashore, guy takes her cap, she stays with him and has kids. The man dies, she goes back to the ocean, or gets her cat back and goes back to the ocean. Like, these kinds of folktales are everywhere in the world.
Fucking turtle straight up stole this man's life. She possessively stops him from leaving the island, baby traps him, and keeps him there on the island until he dies of old age.
So she was talking about misogyny earlier, and now she's like, this fucking bitch baby trapped this man. Look. After pretending to be a feminist this whole video, the misogyny just had to come pouring out of her like oil, I guess.
Life he had before this, any family or loved ones, he never sees them again. And when he's dead, she just turns back into a turtle and goes back into the ocean, presumably to entomb some other weary traveler. This is a siren. This is what sirens do. This is a horror movie. The Red Turtle is about a psychopathic turtle that drags marooned men to their deaths for her own sick amusement. 10 out of 10.
He fed a little gator, whose name was Gator Ted, climbed inside a turtle shell and ate a loaf of bread. The shell would make him snappy, and he would eat some more. Alligator snapping turtles can eat at grocery store. Turtles come from the Amazon, Asia, and the Western Pond. Stink bodies another one. Turtles are my friends.
I haven't seen this one either. Speaking of 3D.
Earwig and The Witch is the third film directed by Goro Miyazaki and based off the book of the same name. It follows the story of Earwig, a little girl abandoned by her mother on the doorstep of an orphanage while she tries to shake off a coven of evil witches. Years later, she gets adopted by another witch who intends to use her as slave labor, while Earwig keeps trying to get her to teach her magic. This proves to not work, so Earwig starts working to circumvent the witch's magic and hopefully escape from the
Yeah, I heard this one was a little rough. Yeah.
Cage that is her magic cottage. As a character,
Yeah, she said 10 out of 10, but gave the turtle a B. What the fuck does that even mean? Again, her ratings make no fucking sense.
Earwig is the epitome of indignance. Not one moment goes by without her saying, "This is bullshit." She's absurdly...
The problem I have with Japanese 3D is it's very floaty. They're still in that kind of bubble stage that American 3D animation was in for a while, where the characters look like they're full of air. You know what I mean? Like the first Toy Story, they look like bubble people. So, like, nothing has any weight to it. I just see these things being ragdolled around, you know? So I already have a problem with 3D animation. I don't tend to like it. There's very few 3D animated movies I like the look of. Like, Ratatouille, Kung Fu Panda 2, the Spider-Verse movies. Spider-Verse movies really won me over. Like, I've had a hard time getting into 3D animation. So when I see it just be crap, or when I see it used next to, like, 2D anime, and you can just tell by the way the characters move that they're just being dragged around by a mouse in a 3D plane, you know, it drives me crazy. And, like, I know I like the Hoseki no Kuni anime, and I like Beastars, but I can't look at them directly sometimes, because it's just the way the characters move drive me crazy.
Confident, even when she's getting a karmic back.
Oh, yeah, like, I love you, Studio Orange. When you're not doing rock femboys or animal people, and you're doing real people, it doesn't look good. Also, what the fuck is with that fuck-ass yee haircut you gave Vash? Where's my boy's Crisco for his spiky hair? Come on!
To the back of the head for most of the film.
Massacred
Early in the film, the
my
Witchwood
boy.
officer tells her to mind her own business if she knows what's good for her, and Earwig goes, "Oh? What if I don't? What's she gonna do about it, bitch?" With a big grin on her face. She is a little shit, and I love her. She is a manic, evil little goblin who starts conspiring.
I love this because the main characters, like, weren't you defending the girl in the last movie from accusations that she's annoying, and now you're saying, I love her because she's a gremlin?
Firing against her abusive foster mother and studying magic to enact violent karma. It's like they took John McClane and compressed him into an evil little girl.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Professional witch here is getting outdone by someone who is self-teaching curses. Like, if you go to adopt a child and you're an abusive evil shit, they give you this one. The best part is that the witch's husband, patron, I don't know. This guy has a hair temper and doesn't like to be disturbed, but every time Earwig does something to piss him off, his anger is directed solely at the witch, something Earwig completely fucking exploits. Turns out Earwig's mother, the witch, and this...
So, wouldn't you consider that misogyny? So, misogyny is funny now, because Lily was just yelling about the turtle baby trapping a man.
This guy were all part of a rock band together, and probably also a polycule, before they broke up because of the aforementioned 12 Angry Witches. Unfortunately, the film is lacking a proper ending. After pissing off What's-His-Face, Earwig exploits better conditions and eventually takes over the fucking house. Oh my god. But the film just kinda ends? I looked it up, and apparently that's because the original book was the same way, as Diane Jones really rushed like hell to finish it because she was, you know, dying, and that's about it. Earwig and the Witch was already working at an extreme disadvantage because it's a CG film from Studio Ghibli. A big part of Ghibli's enduring popularity is that they're one of the few remaining animated studios that actually still does 2D animation that sells.
I mean, 2D animation is still very common in Japan, so...
as well, and review.
Even though Japan is now outsourcing to, like, fucking Korea and Malaysia.
As well, while every other 2D film is either condemned to the streaming ghetto from the outset, or carries the nebulous title of sold really well but reviewed like shit. So Studio...
I don't think anyone reviewed Demon Slayer like shit, but also there's still plenty of 2D animation in Japan. What are you talking about? I don't know, It's the way characters move in 3D, it's how sometimes they do purposely drop frames to make it look like it's 2D and not in a good way like Spider-Verse does. I don't know, a lot of Japanese 3D bothers me. I don't think I've really seen a 3D animated Japanese movie that I like the look of, but I'm very hard to please when it comes to 3D animation as well, and I know that.
Studio Ghibli doing a 3D film is like a portent of doom for some people, and there's a strong incentive to violently and viciously reject it in the hopes that Ghibli will reverse course, which they did. And a lot of critics were right in that the 3D animation is pitched deep in the uncanny valley. Being their first fully 3D film, a lot of the animation techniques that work in a 2D film just don't work here. The animation process for 3D is more involved, more expensive, and less resistant to failure. However, I don't critique animation unless
actually, 3D is cheaper than 2D, which is why, it's favored. Lily. It's actually cheaper because, you know, with a 2D animated movie, people have to draw all these characters constantly, and with a 3D animated movie, you just have them modeled and rendered already to animate, you know? But I much prefer now that 3D animation is kind of, is taking more more cues from 2D animation, like Spider-Verse, like K-pop Demon Hunters. Those movies look fantastic. I love 3D animation now that it takes more cues from 2D, to be honest. I really have not liked 3D animation for a long time. Ratatouille was the first 3D animated movie I watched that I was like, I actually like how this looks. Oh. Probably because the character designs are very 2D influenced, and they have like a painted texture on them. So that was like the first 3D movie I saw that I was like, oh, I like this. I like how this looks. I really couldn't click with a lot of 3D movies before that.
It is painfully distracting. I'm always in the core working the story and characters to death. Earwig's animation didn't look like absolute garbage, and it didn't give me motion sickness, so it gets a thumbs up from me. The story is weak, but that's—
It didn't give me motion sickness because it's so fucking bland. Yeah, she says she doesn't watch the Spider-Verse movies because they make her tummy hurt. And a lot of people give her shit for that, but I kind of don't, because I kind of get where she's coming from. Because, like, cell shading in video games kind of makes me sick. And, like, 2D animated characters on 3D backgrounds really makes me sick. Like, I can't watch Titan AE. I tried to watch Blue Sub 6, I think it was. It did that too, and it was really hard for me to watch, because it kind of grosses me out in a way. Even Spirit Stallion of the Whatever had a few scenes where it's like 3D backgrounds, blatantly 3D backgrounds behind the 2D characters, and it kind of churns my stomach. I don't know, I can't explain it. So I kind of actually get where she's coming from on that, but, you know.
It's not unique among Ghibli films, but the characterization of the main character is so fucking strong. I am living for what an evil little maniac this girl is. This kid gets adopted into an abusive household and has made her adoptive parents her bitch in 6 months.
Oh, it's a personal fantasy for me where she has abusive parents, but she stands up to them because I never got over having mean parents as a kid. Like, Lily, it's because you've never grown up. That's why you don't like coming of age stories. You've never fucking grown up.
This girl would look at Harry and say, fucking
Of course I've seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit. In fact, the first time I rewatched Who Framed Roger Rabbit as an older teenager, I was like, oh my god, who let me watch this as a little kid?
Skill issue.
And Boy and the Heron, I'm still gonna go fast speed because I haven't seen Boy and the Heron. I'm sorry, I didn't get around to watching it. All right, I still have HBO Max for a month. I could get around to watching it, but I didn't before this stream. It's fine. It's here at the end. Just get it over with. We got the paneling on the wall here, so I'm gonna put that in. This is a little similar to Spirited Away, from what I understand.
The Boy and the Heron is a film that was never actually supposed to be made. After The Wind Rises, Miyazaki went into retirement, where he proceeded to paint and talk about why the anime industry is a festering hive of incels.
Now, for God's sakes, he says he's gonna go in retirement every 2 years, and then he never does. I mean, we don't believe him anymore.
Nationalists.
No, he's got a point.
Unfortunately, when faced with the reality that retirement means spending time with his family, he raced back to the studio to start work on The Boy and the Heron, meaning he spent a total of 3 years in retirement. Starting in 2016, the film was in development hell for 7 years, with Miyazaki almost getting sidetracked by Earwig and the Witch.
Well, he actually started storyboarding this one in, like, 2017, I think? So he had the idea for it already.
But the studio escorted him back to his chair. It wasn't until 2023 that the film finally saw the light of day to a decidedly mixed reception. The film opens with an air raid siren, as if to say, strap in while
Mixed? I've heard nothing but good things about this movie. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. I wasn't that interested in it, to be honest.
Strap on, viewer. The main character's mother is killed, and he and his father abandon Tokyo because that place is a firebomb magnet. His father remarries, and he begins a new life in the countryside, albeit stricken with grief and lethargy. While exploring his new home, he finds a strange tower built by his stepmother's great uncle, who lost his mind and vanished one day, and the tower was sealed up because it was too dangerous to go into. So the boy, Mahito, is told to stay away from the tower, something he very clearly will not do. Amidst all this, he has to deal with the ravings of a heron, voiced by Robert Pattinson.
The one we have all been waiting for is appeared.
Okay, I have to admit that I wouldn't think that was Robert Pattinson if I had just heard it by itself. That's a pretty good job from him.
At last.
Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do. The heron, and indeed all the animals in the pond, want Mahito to go on a magical adventure to rescue his mother, who is actually not dead. And how convenient it is that all of this is happening at exactly the moment one would be expected to go through a massive grief-induced mental breakdown. At one point, his stepmother, who is also his maternal aunt, goes missing. Wait a minute, hold the phone. His stepmother is his maternal aunt. So let me get this straight here. Your sister dies, you marry her widower, try to take over as paternal figure for her son while having a kid with his father. Natsuko, are you okay?
That is extremely common, especially in the time period. Especially in the time period, that is completely normal. Who mentioned the monster in Paris? Yeah, that's actually good. Okay, let's just interrupt Lily for a second so I can go on a tangent. Back when Netflix actually had star ratings, which I miss, what it would do, it would be like, hey, we think you'd give this movie 3 stars, or we think you'd give this movie 4 stars. And it got me watching stuff I probably wouldn't have watched. And I think it told me, oh, you'd give Monster in Paris 3 stars. And I was like, alright, it doesn't look like much from the cover, but I'll check it out. And it's good! It's so good! It's a French 3D animated movie. And I still have 2 of the songs on my playlist. Just a Little Kiss and the La Seine. So, yeah.
Okay, do you need to talk to someone? Anyway, his aunt goes missing, and so Mahito, having heard before that his mother is actually alive, goes in looking for her. His mother's survival turns out to be a trick by the Heron, and so the adventure is on to find and rescue Natsuko. One of the maids, either de-aged or displaced in time, or a fragment of the spirit lost it, I don't fucking know, joins Mahito on his adventure as a burly sailor named Kiriko. Or it might not be the same Kiriko. I don't fucking know. Anyway, this new realm is a cursed land of death and decay and death and misery. All who come here inevitably perish without the power of main character. As Mahito ventures deeper...
So weren't you, like, talking about how, oh, I think Princess Kaguya has good conversations about suicide, even though that's not what it's about, and now you're like, this movie that is all about death and the acceptance of death, you're just kind of brushing it over, okay?
Into the shady gray, he encounters a woman named...
Should have been Gilbert Godfrey if he was alive. I don't think it's that kind of movie, but...
who claims Natsuko is her sister.
Wait, the bird wasn't lying? Okay.
Anyway, Heen claims that Natsuko doesn't want to leave as she's about to have her baby. They find her at the bottom of a cavern, asleep in a bed, and about to go into labor. But when Mahito wakes her up, she screams at him to leave and that she hates him. As should be obvious by this point, the deeper you go into this mysterious land, the more you are consumed by grief. Natsuko was so consumed by grief, she tried to channel that grief into caring for her nephew, but her nephew, in his own grief, rebuffed her, and so she sunk deeper into the sad feelings back rooms to wither away. After discovering that there's no bringing his mother back, Mahito is completely focused on finding his aunt. But the problem is he's just doing the same thing. Instead of dealing with his grief, he's ignoring it. Even as he searches for his aunt, he's sinking deeper and deeper into despair, continuing to lose himself as his inner demons try to eat him alive, literally. When Mahito finds his granduncle, he tries to get him to take over his role of sitting at the bottom of the misery pit, making sure the misery pit doesn't collapse in on itself. But after an entire film's worth of character development, Mahito doesn't want to wallow in grief and self-pity, and says he's taking his mother and leaving, referring to Natsuko this time. They leave, Hime returns to her time to become Mahito's mother and inevitably die in a fire, and the others make it back home just before the tower collapses and destroys the misery pit along with...
Okay, so he accepts his stepmom in the end, alright. But again, like, yeah, being widowed and marrying... Your wife's sister would have been normal in, like, the 40s in Japan, the 50s in Japan, whatever this is, yeah?
Mahito accepts Natsuko as his mother, and they return home to live a happy life. Earlier in the video, I remarked on how Ghibli's films tend to eschew subtext and symbolism to just be explicitly about what they're about. The Boy and the Heron throws that out the fucking window, as the film is packed with so much symbolism.
Yeah, you claim there was symbolism about suicide in Kaguya when there isn't, Lily, and I'm so confused at her fucking points. This, luckily, is not as brain-melting as I expected it to be. Because usually when I haven't reacted to Lily in a while, the next time I react to her, I'm, like, stun-locked, but we're almost
You need a
done,
goddamn
guys.
reference guide sprawled across your thighs to tell you that the pattern of the clouds at 36 minutes and 17 seconds in is actually in the shape of loss. No, really, pause the video and go check, I'll wait. Made you look, bitch. Anyway, I'm in two minds about this. It's certainly effective at communicating the way in which people lose themselves in grief. But on the other hand, I'd find the film more moving if Mahito and his aunt had spent more time together working through their grief the old-fashioned way. Instead, the film is mostly a boy's adventure through his boy pain. The thing is, the film is laden...
I mean, it is about his grief and overcoming his grief, though, isn't it? I mean, you're... Yeah, again, she's back to saying symbolism hides the story. She's back to saying symbolism hides the story. She can't even be consistent over the course of a 2-hour video.
With people not working through their grief. The entire family is not coping well with Asako's death.
Ew.
Shoichi and Natsuko are both married their sibling-in-law, for crying out loud. Nothing screams not handling this well quite like that. But instead, this is glossed over and focusing entirely on Mahito dealing with his grief in the most roundabout way possible. This is why I've always had an adversarial relationship with metaphor as a storytelling tool, because I like to explore things, and metaphor is often used to gloss over things instead of exploring.
Metaphor is often used to gloss over things. Anyway, Kaguya returning to the moon is a metaphor for suicide. Lily! I mean, she can't be consistent from video to video, so what do we expect from her over 2 hours to even stay consistent in her points? She never can, because she doesn't actually think or believe anything.
It's certainly good, but I'm left wanting. I also don't really like how Mahito's character development involves accepting Natsuko as his mother, as if it's impossible to move on while letting your loving aunt be your loving aunt. I actually watched The Boy and the Heron last, hoping I'd have a lot to say about it,
but she is his mother now. That's the family. Like again, you gotta consider the fucking time period, Lily.
I just don't. Like, yep, That's what it's about, and we're done. Now, this is where the elephant in the room comes in. Miyazaki has been vocal for a long time about how the anime industry has been quietly rotting for decades, both in terms of artistry, where everything has gotten softer and more placid-faced, and female characters are increasingly looking like they've been subjected to the same genetic damage as...
I mean, he's not really talking about that exactly. I mean, you stole this from Reddit, but he's saying a lot of anime these days are made by people who don't go out and, like, actually talk to other people, which he's not wrong.
Pug. But also in terms of writing, as more people get into the industry whose backgrounds are simply being fans of anime, and so the industry cycles the same formulas and genres without any thematic weight or anything to say, taking what worked in the 80s and 90s and continuing to recycle it over and over again until...
You're saying, like, nothing innovative or new has happened since the 90s in anime? Shut up, Lily.
Well, you saw the pug, didn't you?
As KJP does things, says, metaphor is not to gloss over, it's to make the concept easier to understand. Exactly. Metaphor is there to help you understand what the meaning is. But Lily sees symbolism and metaphor as things that hide the real story from her, because she's too stupid to understand them.
Bring this up because, well... that's a reality about the anime industry that is currently speeding towards Ghibli on a freight train. Takahata's already dead, and Miyazaki is 85 years old, and both the output of Studio Ponok and Earwig and The Witch have shown that without them, Ghibli will start cannibalizing its old work and repackaging the same tropes and familiar plots, doing what the rest of the anime...
Well, okay, A, you don't know that. B, a lot of Ghibli movies have very similar themes, as we've established over the course of this video. A lot of them are coming of age, a lot of them are about embracing nature, going back to the old ways, going back to Japanese spiritualism. That's what a lot of these movies are about. So, like, they do tend to have very similar themes over and over again. But, I mean, tropes aren't a bad thing. We've been over this before. TV tropes has ruined an entire generation or two. Tropes are not bad. Tropes are the building blocks of how you tell a story. As other people have said when I brought this up before, if you're making me mac and cheese, I'd like you to follow the recipe and not make something completely different instead. You know? Like, people who just avoid tropes for the sake of avoiding them to feel like they're better writers are actually doing it to their own detriment. Tropes are not bad. It's how you use them. It's in the execution of them that matters. Because people love reading the same stories. They do. They do. And, like, I've said it before, you get to the end of, like, a lighthearted comedy movie and it suddenly has a tragic ending, or you get to the end of a tragic movie and it suddenly pulls a happy ending out of its ass. Doesn't that make you angry? Because you know that's not how the story is supposed to go. Stories are contrived. It's how well you hide that contrivance that matters. A story is not supposed to be realistic, no matter how hard it tries to be. A story can never be realistic because life just doesn't happen that way. You know?
The industry has done up to this point, and just continue playing the hits. And despite being made by the original auteur himself, this is not something the boy in the Heron actually escapes. The film is riding the coattails of Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, and Princess Kaguya, strangely enough, and I think it captures how I feel about Miyazaki's films as a whole.
Wow, a story by a Japanese company reflects one of the oldest Japanese fairy tales a bit. I wonder.
His films are good, but barring a few exceptions, that's about all they are. Of the 5 best Ghibli films, only one...
You only like it because it's quality slop. You only like it because it's good. Oh my god. She's actually doing the 4chan meme.
One is directed by him, and it's not the one you're thinking of. Although I have to step back and consider that maybe it's my critical perspective that causes this. If you've been watching the entire video and reading the grade cards, you'll notice, in that barring a few notable exceptions, I
noticed your grade cards don't make any fucking sense. You'll bitch about a movie and then give it an A+. It doesn't make any sense, Lily.
Never include the animation itself.
We're almost at the end of the video, Joel's. We're almost done.
And deep in the core, focusing on story characters and themes.
I knew this was going to be a long one.
Part of this is because I'm visually impaired, so I can never 100% trust what I see on a screen. But also because I don't consider the animation...
Wear your fucking glasses then, Lily.
...itself a core aspect of a film. The same way I don't consider cinematography when critiquing a live-action film. I'm a writer. I critique the story. But Miyazaki is an animator first and foremost, and the animation plays a major...
Lily, it's a visual medium. You can't just ignore the visual storytelling in a visual medium. She's like, I only care about the writing. But it's like... Stories in a visual medium are told visually as well, Lily. You can't just discount that. You can't, as much, this is why, like, when she gets mad about Steven Universe being a board-driven show, and she acts like artists can't also be writers, and it pisses her off. And she doesn't know that Miyazaki does everything board-driven, otherwise she'd be ranting about it, I'm sure. Don't tell me about the Tadak leaks, I'm still blind. I'm seeing it on the 4th. I will do my episode discussion on the 19th, or the 20th, probably. after it comes out for everybody, but I am gonna go see it, and I am gonna make a special little forum in my Discord for people who want to discuss Tadak 9 after it starts dropping in the theaters, okay? So, just assure you, everybody, I don't know anything about the leaks. I've avoided them completely.
Impaired, so I can never 100% trust what I see on a screen, but also because I don't consider the animation itself a core aspect of a film. The same way I don't consider cinematography...
Like, normally I don't care about being spoiled, but, like, out of the sheer defiance, I'm gonna remain unspoiled on Tadak 9 until I see it in theaters. 2 of my friends have already watched the leaks. I've resisted.
Critiquing a live-action film. I'm a writer. I critique the story. But Miyazaki is an animator first and foremost, and the animation plays a major part of the process for him. His films are as much paintings as they are stories. I feel this is why I viewed The Wind Rises in such contempt. I'm not looking at the beautiful landscapes or how the wind is animated. I'm looking at the story and the story alone, which doesn't reflect well on the film at all. People can vary on whether or not they think this is a valid way to critique a film, but it ultimately ends up meaning that good animation doesn't save poor writing, and bad animation doesn't condemn good writing. My only bar for the animation is don't give me motion sickness, but it does mean a large part of what draws people to Miyazaki's work just has never really been part of the equation for me. And The Boy and the Heron is where this has felt the hardest. I'm almost certainly not being fair to it, but those are the cards we're dealt, I guess.
So how did, like, is that why you just ranted about the red turtle? Because there isn't really writing to talk about, it's all visual? It's all visual storytelling? Is that why you went on a rant about the turtle baby trapping the man? Anyway, I'm gonna slow her down again for the conclusion. We're almost there, guys. We're like in the last few minutes of the video. We made it, guys. We made it. Everybody cheer. We made it. I'll take supers after. Let's just get through this shit.
Don't you know about the bird?
Part of the reason I wanted to do this project was because the discussion about serious and adult animation never ends, and Ghibli is the studio that's most frequently brought up around it, simultaneously.
Except you're the one who said Pixar is the most adult and mature animation has ever gotten, because you're an ignoramus.
Making serious adult animation while also keeping hand-drawn animation alive, but the further I got into this, the less I wanted to really talk about that aspect of animation discourse. Maybe in a less scripted video, but at the moment I'm not sure. As I got
because you just said you don't give a shit about animation or visuals and you're half blind, so why should we listen to you about it?
Further through the films, I found myself just captivated by the way Ghibli in particular emphasizes the importance of auteurism, how the director truly is the lifeblood of a film, and how creators think and behave. In the modern day, fandom is all too ready to put the studio in the position of importance, both in the positive and the negative, and often fails to comprehend why studios turn away from films they used to make and into new directions. That reason usually being a director with different inspirations and experiences. Some people have acted like there's some grand conspiracy at play when a company like Disney or Pixar starts making films that are different from the films they used to make, but the simple reality is that other people made them and have different things they like to think of.
What the hell is she even talking about?
But it's not like the Renaissance or male angst films, so people get cranky. Ghibli only escapes this because so much of their catalog is dominated by one director. A lot of people don't know who actually makes the things they enjoy. Animation is among the worst for this, just after the video game.
I mean, I do. I tend to keep track of the talent involved in things. Like, I'll name actors when I'm praising their acting in even shitty episodes of The Boys and shit. Like, you can find out who makes the things that you like. It's not hard, especially these days.
Industry. And Ghibli doesn't escape this. There are a lot of people who don't even know other directors exist and think Miyazaki makes everything they
Well, Takahata's dead, so...
if they even know who he is. And the sad thing is that outside of Takahata, the other directors...
Girl, lots of people know who Hayao Miyazaki is. I assure you, many people know who Hayao Miyazaki is.
Just didn't get to make enough films to really see what inspires them. Except Jan Bayashi. He really likes British literature. So with that rumination out of the way, let's get to the ranking. Number 24, The Wind Rises. The Wind Rises is the worst for the way it shrugs off Horikoshi.
Why didn't you just make... Okay, I'm just gonna speed you up again. Why didn't you just make this the whole fucking video if you're just gonna TLDR it at the end?
His involvement in crimes against humanity. But the film presents this as just the artist wanting to make beautiful planes no matter the cost, and expects people to be okay with that as a level of artistic tunnel vision that I find disgusting. I don't know how many artists would actually be so blasé about their work being used to kill people, even if you believe blame doesn't go to the artist for what people do with their work. Artists are still heartbroken when their work is used to harm people. Ironically, Horikoshi himself was a callous individual who shrugged at the harm his creations caused, but the film presenting that without commentary is disgusting, especially when Miyazaki emphasized this in interviews later. Even without the sheer audacity on display, The Wind Rises is just utterly, completely dull. Number Number 23, Tales from Earthsea. Everything was moving against this film from the start. Brand new director being handed an absolutely monstrous project and being expected to adapt 4 books into one film. It's a miracle that Earthsea turned out to just be boring. It could have been a lot worse, but then again, I don't think it could have been much better. I don't consider the Earthsea books to be amazing works of literature like some other people do. Number 22, Pom Poko. Unremarkable justification here. Takahata's other films just look better. Number 21, My Neighbor Totoro. I gave it a C, so it's not bad, but something has to be near the bottom. Rankings are deceptive by design because after Totoro...
Actually, she's talking about feminism and misogyny when she always is constantly hating on female creators. She does it constantly. Here she is shitting on Ursula, writer of Earthsea, while praising 2 men for being the uber feminists. Okay. Yeah.
Everything else has a relatively high grade, but arranged from worst to best makes them look like I'm positioning them lower than they actually are. Number 20, Howl's Moving Castle. Howl's Moving Castle is certainly a pretty film, but in terms of story, I'm left very wanting. It's one of those Ghibli films where you really need to be on board for pretty animation over story, and I'm just not. Number 19, Castle in the Sky. I was struggling what to say here about Castle in the Sky, and I had the same problem in its own segment. Okay, that sure was a castle in the sky. I like what it has to say about power and responsibility, but sadly a lot of better ideas are held back by virtue of being an adaptation of Gulliver's Travels. Number 18, My Neighbors the Yamadas. Probably not a good idea to watch this as part of a marathon, but I went back after finishing all the films and watched it while I was playing Tales of Fantasia, and found myself enjoying it a lot more. It's a shame it bombed so hard that Takahata retired from—
Twice she's mentioned watching movies while playing video games to make a review of them. Come on, Lily.
Directing for a decade. Number 17, Earwig and The Witch. I understand why people lashed out so severely at the idea of Ghibli going full CGI, but I still consider this film unfairly maligned. The protagonist carries it, and I would gladly watch a sequel where she terrorizes some other poor soul. Number 16, Princess Mononoke. It's Nausicaa again, but not as good and Shinto flavored. Time has not been good to Princess Mononoke, as Ashitaka's approach to conflict has been repeated again and again and again.
Nausicaa's also very Shinto, you asshole.
Because Aang is just a much better character than him. Number 15, When Marnie Was There. I was so ready to give this film a bad grade, but then it brought out the tears. On a second watch later in the project, I found myself appreciating it more and more, and upping its grade from a C+ to a B. I'm sure if I watch it again, I'll find more things to like about it, but I'm keeping it where it is. Number 14, The Red Turtle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Codependent turtle fucking. Number 13, Kiki's Delivery Service.
Really
I like Kiki, but sadly I can't really resonate with her story as much as many others can, as I've done everything possible to avoid burnout, but it's good for a summer afternoon if you're feeling lazy or if you're an artist who needs to sit down in couples therapy with their own wrist tendons. Number
I've done everything to avoid burnout by not doing anything very creative and being very lazy.
12, The Boy and the Heron. I just got done the segment on it, I'm not reiterating what I said. Number 11, Ponyo. Ponyo doesn't take a lot of risks, but that just means it doesn't have far to fall. A story about friendship and or love is a tried and true formula, and unless you're a stuck-up little shit who cries when they see a G rating, this is going to rank pretty high. Number 10,
So now tried and true formulas are fine, but earlier you were saying, oh, Ghibli's just gonna keep recycling the same ideas, and they're gonna go downhill. So are tried and true formulas good or bad, Lily?
Porco Rosso. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Number 9, The Secret World of Arrietty. When I was very little, I actually saw The Borrower's film. And let me tell you, this film is way better than that film and the book. It's actually playing in IMAX theaters this month, and I'm going to go and see it. Number 8, The Cat Returns. This movie is so fucking funny. Oh my god, you need to watch it. Number 7, Spirited Away. When I watched this for the video, I got nervous because if it wasn't at least in the top 10, I was in for a lot of nasty letters. Probably still will since it's not number 1, but it's great and one of the few Ghibli films I feel compelled to watch again. Number 6, Whisper of the Heart. Another second act save like When Marnie Was There. A story about feeling adrift in life and second guessing yourself at every turn. Wonderful, wonderful film, and I hope Ghibli makes it more likable before they close the doors. Number 5, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. This is my favorite post-apocalypse film, and probably the best metaphor for climate change ever seen, because it really hammers home how climate change will affect us, and only us. The Earth itself will be—
Except no, the fucking, the fucking toxic jungle is man-made.
Fine, and in a few million years, we will be back to hosting advanced life, but we will forever be a memory. Number 4, From Up on Poppy Hill. While likely an odd choice for number 4, I keep coming back to From Up on Poppy Hill for its raw emotional sincerity and the sheer personal weight of its story. I was on the edge of my seat for poor Umi and Shun when they finally got their anxieties relieved.
I like the one where they thought they were siblings but still wanted to date.
I felt like I'd just come down from an intense adrenaline high. Number 3, Grave of the Fireflies. Grave of the Fireflies pulls no punches in what it wants to be about. I didn't mention it in the segment, but it's based off the memoirs of a war survivor dealing with the grief of causing the death of his little sister through his own pride, which is reflected in the film through how much Seta is painted as the architect of his own downfall, with the film adding in a lot of Takahata's views on how it was not only Seta that failed and suffered from the same fatal pride. Number 2, Only Yesterday. Few are the films that make me cry. Fewer still are the films that make me reflect on life when I otherwise don't want to. Only Yesterday did that in droves, to the point that watching it again for the video took 11 hours as I kept having to pause it and just sit there thinking about life. This film actually convinced me to go back to therapy as I realized I was still very clearly not over the worst 5 years of my life. Number 1, The Tale of Princess Kaguya. Takahata's films are often about societal expectations versus personal happiness, and nowhere is that more evident than in Princess Kaguya, where the cost of sacrificing your happiness for what is expected of you is brought to its natural conclusion, as those expectations quite literally choke the life out of their victim. I said it in the segment and it bears repeating. The Tale of Princess Kaguya is the best animated film ever made. It has no equal. I'm CD Call. Thanks for watching.
That was fucking it, apparently, guys. That was all. That's it and that's all. What the fuck?
Jam sent a super chat. Anna is adopted. She feels like a burden on her foster family. Marnie was lonely. Generational bond.
That does sound sweet. It does.
At Space Bakeries sent a super chat. To be fair, this is based on a 60s British book written by a woman. It's not gay, and I remember when this was announced and discourse.
Yeah, like, again, it's like with Little Women kind of inspiring Class S, you know, it's a very, very British school children thing as well, you know?
At Cat Peasant 106 sent a super chat. She is just stealing these points from Jello.
Yeah, like I said, we should do a project in my Discord and like look at the transcripts for both.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. I just remembered, Lily once said if something makes her cry then it's automatically a good story.
It's all about her. It's all about how it makes her feel.
At Villainous Muse sent a super chat. Tara Strong didn't voice Iboshi. Minnie Driver did.
Oh, okay. A Minnie Driver was also... No, she wasn't talking about...
9624 sent a super chat. As much as I enjoy Japan, even I recognize its issues with same-sex marriages. Even my homeland still has issues despite it being legal.
The United States also still has homophobia issues despite it being legal. But, oh shit, what was the super chat before that? I was gonna say something and now I've forgotten. Oh god, there's been a lot of super chats. Thank you, guys. No, she wasn't saying Tara Strong voiced Iboshi. Tara Strong voiced, Ashitaka's fiancé, as he was leaving. That's the one.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. I guess Lork isn't a furry.
No, I think she hates furries, actually. So, yeah.
At Sconsan Jam sent a super chat. You heard about Selkies, Lily? Similar concept.
I know, like, the whole turtle rant she went on was very bizarre.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Fuck
really
Lily, I'm going home to watch Kill La Kill.
Yeah, there you go. Get some trigger in you.
At Mrs. Polly sent a super chat. I actually like janky 3D animation. Especially the mocap ones from the 2010s. I don't get the uncanny feeling, so to me it's just eye-catching and gets my ADHD brain to concentrate.
That's fair.
At Muhammad KM9KW sent a super chat. What did I miss? Is she slandering the bird?
She was indeed slandering the bird, but...
At Jamie sent a super chat. The film's literally in homage to Ghibli's life work.
Yeah, but she didn't understand it. So it was like their version of Wish, I guess, right?
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Said the person who loves Spy Family.
Oh, that's right. She does love Spy Family.
At Blue Blader Bot sent a super chat. There isn't enough interest in pedophilia for Lily.
Yeah, right. She got her incest in there,
At Dana
though. She
_Brain sent a super chat. Says she doesn't care about visuals in an animated film. How the freak did they get popular critiquing animation again?
I don't know.
At Jessale sent a super chat. Good job, Sai. We've made it through. Good coloring and good Lily slandering. Here's the last horror or attacks of the night.
Alright. There you go.
At the Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Why in the fuck does she review animation?
I think she started with My Little Pony and just never stopped. She did stop reviewing animation for a while,
chat. Congrats on getting through that horrible video.
Thank you. Guys, most of you were here with me the entire time. At least some of you were.
At Shock Jumping Walrus 6744 sent a super chat. Talk tax. Hey guys, how's your health plan? Apparently, it's great.
Hey guys, how's your health plan? Apparently it's great! I got a little
Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. She also said Bluey, a preschool show, is more mature than Attack on Titan. She said this in the old video that Ant reacted to a long time ago. At Muhammad KM9KW sent a super chat. It's so weird that Lily doesn't think the visuals and cinematography of a film, a visual medium, shouldn't be considered when critiquing a film.
Tells you everything you need to know about her as a critic. I'm a writer,
super chat. It's over. We survived. Barely. Skull emoji.
And now, Friday, we're going to do the Crimes New Roman video.
7693 sent a super chat. My favorite part of that was the ending, where it ended.
Yep. She wasn't quite as nuts in this one as she has been in past ones, but woo, she's had some takes.
Faced Frog sent a super chat. We survived, but at what cost?
We're all worse off for this experience, I think, yeah. We're all worse off. I think that was the last one. I should probably wrap up. I think it's around 8 o'clock. Yeah, it's like 8:10. So I should probably wrap up now. Thank you, everybody. No Steven. Yeah, she's learned her lesson. No Steven Universe mentions. Maybe she got tired of us all going, Steven Universe mention! Lily, you're wrecking my memes, Lily, come on! So, anyway, so that was I don't think Lily owes me money. You guys paid me well enough for reacting to this, so Friday I will be having another long react to fucking Crimes New Romans video about how streamers create school shooters, apparently. And next week I might start game streaming again. I want to do a one-shot first look at Paralives, because I am an old white woman, of course I've played The Sims, so I want to look at this Sims killer and see how it is. I thought it might be fun to do a first look on stream. I've already bought it. I was already gonna check it out. And then I promised I'd play Disco Elysium, so we'll do that. So, and, because I'm done with the Thursday streams for now, because The Boys is over. I'm not gonna do another episode reaction until the 20th for Tadak, so, and there's nothing else I'm watching as it comes out right now. So, yes. And of course, I'll be doing other episode discussion streams on stuff as it comes out. Yes, well, The Sims was good until EA killed Maxis, as it kills so many companies, unfortunately.
At Super Easy Walker sent a super chat. Karmic justice that you will get money from this stream while she will not.
I will. She gets no ad revenue from this video.
At Miss Jasmine 305 sent a super chat. Wait. She included Studio Ponoke, Earwig, but did she skip Mary and the Witch's Flower?
She did.
Studio Ponoke's first film.
I guess there's a reason Earwig counts as Ghibli. Was it a joint thing? I don't really know, actually. I don't know. Well, she's had worse Princess Mononoke takes in earlier videos, because I remember her saying people only like Princess Mononoke for the fight scenes, and she doesn't understand that the fight scenes are there because it's the fucking Warring States era. You know? Like, Christ. I don't know how she does it, guys. It's impressive. But this is definitely not the most brain-melting Lily video I've ever seen. But thank you all for coming. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the gifted subs and all the super chats. I really appreciate it. It helps me keep doing what I do and entertaining you guys. So come back and see me Friday night. We'll have another wild fucking stream, and I need to actually go eat dinner. I think I have some noodles in the fridge waiting for me. So good night, everybody.